Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 10, Hinata has an early life identity crisis. Mission Report D-72. Per last report, targets at 1, at 3, at 4 in Allied non-combatant NCHS positioned in redacted base under care of ACHN and ACNS. Current status unknown. Operative Cat 15 experienced physical fatigue, slight depletion of chakra, contusion to left shoulder, fracture to middle right rib. Status adequate. With at 2. Established base in room in redacted. Operative Cat 15 established undercover identity of traveler caught unaware in snowstorm. Achieved employment at public stables for 100 ryo per day. Income sustainable if supplemented by street theft. Accompanied to employment by at 2. At 2 expressed following symptoms: cough, congestion, fatigue. Purchased: eucalyptus salve, green tea, honey, chicken broth. Goal: alleviate symptoms of sickness in at 2. Remain undercover in redacted until at 2 has recovered. Procure necessary nutritional supplies for at 2 to continue projected age-appropriate growth. Goal: rendezvous with targets at 1, at 3, at 4, Allied non-combatant NCHS, and Allied combatants ACHN and ACNS to ensure continued security and well-being. No contact with enemy combatants. No contact with Allied combatants. End report. Operative Cat 15. The mantle of Hyuga Hinata, firstborn daughter of Hyuga Hayashi, heiress to the noble Hyuga clan, inheritor of the strongest Jujutsu and most powerful Taijutsu in the elemental nations, she who will hold the fate of her entire clan in her hands was a heavy one to bear. It bowed her shoulders and weighed down her tongue until she hunched under the former and stumbled over the latter. It dogged her footsteps and loomed over her until she cowered in its shadow, unable to break free. Matsuhimo, however, had no concerns besides filling her belly and having fun and finding a safe place to sleep at night. She struggled with none of these, because despite having no parents, Mo was a cheerful, charming girl, and whenever she snagged an apple from the fruit cart on one of the market corners, the storekeeper pretended not to notice. Hinata liked being Mo. Nobody expected anything from Mo, and her life was hard but comfortable. Like any port city, Kitakyushu had its fair share of street urchins running around its streets, and its citizens never blinked when one or two appeared or quietly vanished. She went where she pleased and nobody questioned what she was doing perched on the low wall just before the harbor, looking out towards the docks because the townspeople knew little Mo liked watching the sailors and the ships come in and go back out to sea. She swung her legs absently, blinking away the sting as the sea breeze brushed tangled strands of hair into her face. 4 hulking ships bobbed at the shore today, looming over the docks at which they were tied. 2 sat idle, deserted as its sailors enjoyed the food and beds and other pleasures of solid land. The other 2 buzzed with activity, one offloading, and the other onloading. The distant figures scurried to and fro, swinging up and down the rigging, maneuvering huge crates from deck to shore or shore to deck, and clustering and scattering just as quickly. The years spent with Nico-sensei, before Ataka-sensei had found them, had taught Hinata that street children truly were the ones who knew the goings-on in towns. It was in part why the hidden villages valued child prodigies as much as they did, rare as they were. No other could move so easily and gather so much valuable information as a child. Civilians did not suspect children, and even if shinobi did, there were simply far too many leftover, forgotten children to police them all, and certainly no one to feed them or take them off the streets, though civilians would undoubtedly protest if the children were cold. It was no great struggle to return to the streets, easier now that she was Mo and not a hunted heiress. Mo was free to meet the eyes of the other townspeople with her brown not white eyes, to smile winningly at them in a way Hinata never would have dared. She wore Mo like the colored lenses and the hair dye and tattered, worn shirt that went with her persona. Mo-chan. Mo turned, eyes crinkling automatically in a smile as the other girl waved at her. "Oh, Idane," she said cheerfully, and pointed back towards the ships. "Look, there's 4 today." "I see that," Ida said indulgently. "Come on, Mo-chan, you can't spend all your time just watching the ships." Kiyomi Baa-san gave out some biscuits earlier and they were only a little burnt. "Oh," Mo said wistfully. "I like her biscuits." The other girl beamed and pulled out a package from behind her back. "I brought you one." Mo gasped in delight and reached for the biscuit, then hesitated, biting her lip. I don't have anything yet, she admitted. I know, said Ida, rolling her eyes, and shoved the biscuit at her. You can make it up to me tonight. Tomorrow. Mo hedged hopefully, opening the package with greedy hands. The Kagamaru is still unloading, and I was planning on trying the South District again today. Ida sniffed. You'll never catch me down there. Everyone knows that's where the shinobi are. They're stingy, and they'll kill you if they think you're spying. You're lucky you're still young enough to not look suspicious. I'll bring you back something tomorrow, Mo promised, stuffing half the biscuit into her mouth and chewing as fast as she could. It's a Thursday, she said, muffled, so that fish restaurant's throwing out the old stuff. Fried pollock or no deal, Mo-chan, Ida warned, plucking the cloth back out of Hinata's hands and tipping her head back for the last crumbs. I can't keep just feeding you for free. Yes, Ida. Mo would have to steal the fried pollock, she mused, watching the older girl saunter away. Every city was different, but the street kids in every city had a code, a hierarchy, and Ida held a lot of sway as the younger sister of one of the drug runners for the Chokoto Syndicate. Mo herself had found herself vaguely under the teens' protection in exchange for choice foods from the more dangerous South District. She leaned forward, bracing her hands against the low stone wall on which she sat, and watched as the command crew of the Kagamaru convened just past the docks. The merchant ship was irregular. Mo herself had seen the vessel 6 times in the 2 months she'd been in Kitakyushu, and some of the other kids had heard from an acquaintance of an acquaintance that it had returned with the same frequency every month for years. Eventually, the movement of crew people slowed to a trickle as the setting sun lit the surface of the water with its golden rays. She drummed her heels briefly against the stone wall and hopped down. There was nothing more to see here, so she picked her way back into the town proper. Mo darted between a pair of ox-drawn carts, ducked a woman balancing a basket of potatoes, and dodged a kick aimed at her by an irate storekeeper. That Baa-san hated when she and the other kids ran through the square, hated all the street rats polluting Kitakyushu. For that same reason, she was Mo's favorite store to pickpocket. She always had stone fruit, no matter what the season, and Mo loved stone fruits. Peaches and plums were her favorite. She didn't have time to swipe one today, though, not if she wanted to get through the Kumita gauntlet before nightfall, and only the dumbest street rats let themselves get caught in that strip between the central and southern districts in full dark. Most didn't come back. Those that did were missing a part of themselves, if not in body, then in mind. Mo hesitated, just on the near side of the stone arch preceding the Kumita. Dilapidated warehouses yawned on either side, rough-hewn stone and scratched glass concealing the favored haunts of the drug mafiosos, people traffickers, and hunter-smugglers. Mo had never been in those herself, but Ida's friend's rival's youngest cousin had run through the closest one on a dare once and come back shaking and white as plaster, physically unharmed but unable to speak a single word. 3 days later, he threw himself off the Midtown Bridge and drowned. That had been enough for most of the street rats to stay out of the South District. No matter how good or rare, food was not worth losing one's mind. Besides the Kumita gauntlet, there was only the Hisato thoroughfare to get there, and that had guards posted at all times specifically to keep rabble like her out. Supposedly, it was to prevent robbery, but everyone knew it was to keep the gutter trash away from the rich people. The supply wagons, however, were only permitted in the Kumita, so it was safe enough to travel as long as other people were around and the sun still shone. And it did, if weakly, so Mo took a deep breath and scurried through the archway in tandem with the cured meats merchant in his rickety mule-drawn cart. The wind swept between buildings, hissing eerily across the Kumita and lashing against Mo's face. Something clanged in the shadows and she flinched, straining her eyes in the direction of the sound, but there was nothing there. Something small and dark darted down a side alley. "Hey there, darlin'," drawled a voice from the opposite side, and Mo instinctively ducked so the cart was between her and the voice. The Kumita was long, but the leering eyes that stared out at her languidly did nothing as long as Mo stayed in the shadow of the meat merchant's cart. At the far side, she ducked into a side alley as the merchant took the main road, her feet lighter and the air filling her lungs more easily now that she'd made it into the South District safely. The back alley streets here were worn and familiar, their shadows comforting instead of sinister. She trotted down the alley between the barbecue restaurant and the silk shop and took a sharp right, where a set of stairs descended sharply into the storm cellar beneath the grocery store that had been shut down due to a rat infestation. The door at the bottom was locked, but Mo slid out the bent hairpins she kept in the cloth wrapped around her arm and picked it deftly. It creaked open, spilling light from the distant street lamps into the cellar, and she plucked the electric lantern from its hook next to the doorframe and hurried down the concrete steps. The door clanged shut behind her, and then the only light came from the swinging lantern in her hand. She set it down on the rickety table at the bottom, humming absently as she turned towards the corner she'd piled a nest of blankets in. Under it, she had a can of green beans, one of chicken, and a handful of packages of crackers. Out of the corner of her eye, a shadow detached itself from the rest and Mo whirled, stifling a gasp. "All clear." "No tails," he said, voice low. "Do you have anything to report?" She blinked hard twice, 3 times, each time closing her eyes longer than the previous. She took a deep, fortifying breath. "And no," said Hinata. "And nothing out of the ordinary. Gaara is in the sewers still." Sai handed her mask and cloak. "We have 20 minutes until check-in." Hi, she acknowledged, bringing the bone mask up to her face. She swung the cloak over her shoulders and pulled the hood over her head. With a soft click, she turned off the lantern, leaving it on the table as she led the way up the second set of stairs into the store itself. The store was less dark, dim light filtering in from the outside to light the bare metal shelves. Hinata ghosted past them to the stockrooms, where the stench of blood still hung over sloped floors. She pried up the grate at the center and peered down into the yawning darkness. She let herself drop, the damp, fetid air rushing past her as she fell through the black. She landed lightly atop the water with just a shift of chakra. Above her, the metal grate clicked back into place, and she moved aside so Sai could touch down beside her. A low hiss. A tiny flame bloomed in the darkness, and above them, a pair of green eyes glowed from behind a white bone mask. "The sewers are still empty," Gaara announced, annoyance betrayed in the way his eyes flickered towards the rust-red hair plastered against his mask. "Acknowledged," said Sai. "We will proceed to base camp." Hinata. Her Byakugan activated in a blink and a small pulse of chakra, muffled by the concrete around her so even the enemy shinobi in the district would think it only the erratic fluctuation of an untrained civilian. The entire sewer system bloomed before her eyes, and far above, the bustling labyrinths of the streets. That wasn't important, though. She stretched her sight along the sewer tunnels. "There's some F flooding and T2B blockages," she said. The D direct line under the K-Kumita-G gauntlet is C completely impassable. "I cut through the dry tunnels on the west side," said Gaara, deeply resentful with just the suggestion of a snarl. "Many needles." Hinata repressed a shudder. Sorry," she said meekly, swallowing as his eyes narrowed. If it was the only way to tail Hinata, it had to be done, Sai said dismissively. "Base camp is to the northeast. We will not have to pass through the dry tunnels again, and when the tide rises, it will likely clear the blockages." "Take point, Hinata." Hi, agreed Hinata, and stepped carefully across the surface of the water. The journey was largely quiet, interrupted only by their footsteps tapping on the water, the skittering of Sai's otherwise silent ink sentry rats, and the occasional agitated shift of sand from the massive knapsack slung across Gaara's back. The air changed, blowing in on them with a fresher, saltier edge to the oppressive mugginess of the sewers. Hinata stretched out her vision again, to the sea, the beach, the base camp, and her focus divided, almost walked into the grate. She stopped short before her mask hit the slimy metal, and her attention snapped back to her immediate surroundings. "It's clear," she said. "Gaara," Sai prompted, then added, gently. Hinata's widened field of vision let her see Gaara's narrowed eyes, if not the rest of his face beneath the mask, but she knew he was scowling. He gestured, short and abrupt, and tendrils of sand snaked out to pry at the grate. The debris that had been caught in the grate swept out in a rush, and all 3 of them swayed as the water level dropped. Sai made the plunge first, taking a running start and sliding feet first, nearly horizontal, through the narrow tube. Hinata followed, pressing her eyes and mouth shut and pushing against either side of the tube to propel herself through the sludgy water. Not a heartbeat later, the breath was stolen from her lungs as the tube dropped out from beneath her. She opened her eyes and landed on her feet, stumbling forward a few steps to stand beside Sai as Gaara followed her out, twisting midair like a cat and landing on all fours. Disgusting, Gaara spat, shaking the water out of his hair and waving his hand to replace the grate amid a hiss of sand. Sai dripped discontentedly. It is our best option while the main sewer lines undergo maintenance, he said. Ano, see could we stop to see clean off before we go be back? Hinata suggested, discreetly flicking sewer water from the hem of her cloak. Yes, agreed Sai. I believe that is also our best option. With a faint crusting of salt from their hastily taken and hastily dried dip in the ocean, they reported for their check-in with about 15 seconds to spare. Their base camp had been an abandoned mine, forgotten years ago when the tunnels collapsed. Now, with the addition of discrete air vents, it served as a Hanabi-ha center of operations. A very small, distant center of operations with only a small impact on the overall war effort in Kiri, but busy nonetheless. Shisui-sensei raised an eyebrow at them as they pulled off their masks, crunching faintly as the fabric of their cloaks shifted. Cutting it close, Team Genbu, he noted. Ready to report, Sai responded, standing a little straighter. Hinata fidgeted with the mask in her hands, sliding her fingers absently over its smooth surface. Go for it, said Shisui-sensei, leaning back against the rough-hewn counter and crossing his arms. A Nuknin team arrived in the South District in the afternoon, around 1,650 hours, Sai recounted. No pursuers, no visible injuries. One male from Ishigakur, one male from Sunagakur, one female from Takigakur. Likely at least Chiryunin, if they still wear their hitai. The Sunagakur male is likely a censor, he sensed Maisumi rats but couldn't trace them back to me. Shisui-sensei nodded thoughtfully. It can't be helped, he said. Kitakyushu is neutral, so mutual spying is not unexpected. As long as they don't follow you back, there should be no problem. Anything else? The 3rd Konoha team, designation W12, departed in a northwesterly direction, 1,400 hours, Sai continued. Nothing further. Shisui nodded. Hinata-chan. Hinata fumbled the mask, just barely snagging it before she dropped it. Hi, she stuttered. The K Kagamaru de-docked today at F-15 1,450 hours, she corrected. The Sea Command crew de-disembarked F-1st and S. Several U unmarked crates were carried off W with the R-Rest and T taken into the T-town. The Hi Jamaru is P preparing for L launch, but N nothing S suspicious was L loaded yet. The crates were taken into one of the warehouses, said Gaara shortly. Hinata was not followed. Copy that, said Shisui-sensei. Get the written report done before you take off tomorrow, but get some rest tonight. Hi, said Sai, and Hinata echoed him. Good work, kids, Shisui-sensei said cheerfully. There's another team rolling through tonight, you know the drill. He tapped a finger against his temple. And keep your afternoon open tomorrow. We'll need to cobble together the op, but we'll probably hit the warehouse then. Hi, Sai repeated. 2 makeshift wooden doors in a dusty corridor led them into the common room they shared with the rest of the pack. Hinata slid into the warm glow of electric lanterns behind Sai, brushing the crusted salt off her cloak and letting the door close behind her and Gaara. Hinata-chan. Naruto greeted enthusiastically. Gaara. We have fish. He waved his plate in the air, and something white and flat went flying. Only Sakura's reflexes, snapping up with her chopsticks to catch it, saved his fish. Watch it, Baka, she snapped, slapping it back down on his plate. Hinata, I'll get you some before this idiot knocks it all over. Perched on the counter over her shoulder, Suzuki rolled his eyes discreetly. What happened to you? He asked between bites of rice. Did you roll in a salt flat or something? We were unfortunately forced to submerge in sewer water in order to return, Sai said blandly. So we bathed in seawater to rid ourselves of the smell. Hinata bit back a smile as Naruto burst into raucous laughter. Sai, he crowed, as the older boy brushed the white crystals from his cloak carefully. You didn't. Gaara scowled. Did, he grumbled, but his resentment had lost its edge. Well, Tamari said wryly, appearing in the opposite doorway. We'll never run out of salt. Gaara's posture straightened, angling attentively towards her, and she smiled at him fondly. Hinata watched wistfully. "Go on, get some food," the older girl urged. "Otherwise Naruto will eat it all again." "I'm hungry." Naruto made a face as Hinata accepted a plate from Sakura. "Last night you ate Haku's share except a bowl of rice." Temari scolded, reaching out to slap the back of his head. "He said I could have it." "Yeah, and then he had a ration bar after dinner," she shot back. Naruto faltered. "He did?" he asked in a small voice. "Yes. He did," said Niji-san coldly, sliding out of the same doorway to the sleeping dorms and levering Naruto with a disapproving stare. "Haku-san is both older and taller than you. It follows that he needs as much if not more food than you." Hinata observed a rare moment in which Naruto seemed completely at a loss for words. She bit her lip and looked down at her own plate. She didn't need as much as Haku or Naruto, and she didn't mind eating the ration bars even if they were tough and tasteless. Should she offer him some of her food? "Can't get as much fresh food," Temari was saying, "so we have to share what we do have." Hinata opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. Frustrated, she closed her mouth again, staring down at her rice. What was wrong with her? It was just Naruto-kun, and she'd lived with him for nearly 3 years and known him even longer than that. She knew the favorite foods and birthdays and best jutsu of everyone in this room, but even around her friends, her pack, her throat constricted and wouldn't let the words out. She tried again. "Ano," it came out as a whisper. "Why you?" "That's it." Naruto burst out. "I just have to find us more food and then we can eat as much as we want." "Naruto," Sakura said, adopting a lecturing tone as she twirled her chopsticks in one hand. "Shisui-sensei already told us we have to avoid the civilians as much as possible, and buying a lot of food will make people suspicious." Naruto's face fell again, screwing up in consternation and disappointment. Hinata could fix it. She could give him the food he wanted and even needed more than she did. She just had to get the words out, and Naruto's bright smile would chase the misery off his face. Hinata swallowed. Across the room, Niji-san narrowed his eyes at her and shook his head, just the tiniest movement. Humiliated, Hinata snapped her mouth shut again and stared at her feet. Niji-san didn't approve, of course he didn't. Her cousin had a preternatural ability to know what she was thinking, and he would no doubt lecture her, in that stiff, formal manner of his, that the heiress of the noble Hyuga clan should not be giving her dinner away to a low-born nobody. Because Hinata was not her own person, she belonged to the Hyuga, and to give in to her desire to be selfless was selfish in itself. Sakura had been watching their exchange with her mouth twisted into a frown. Hinata knew she did not like Niji-san. Despite the other girl's lack of a shinobi bloodline, Sakura was just as observant as Hinata, and caught each and every one of their silent conversations. Hinata wished she could tell her that Niji-san was just looking out for her best interests, but this too she knew her cousin would protest, barbed and deferential and defensive all at once. It was a clan matter, after all, and outsiders should not interfere with or even be privy to their interactions. Behind her, Sasuke regarded Hinata briefly with hooded eyes before flickering to Niji-san, but he merely turned back to his food with the faintest hint of a scowl. The Uchiha clan raised its children almost as carefully as the Hyuga and with many of the same rules. Hinata ate mechanically, standing halfway behind Sai like a coward the entire time, and willed her hands to stop shaking. Hinata woke before dawn, as she always did, and stared up at the bottom of Sai's bunk. Her dream, with its vague warnings and worries, slipped away, leaving behind a flash of a battle not yet fought and the stirrings of discomfort, fear, and a sense of urgency that drove her out of her bunk and into the small open room the pack used for sparring. She sank into her kata, letting the familiar movements soothe her troubled mind. Absently, she reached into her sleeves for the pair of Hyoji battle fans San had carved for her from the great antlers of a moose and added them to her kata, snapping them open with a flick of her wrist. Niji-san did not so much like her use of the Hyoji in their family's traditional taijutsu, but Hinata had argued that it served to disguise the style furthermore. The extra balance the beautifully crafted fans lent her had even let her take and keep the offensive in a spar between the two before it had ended as it always did, and Niji-san had grudgingly accepted their utility in combat. Hinata twirled, bringing the splayed blades of one up to block an imaginary blow, and with a deft flip of her hand, hurled the other at the wooden target board opposite the door. It flared gracefully before embedding itself into the wood. She stared at it, chest heaving as she stopped, frozen with her hand still outstretched. "I recommend that you don't actually stop in the middle of battle," said Haku lightly from behind her, and she jumped and clutched her remaining fan over her heart. He smiled apologetically. "Sorry," he said. "It was and not why you," Hinata said quickly, flicking her fan shut and tucking it back up her sleeve. She felt her cheeks flushing at her blunder, and she was desperately, pathetically glad Niji was not there. I wasn't paying enough attention. It was a good throw." He padded over to the target on light feet and inspected her hyoji briefly before pulling it free with deceptive ease. He held it out to her, and she took it carefully and slid it back into its holster. "I don't have much experience with fans," Haku mused, "but I could give your pointers, if you like." Hinata hesitated and bit her lip. "Aren't you tired, Haku-san? Why you were on W watch the W whole night?" The cloak slipped off Haku's shoulder as he stepped back. He tugged it back up absently and wrapped it across his chest more securely. "Aren't you?" he deflected mildly. "You and your team have been out constantly, and you didn't sleep long." Hinata tipped her head away almost involuntarily. "I see couldn't," she murmured, sliding her fan back into her hands and turning its folded form over and over. Haku watched her sympathetically. "Lately I feel restless as well," he admitted quietly, eyes not quite focused on her face. "My purpose is to serve Zabuza-san and be at his side, yet," he hesitated for a long moment, "I am here, on the other side of the sea," he finished, just a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Useless." "Why Yuri not you useless?" Hinata insisted, glancing up at his wooden expression. "Why Yuri one of the strongest of us, and I am sure Zabuza-sensei knows that." "If he thought that," Haku said stiffly, "he would have brought me with him." "Why you have heard the stories the T-teams bring B back from the front L lines," Hinata said quietly. Maybe he's just trying to protect you." "I was Umbu," Haku said coldly. "Hunter Nin. I protect Zabuza-san. If he needs to protect me, I am worse than useless to him. He may as well have left me in the trash where he found me." He glanced sideways, as if surprised to see the worried frown hovering at the edges of Hinata's face. "I apologize," he said lightly, and the harsh planes of his face melted back into something softer. "It wasn't my intention to burden you with my pointless musings. Perhaps I should sleep after all. I hear we are planning a raid tomorrow." "The Kagamaru," agreed Hinata. The crew C cleared the S-ship for I inspection, but most likely will take back a W weapons S shipment to deliver to Kumo. Sensei wants to steal them B before they leave." Haku hummed. "It's distressing that merchants would smuggle weapons to Kumo, the very village that would trample their country beneath their troops' feet on their way to Konoha," he noted distantly. "Greed," Hinata murmured, splaying open her fan one rib at a time. "Greed," Haku echoed, and left her to her katas. When Hinata left the training room, she passed Gaara and Temari on their way in. The first didn't bother acknowledging her, while the latter sent her a cheery wave. "Hey, Hinata. Good session." The older girl reached out a hand to ruffle her hair, the same way she did Gaara and all the younger kids, and Hinata's instincts fought between flinching and wishing she'd do it longer. She managed to get out, keeping a wary eye on her teammate, who was suddenly watching her intently with hooded eyes. I just practiced with my fans for a bit." Temari sighed wistfully, hand going up instinctively to the massive weapon slung across her back. "I wish we had the space for me to work with mine," she said wryly. "I miss Sans Forest." Hinata nodded agreement. The training room was too small and too poorly shielded by seals to use anything particularly destructive or chakra-intensive, and there was only the one, so training sessions were limited to an hour each to accommodate solo, pair, and team sessions. I will leave you to it," she said politely, and sidled back to the kitchen area. Suzuki was already there, banging around with bad grace. While Team Suzaku could all cook reasonably well, Sasuke and Hinata were nominally the ones on their respective teams who took charge of food preparation. Sasuke likely from sheer self-preservation in the face of Sakura's persistent over and undercooking and the sheer disaster that was Naruto's, though Hinata felt guilty just thinking something that unkind. Hinata had learned cooking from Temari and rather enjoyed it, compared to Gaara's general distaste for menial work. In Hinata, the Hyuga had inadvertently bred the perfect branch Hyuga wife instead of the main family leader they had intended. Do you need any help? She offered as he thumped a large crate of tofu onto the counter and sent the water sloshing out onto the counter. He glanced up. Yeah. Can you julienne the carrots? I wanna make sukiyaki for lunch. He grimaced. Sai's got breakfast duties. Hinata bit back a wince. He's not that be bad, she defended loyally. She picked through the refrigerator for the carrots and took a knife from the rack. Sai cooks like we're in the field, with field rations, all the time, Sasuke said bluntly. And he doesn't know how to salt things. It was true, Sai tended to favor aggressively simple, bland meals. He shuffled through the boxes scattered on the counter. Where's the flour? Hinata glanced up from her knife sliding easily through the carrots. It's in the same crate as the salt, she offered. She watched curiously as he hefted the flour. What do you need flour for? He looked down at the bag in his hands and back up at her. Udon, he said, in the manner used to state something obvious. For the sukiyaki. We're out of dry noodles. Hinata wondered if her father would also consider Sasuke the ideal branch Hyuga wife, his only flaw being, of course, his Uchiha blood. She finished reducing the carrots to short, thin strips and reached for the cabbage next. With 10 mouths to feed, sometimes more, depending on whether or not other Hanaha teams had stopped by, a staggering mountain of food was required for each meal, when they could afford the fresh ingredients. Preparation ranged from an hour for the less culinarily inclined to well over 3 for Haku or Sasuke when they felt restless. She watched under her eyelashes as Sasuke dumped nearly the entire bag of flour into a giant vat, sending up plumes of white powder that he ducked, then liberal handfuls of salt without bothering to really measure it out. In retrospect, Sasuke's cooking style was not so different from Naruto's, yet somehow Sasuke's always turned out well. There wasn't really a spoon big enough for Sasuke's intended purpose, instead, he used a baseball bat to stir in the water. Hinata suspected he would have used Temari's battle fan if he thought he could get away with it. Sai wandered into arrived, because wandered implied Sai ever did anything without explicit purpose, the kitchen as Hinata was shaving slices off a massive round of beef and Sasuke was rolling out a portion of his udon dough. He blinked owlishly at the piles of vegetable scraps and light dusting of flour coating every flat surface. Gee, good morning, said Hinata a little guiltily. Sai opened his mouth to respond. This isn't breakfast. It's lunch, Sasuke said abruptly, hovering over his half-formed noodles defensively. Sai closed his mouth. Noted, he said, faintly bemused, and turned, unsurprisingly, for the rice. Sasuke watched him with the faint shadow of a scowl, but his dough dragged his attention back. Sai's arrival signaled that of the rest of the pack, which trickled in little by little to perch in inobtrusive corners and watch the chaos unfold. Sakura was first, scooting on top of the far table with her legs swinging free to untangle a snarl of ninja wire. Haku drifted in next with a bundle of cloth, a needle, and some thread. Temari and Gaara followed, and the air of menace Hinata's teammate usually wore like his cloak was muted. Looks good, Sasuke, said Temari, leaning over the mound of uncooked noodles in the center of the counter. Sasuke sort of grunted and eyed her warily, but the effect was somewhat diminished by the white dusting in his unruly hair. Almost done, he said. You might even beat Sai, Temari said playfully, seemingly oblivious to the way Gaara peered at the other boy suspiciously. This is not a competition, Sai frowned. Sasuke snorted. I know, Temari said fondly, and nudged Gaara over to the tables. Masks up. Hinata jumped a little as Niji-San strode in briskly, Byakugan activated under his bone mask. We have company. 2 teams. Temari pulled hers down from the top of her head and Hinata yanked hers up from where it hung by the straps around her neck. She dropped her knife belatedly and lunged for her cloak, discarded near the door. What the hell, Sasuke grumbled, leaving white fingerprints on his cloak and shoving his mask on his face and a bandana over his hair. "Sakura, go tell the idiot before he stumbles in here and gives himself away. Way ahead of you." Sakura vanished out the door in a swirl of her cloak, neatly sidestepping Niji-san as he moved deeper into the room. Hinata stacked her cut vegetables into little piles in one crate, the meat in another, and stuffed the entire thing in the refrigerator case. Sasuke did the same with his noodles with a disgruntled set to his shoulders. Gaara picked up a cloth and began wiping the flour off the furniture with an air of tolerance. "Will they be joining us for breakfast?" asked Sai, frowning at the vat of miso soup bubbling on the portable stove. "Evidently," said Niji-san with the shadow of a scowl. "Where's Shisui?" Sasuke demanded, futilely brushing at his cloak. "Shisui-sensei," Niji-san said pointedly, to which Sasuke rolled his eyes discreetly, "is currently debriefing the squad leaders. I expect they will be finished shortly." "What's the news?" asked Temari, and it would have been casual had everyone in the room not discreetly turned towards Niji-san or stilled just a little to hear him better. "Nothing from Itaka-sensei or Zabuza-sensei," he reported, and Sasuke and Haku sighed silently, almost in unison. One of the teams briefly ran into Hatake during a frontline skirmish when he extracted them from an ambush, but he moved on quickly. "Are the T-team's eye injured?" Hinata asked timidly. Her cousin glanced at her dismissively. "One shinobi has 6 broken bones in his left hand and arm, 2 have acute symptoms consistent with near drowning, another is missing an ear and has recent extensive scarring on her right side torso." Hinata stifled a gasp and Temari's eyes were grim beneath her mask. "The other team is relatively fresh and has only superficial wounds and light chakra exhaustion." "How long are they staying?" asked Temari quietly. Niji-san shook his head. "Not long for the uninjured team, they're mustering out to Kiri. The injured team might stay longer to recuperate. They will likely receive an assignment to a support position similar to ours." "Yeah, the kids and the cripples," muttered Sasuke, and Hinata's eyes widened at his caustic tone. "Sasuke!" Temari admonished sharply, narrowing her eyes at him from across the room. "You mean she while we have company," he retorted, but ducked his head nonetheless. "I'm here," announced Naruto breathlessly, skidding into the kitchen with his mask haphazardly perched on his face. "What did I miss, besides Sasuke being an absolute bastard again?" "She is not a bastard, watch your mouth, Roku," warned Temari, crossing her arms across her chest. Naruto waved irreverently. "Oh my gods, is Sai sorry, is Haki cooking?" he demanded, flopping down theatrically across Temari and Gaara's laps. "Temari nay, why?" Hinata stifled a giggle. Gaara reached out hesitantly as if to run his fingers over the other's mask but pulled back his hand abruptly. "How do you remember one code name but not the other?" muttered Sasuke derisively, and Naruto stuck his tongue out. "I can cook," said Sai, turning from his pot of soup and looking mildly insulted. "You cook like you would rather be doing anything but cooking," Sakura interjected, wandering in to sit between her teammates. "I make efficient meals," Sai corrected, and Team Byakko groaned in unison. "Everyone takes turns cooking," Temari reminded them. "We have to suffer through your meals too, Roku." "Too." Sai frowned, narrowing his eyes at Temari. "I cook great," Naruto insisted. "I do like the exact same thing that she does." Around Hinata, the entire pack groaned or rolled their eyes this time. "Then why does yours always taste like sand?" Sakura demanded. "Don't ask me, Gogo-chan, ask Shishi." "He's the sand guy," protested Naruto. "No," said Gaara. "Fine," said Naruto. "It's Kyu-chan. She's been sabotaging me." Hinata jolted as everyone glanced at her curiously. She took a panicky breath even as she let her mind shift, recalibrate. Kyu was cold and reserved but unafraid and warm with her pack mates, a fighter, a teammate with loyalty only to her pack and her cause. Kyu was everything Hinata wished she could be but was not. "Even if I did sabotage Roku's cooking it is not as though it could get any worse," Kyu drawled. A pause. "Man," said Roku gleefully. "That's still creepy," said she under his breath. "Awesome," finished Roku. "Jealous," murmured Kyu sardonically, leaning back against the counter and raising her eyebrow at she. He wrinkled his nose at her, torn between amused and disdainful. "It's a useful skill to have," said Ichi, methodically folding away his mending. Roku jabbed an accusatory finger at him, which he regarded serenely. "You're just saying that because you're good at it too." "Seriously," added Go. "You can make people think you're a girl." Across the room, Ni was watching Kyo with narrowed eyes, but she tilted her chin up and stared back. She wasn't afraid of him. He broke eye contact first. "They're coming," he announced to the room at large. "The food is nearly done," said Haki, poking at his pots. "I hate eating with the mask," Roku grumbled. Riine rapped Roku's head gently with her knuckles. "Get off me and Shishi," she said. "Try to pretend like you're an actual shinobi." Kyo could hear the sulk in his voice. "I am an actual shinobi," he complained, but hauled himself upright. "Kyo," said Haki. He jerked his chin at the pot of rice steaming gently on the counter, his own hands full with the soup, and she slipped behind him to get it as he carried his burden to the tables. "Okay, everyone," called Jiryu. Kyo set the rice down next to the miso soup and turned to the doorway. Most of his face was swathed in bandages in the style Kirinin preferred. The pack swiveled curiously towards him and the cluster of shinobi clustered behind him. "We have company," he announced. "They'll be staying in the south wing, so I don't expect you to have much contact outside of meals and guard shifts." He gestured, and a man with a heavily plastered arm in a sling stepped forward, followed by another man and two women, one with blood-stained bandages wrapped over her head. All four wore battered flak jackets, and their clothes were stained and torn to reveal blood or bandages or both beneath. "This is Chiryunin Morita and his team Jin, Akiko, and Nobu. They're walking wounded, so REI keep them off the guard roster for now." "Hi," said Riine, eyeing the newcomers with interest. Jiryu waved at the other team hanging back in the doorway. "That's Chiryunin Nakamoto and his team, Yagami, Nakamura, and Hidaka. They're here for 2 days." He turned slightly to address the newcomers. "Teams, meet Rei, Ichi, Ni, Shi, Go, Roku, Haki, and Kyu. Ranks classified." "You're shitting me, sir," Nobu barked out a half-laugh. "Masks and code-named numbers 0 through 10. I thought Jiryu sounded fishy." "What happened to San?" asked Nakamura curiously. "Why don't you have a number 3? Jiryu paused. "We had a San, but she is no longer with us," he said, and Kyo watched with amusement at the deliberate misleading as the teams exchanged wary glances. Teams Suzaku, Byakko, and Genbu are all tagged for infiltration work, so masks and codenames are necessary. He shrugged. "Orders," he said carelessly. "You know how it is." One-eared Akiko scoffed. "But it's okay for them to know our names." Jiryu rolled his one visible eye. "No offense, but you're not that important. Kiri's interrogators wouldn't care about you." Interestingly, Akiko seemed to relax at that. She nodded at Morita, and on some unspoken signal, the team moved as a unit to one of the unoccupied sides of the table as the pack crammed in together on one long side. The other team, however, exchanged glances and stayed hovering in the doorway. Jiryu paused halfway from retrieving a stack of bowls from one of the crates on the counter. "Problem?" he asked lightly. "Yeah, I got a problem," growled Akamoto belligerently. "You jerking us around right now? You expect us to believe that these midgets," he gestured abruptly at the pack, "are undercover agents?" Kyo shifted slightly in her seat, attention now firmly on the team standing tense in the doorway. "Well," Jiryu said. "Yes." "Bullshit," Akamoto spat. "They're green as the grass. I bet they'd be in the academy still. That one's barely tall enough to walk." He jabbed a finger at Shishi. Shishi's hooded eyes turned murderous in a split second, and his control slipped just enough to let loose a hint of killing intent. Kyo stiffened, but just as fast he wrestled it back under control. "Shishi can take care of himself," said Jiryu. "Is your team going to eat? Do any of them have field experience?" Akamoto demanded. Jiryu set down the stack of bowls decisively. "Okay," he said, swiveling to face the other team. "Stop." He advanced on Akamoto, stopping just in front of him. His slight frame was dwarfed by that of the much larger man, but he stared him down evenly. "I am their commanding officer, and right now, yours. Sit down. Eat your breakfast. My teams and their operations have nothing to do with you. Okamoto sneered down at him. It does if it'll get us killed acting on intel they get. And you, sir, he spat derisively, have to earn my respect if you want to command me or my team. The killing intent hit Q like a stone wall, and flickers of the fear and death from half-remembered dreams came roaring back and knocked the breath from her lungs. Jiryu watched Okamoto calmly as the bigger man staggered, one knee hitting the ground under the brunt of his sake, and the blood drained from his face. Jiryu raised his gaze to the rest of Okamoto's team. Their eyes were wide in shock as they stood frozen behind their leader. Hidaka swallowed audibly. Sit, Jiryu invited, as friendly as he might if he were asking an old friend to dinner, and just as quickly as it manifested the killing intent vanished. Cautiously, Okamoto's team edged around their gasping leader's hunched form, giving Jiryu a wide berth as they joined the wary audience at the table. Kyu sat frozen, one eye on the Jiryu and the other on her team and the rest of the pack. Like her, Haki and Shishi watched the confrontation, muscles tense and ready to move. Go, and Roku had their hands discreetly on their holsters. Team Shiozaki ignored the spectacle and ate their rice. They were the only source of movement in the room. Jiryu turned his attention to Okamoto. Drops of sweat had beaded up on the older man's temple as he gritted his teeth. Well, Jiryu said to him pleasantly. Are we done? Laboriously, with as much dignity as he could scrape together, Okamoto hauled himself upright and shot a poisonous glare at Jiryu. Yeah, he grunted. He moved to shoulder his way past, but Jiryu sidestepped neatly back into his path and forced him to stop short. I said, he enunciated pleasantly. Are we done, Chiryunin? Kyu felt her heartbeats tick by as Okamoto glowered at the ground. Yes, sir, he ground out, and only then did Jiryu let him pass. The table let out a collective breath. Roku reached for the soup instead of his kunao, and Kyu felt herself relax minutely. Damn, muttered Nobu under his breath, eyeing Ariane as she popped the last bite of her rice in her mouth. You all have balls of steel. Jiryu is terrifying when he's angry. I think I pissed myself a little. Ariane exchanged a glance with Ichi. He's not angry, she said, a slight frown in her voice. Perhaps annoyed at best, Ichi agreed. I don't believe I've ever seen him truly mad, and certainly not today. Jiryu has little patience for posturing, added Ni in a low voice, spooning the miso soup over his rice. However, he appreciates being taken lightly even less. Nobu and his teammates shared an unspoken conversation in the creasing of their eyes and narrowing of their mouths and tiny nods or shakes of their heads. Kyu tilted her head interestedly, and at her side Haki watched quietly. Morita finally spoke up in a hushed murmur, how strong is he, to be able to pull out sake like that out of nowhere? Kyu's eyes flickered to Haki, who glanced at Ariane out of the corner of his eye before looking away again. Ariane hummed absently, reaching for the soup. Don't know, she said. I never met him in Konoha. Strong enough to hold a small command, even if it's on the outskirts of the war. Was he Umbu? He's gotta be at least Takyujou, said Jin. He wouldn't be Umbu if he's all the way out here, disagreed Akiko. As one, the team turned to scrutinize Jiryu, poking amicably at his rice next to a visibly tense Okamoto. General or Command Corps, do you think? Any information regarding any of our identities, including name and rank, are classified, Ni said stiffly. Keep your pants on, grunted Nobu, letting his bowl thump to the table with a little more force than necessary. Idle talk, nothing more. After breakfast, 6 hours of Mo on the streets of Kitakyushu. After that, 2 hours of Q in the base at lunch. She had little time to be just Hinata, but honestly, she preferred it that way. All right, kids, said Shisui-sensei. He leaned against the main table in their briefing room, a relatively large room with a series of rickety wooden tables of varying sizes and little else. The pack perched, leaned, or stood in a rough semicircle around him, masks off but in easy reach. This is your briefing. The room is shielded with privacy seals, no eyes, no ears, no chakra output. Let's get this done. Beside where Hinata sat with both legs dangling off the side of a table, her teammate opened his hand and let the sand slither out, rolling it over and over his wrist absently. Shisui-sensei folded his hands into a seal. In a surge of chakra, his genjutsu caught them all up to create a visualization of the barest structure of a warehouse near the Kumita Gauntlet, an empty suggestion of a building in blue lines. This is the location of the operation, he began. The Kagamaru docked yesterday afternoon, and as you know, they're repeat weapons smugglers, namely for outposts in Kaminari no Kuni. Intel gathered by Team Genbu suggests they have a shipment stored in this warehouse to the east of the Kumita Gauntlet while the rest of their goods are loaded and inspected. Unfortunately, due to the presence of several teams of both Konoha and unaffiliated shinobi in the South District, including at least one censornin, we're unable to get direct eyes on the package itself. However, Sai was able to send some scouts in. Sai stepped forward, stopping just short the illusionary warehouse. My Sumi rats were able to locate the package but not verify its contents, he reported. There are 8 civilian or genin level guards stationed at the warehouse at night, rotating between stationary and patrolling. Additionally, I can confirm floor plans for the warehouse. He traced their outlines in the air as he spoke, and Shisui-sensei's genjutsu added more lines to accommodate his descriptions. Large bay doors on the east wall. 7 regular doors, 3 each on the north and south walls, 1 on the west wall here. Dividing wall here. Stairs here and here, along the north-south walls. Offices upstairs here, 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 and here. Windows half a meter below the ceiling along all walls. Bathroom and kitchens, industrial hoses, and drains. His finger sketched rough boxes in the largest ground floor room. There are metal racks in most of the warehouse space and pallets in between rows. The package is here. He pointed at the center of the warehouse. Team Byakko, you guys are the distraction, said Shisui-sensei, and a white circle pulsed on the north side of the warehouse. I don't care what you do, just draw the guards away from the south wall. Yes. Naruto whispered gleefully. Shisui-sensei paused and frowned. Nothing too loud or destructive, he warned. The last thing we need is more attention. He eyed the 3 suspiciously, but besides the grin Naruto was obviously swallowing down, they blinked back at him innocently. Gods help us, he muttered under his breath. He jabbed a finger at the team. No maiming, no killing, and no property damage, he ordered. Team Suzaku has point. Locate the package and retrieve the contents. If possible, replace with something of similar weight. Minimal chakra use. A red dot appeared on the south side. Hi, acknowledged Tamari, exchanging a glance with Haku and Niji-san. Team Genbu, secure the perimeter. No civilian interruptions, and report immediately if any shinobi get curious. He regarded the 3 teams evenly, and in front of him, the genjutsu expanded to include the outlines of surrounding buildings and the edge of the Kumita. This is a covered operation, but if things go south, I'm your backup and extraction. He pointed at one of the buildings adjacent to the warehouse. I'll be on the roof here, but remember that if you're discovered, the operation is blown whether or not you need me to pull you out. Everyone rabbits and regroups at the rendezvous. Questions? Hinata hesitantly shook her head, mirroring Sai. Niji-san studied the map thoughtfully before Shisui-sensei cut the flow of chakra and dispelled the genjutsu. You have enough experience that I trust you'll handle the finer details yourself, said Shisui-sensei, and Hinata shivered at the implications. Team leaders, report your tactical plans at 1800 hours. Last run-through is at 1900, we leave at 2000 hours. The teams all had different pre-mission rituals. Team Genbu started with a nap. When Hinata blinked awake after a solid 2 hours of unconsciousness, she made out Sai already up, cross-legged and hunched over a scroll. She climbed out of her bunk and shuffled her way over. He'd drawn out a map, like Shisui-sensei's genjutsu but in 2 dimensions with his thick black ink. He looked up as she approached before returning his attention to the map. There are far too many avenues of entrance to secure, he said absently, frowning. Even if each of us takes a corner and one covers 2 sides of the warehouse, even if we hold just a 1-block radius, there is a good chance that the adjacent buildings will yield many potential witnesses from their own doors, especially if Team Byakko is permitted to design their own distraction. Team Byakko was known neither for their subtlety nor self-restraint. We could focus on the S side. Team S Suzaku is entering Oan, Hinata suggested. T-Team Byakuya can prevent anyone entering F from the N North W wall. We have no other reasonable option, Sai agreed, resigned. Do you have any thoughts on this, Gaara? Hinata looked up to where their third teammate perched on his top bunk, staring down at the map with narrowed eyes. No, he snapped, without shifting his gaze. Sai waited patiently. Yes, he amended after a pause. We can smell them approaching upwind. Sea breeze, Sai muttered. Wind blows east to west. Good point. He tapped the southwest corner of the warehouse. This is the most crucial position, he said. Lines of sight along the south and west sides of the warehouse. Smells from the east. Gaara, you take this position, ground level. There's a stack of old crates in a boarded-up stoop you can use for cover. Gaara made no indication he'd heard the instructions, but that was normal. He wouldn't be the one to let the team down. I'll be on the northeast corner, Sai continued, where I will have sight lines along the north and east sides. Hinata, you will be here. He tapped the building to the southeast of the warehouse. On the roof of this building. Sentry position. Of the three positions, Hinata's was the safest. It was high above street level, where any action was likely to take place. But she was not the one who should station there. Hinata had to stop for a shuddering breath. I think I should be on the N northeast sea corner, she squeaked, and fought the urge to duck her head. Oh, said Sai. He sounded interested rather than dismissive, so Hinata took a fortifying breath and plunged on. Why UN need the V vantage P point? Why you are the P point of C contact between us and the other T teams and S sensei. UN need to be able to SCB both of us. Sai scrutinized the map silently. Hinata instinctively twisted her hands together. He didn't agree, it was a bad idea. Of course it was. Niji-san said she needed to think like a shinobi instead of a scared little girl like she always did, and she was trying to be brave, but she was still wrong. She wished she could take it back. A logical point, said Sai, jarring her out of her thoughts. You will have the northeast corner, in that case. Redirect any comers and incapacitate where necessary. Hinata took a shaky breath as Sai rolled the scroll back up. I will report to Shisui-sensei, he said. You and Gaara can continue preparing for the mission. The wind rushed in from the sea, tugging Kyu's hair and battering the shaded wrap-around glasses she wore, the kind that Ni favored to hide his eyes. The night was dark and cold and shrouded in sea fog that hung in the air and dampened her hearing. It did not obscure her Byakugan's sight, but very little could hide from her eyes when she chose. She leaned against a coiling door that was rough and patchy with rust, swathed in the shadows lent by the stoop. The warehouses yawned out before her in lines and shapes, bleached of color by the darkness. Haki perched 3 stories up, motionless on the corner of the building, but she knew his creatures flitted and scuttled in the alleys, through the warehouses themselves, and deep below their feet, crawled along the walls of the sewer tunnels. Opposite her, though she did not look through the walls of the target warehouse, Shishi sat on a stack of crates, chin propped in one hand and hood pulled low over his half-lidded eyes. Like Kyu and Haki, he had been sitting there for almost 2 hours. The guards had finished their walk around, their first of the night, and retreated back into an office for a round of cards. Full dark meant the alleyways were deserted save the occasional townsperson still making their way home. The neighboring warehouse that shipped soy sauce and miso and tofu was closed up and still, and the drug and people traffickers haunted the Kyumida. Still minimal civilian witnesses. Kyu breathed in, craned her head to check the streets behind her, then turned back to face front. The movements of the people on distant streets behind her appeared to her like ants, scuttling on their way on trajectories yet unknown to even her, but around the target there were none. She signaled to Haki with just a twitch of her fingers, all clear. Haki's head dipped just a little in response. One of his birds swerved abruptly midair and swooped down on Team Byakuya, sequestered in the mouth of narrow alley a few blocks down from Kyu's position. Roku shoved Go, who slapped him back and nudged Shi, who glowered at her in turn. She sauntered out of the alley, cool as can be, and set a stack of wooden pallets alight with a flick of his fingers, a match, not a katon. He shoved the used match back in his shuriken pouch and strode away. Behind him, the flames picked up, licking merrily at the splintering wood. Kyu sidled along her wall as their light pushed her shadows back. She shook her head. Juya would have their heads, no property damage. Hey. Roku barreled out of the alley next and pounded his fist on the nearest door of the target warehouse. Hey, there's a fire. Hey. At first, nothing happened. The four figures stayed hunched around their cards upstairs, silhouetted against the orange glow of the window. After a moment, their heads started to turn, annoyance in their postures. Finally, one slammed his cards down and clumped over to the window to peer out. Immediately he whirled, shouting, and the three at the table scrambled to get up. They rattled noisily down the metal stairs. Outside, the flames licked hungrily at the outside of the building. Roku beat ineffectually on the warehouse door until it was thrown open and the men poured out. One of them immediately threw Roku up against the wall, another started shoving the flaming pallets onto the ground. The others crashed back inside, charging back undoubtedly towards the kitchens for the hoses. "The hell did you do, you little brat?" demanded the man holding Roku, giving him a little shake. All 8 guards accounted for. Kua signaled Haki again, and this time he would signal Ariane's team. Meanwhile, Go flew out of the alley and onto the man holding Roku, beating on him with feeble fists. The man turned, dropping Roku. One of the men dragging a hose out of the building dropped it and rushed to pull her off. "Get off him!" Go shrieked, ducking before the other man could grab her. "Yeah," added Roku, glaring at the man above the bandana wrapped around the lower half of his face and brushing his clothes off indignantly. "Next time you can just burn, old man." Behind Kyu, a man turned into her alley. "The hell is all that?" he muttered, craning his head in the direction of the shouting and glow of the flames. Kyu had seen the man briefly when he'd wandered down off the Kumita 5 blocks back, but only now was he too close to the operation. "One civilian," she signed to Haki, moving only her hands. "Moving to neutralize." She didn't need to move to track his movements. He coughed, shuffling right past Kyu without seeing her. She peeled away from the wall, shadowing the man's footsteps. He was much taller than her, his shoulders rounded with hard work and jacket worn but sturdy. She wrinkled her nose. Her sense of smell was far weaker than Shishi's or Roku's, but one would have to be sent blind to miss the waves of alcohol emanating from his breath. It was a minor miracle the man had not yet been mugged, wandering through a place like this drunk. Kyu thought he must be overdue. Just before he reached the corner, Kyu rose up onto the balls of her feet and slammed her fist into the back of his head. He went down like a sack of sand. She took him by the wrist and dragged the limp body backwards, depositing him back around the corner. After a moment's hesitation, she patted down his jacket and pants until she found the wallet in his back pocket. She pulled out the stack of folded ryu and tossed the empty wallet back on his chest. She left him there and slipped back to her post. Atop his roof, Haki had angled towards her almost imperceptibly. "Status?" He signed. "Clear," she signed, and he turned away again. Go and Roku's argument had escalated into a yelling match with the warehouse men that dragged in the other men one at a time as the fire sputtered out under the blast of the hose. She tuned it out. It was not important to the mission, and Go and Roku had immediate backup in Shi if they needed it. Instead she watched her allies, and she watched Haki out of the corner of her eye. She caught the flash of his hands to Shishi, not to her, negative and to and neutralize and caution and backup. Kyu stiffened, bringing up her hands in the seal that would summon her through sight, but Haki snapped a sign in her direction. "Hold." She waited, still tense, because her time in Sans Forest had taught her that all good hunters were patient and her time on the run with Nico-sensei had taught her that all bad prey was impatient. Instead, she watched Go and Roku duck away from the warehouse men, now all but 2 grabbing for them like the town's children chasing chickens. There was an art to looking clumsy while every movement was carefully calculated, but Roku had none of that. His clumsiness was in no way calculated. He tripped over a man's outstretched foot, pitching under another's grasping arms, and tumbled into a stack of crates that knocked into a third and sent him sprawling in the dirt. In contrast, Go was nimble and crafty, deftly whipping her ponytail away from the man that tried to grab it in one meaty fist and pushing off another's back to launch herself away from the tussle. "Bleh. Can't catch me," Roku crowed, hurling a handful of loose dirt at a man's eyes. The man yelped and stumbled backwards. "Yeah, don't you mess with my friend, you giant jerk! Go shrilled, backing away towards the alley. Ah, just let 'em go, Nakahiro, they're just a couple of dumb kids, called one of the men manning the hose. You're dumb, Nakahiro, I'm just a kid, Roku sang gleefully. Shut your damn mouth, snarled Nakahiro and lunged. Roku dove away and landed in a crouch on all fours, then leapt away, cackling. A sudden, small movement caught her eye. Shishi's hands flashed at her urgently. 4 Konoha shinobi approaching from north-northwest. Withdraw immediately. In a blur of dark cloth, he vanished off the corner of his roof, leaving her alone in her doorway. Hinata's panic choked her, freezing Kyu's limbs and ripping the air from her lungs. Frantically, she clawed for Kyu's calm focus. A particularly strong gust of wind lashed the walls of the alley. With a whoosh and a crackle, the fire roared back alive, sparks catching on another pile of wood debris further down. The men in Go and Roku scattered with shouts. The flames threw new light on Kyu, and she shrank back. Withdraw? Roku and Go were still entangled with the warehouse guards, with the fires cutting them off from she and their best avenue of escape. Should she help? Hinata dithered, but Kyu couldn't afford to, not with the Konoha team closing in. She turned away from Team Byakko and darted back towards the Kumita, vaulting neatly over the fence into the next lot. A dull roar rumbled through the air. Kyu turned in time to see a plume of flame break the darkness of the night sky, and she huffed a dismayed gasp. Her chakra sense blared a warning and she had just enough time to suck in a frantic breath before a hand snagged her mid-flight and clamped around her throat. She gagged, one hand flying up instinctively to the shinobi's wrist as he slammed her backwards against a concrete wall. The back of her head cracked against the unforgiving wall and busts of white and black exploded across her vision. Desperately, she caught the shinobi's other hand with her own as he reached for her mask. Who are you? The shinobi snapped, tufts of brown hair falling over his leafy tie. Though only a little taller than Jiryu, he lifted her off the ground easily. Hinata kicked against the wall but couldn't find leverage. Kyu's battle calm slipped further and further from her grasp as panic racked black claws through her mind. The shinobi squeezed, and Hinata reached desperately for her chakra. Who hired you? The man demanded. Who do you work for? Ak, Hinata choked out. Even as her vision blurred she could not miss the slight figure storming towards them. Sand swirled at his side, agitated as a swarm of hornets. She let go of the man's hand around her throat to desperately sign no sand at Gaara because the second their identities were discovered they would have to run again, and she did not want to run anymore. The sand dropped to the ground all at once with a hiss, but pure malice rose in its place, covering him like a second cloak. The man loosened his grip slightly and turned towards the new threat, and that was enough for Hinata to wrest back both Kyu and control of her chakra. She blasted raw chakra from the tenketsu in her palm and sent the shinobi flying backwards. She stumbled, landing in a crouch next to Shishi, and wheezed for air, glaring at the shinobi as he rolled to his feet. I am one of us, and we are pack, rasped Kyu defiantly. Haki's lithe form alighted on the roof behind the shinobi, blade in hand. And nobody owns us. The shinobi glanced between her and Shishi's masks warily, flitting over their furred cloaks and the snarling wolf's visage San had painstakingly carved. Kyu drew her battle fans and shifted her feet. Shishi crouched low, dripping sake, and prowled forward on light feet with bloodlust in his eyes. The shinobi tensed, a kunao appearing in each hand. Kyu feinted, snapping out a hyoji to its full width, and caught one of the shinobi's kunao in between the slats of the other when he jabbed at her. Shishi lurched forward, fingers curled in imitation of the claws he normally wielded, and lashed out at the shinobi's legs. Shit, spat the shinobi leaping backwards. Kyu flicked her wrist sharply and wrenched the kunao from one hand. He sent the other spinning at Shishi, but silent Haki who could hide even his intent flashed behind the shinobi in a shunshin and struck a single hard blow to the back of his head with the hilt of his tanto, narrowly dodging the reflexive strike. The shinobi hit the ground with a thud and Shishi stopped short with a nearly silent snarl. Kyu glared at the surrounding alleyways, chest heaving and ears straining for signs of witnesses or ambushers. A flickering orange glow lit the sky back in the direction they'd come from. The warehouse was well and truly on fire now. We leave, said Haki, looking down briefly at the crumpled Konoha inn. Now. Droplets of sweat beaded up on Shisui-sensei's face as he strained to hold his handful of green chakra to Hinata's neck. His eye was no more than 10 centimeters from hers, and so she could see the sharp anger in it quite well. Hinata was quite familiar with the Hyuga displeasure, her father's cool disapproval, and Niji-San's icy hatred, which smoldered long and slow into a cold rage. She had heard too of the Uchiha wrath that ignited abruptly and burned fast, which she had seen hints of in Sasuke. Perhaps she believed Itachi-sensei and Shisui-sensei to be different, as they had never before demonstrated more than a mild annoyance. But today, Shisui-sensei's famous Uchiha temper lit in a flash and sparked Hinata's urge to sit very still on her table to avoid drawing his ire. "I don't know what you were thinking," he said, biting each word off deliberately. "And I don't care. You defied orders. You revealed our presence to the shinobi who want to hunt us down. Your actions almost got your comrade killed tonight." Behind him, separated from Shisui-sensei by a single table, Team Byakko stood stiffly in a row. Naruto watched Hinata, guilt in his wide, blue eyes. Sasuke glowered at the far wall, but his shoulders were hunched. Sakura worried at her lower lip with her teeth, eyes darting between Hinata and Shisui-sensei. On one side, pressed against the wall, were Sai and Gaara, the former at parade rest, the latter slouched slightly and rolling a ball of compressed sand in his hands. On the other wall was Team Suzaku, so still they could have been sculptures. Each of them tracked Shisui-sensei with wary eyes. The chakra in Shisui-sensei's hand coughed and sputtered out. He whirled away from Hinata so quickly she flinched from the sudden movement and slammed his hand onto the surface of the nearest table. It splintered with a loud crack. "Look at her," he demanded, jabbing a finger back at Hinata. If he squeezed longer, harder, just a centimeter to the right, she could have gotten a crushed larynx or a broken neck or brain damage. All the chakra and chakra control in the world can't fix brain damage. Her hand rose unconsciously to her bruised throat and the heat rushed to her face as the pack's eyes drew to her automatically, unwillingly. Only her wheezing breaths broke the silence. She had been the only one caught, shaken like a mouse in a cat's mouth and tossed aside like a woman battered by her husband, and she withered under their eyes. Niji-San's narrowed at her balefully. She of all people should not have been snuck up upon and brutalized so easily. Naruto began bravely, but Shisui-sensei glowered at him and he subsided. "You burned down half that warehouse and brought a third of the Konoha teams in the entire city down on us," Shisui-sensei hissed. "You're lucky they were too interested in the warehouse to chase down a couple of kids. And you don't get to rely on luck on the battlefield." "We got the weapons," said Naruto in a small voice. "Right. Yes," said Shisui-sensei in a deceptively calm voice. "But when the Konoha shinobi don't find the weapons while searching the warehouse full of contraband, the crew of the Kagomera will know it was stolen before the fire, and not by Konoha agents. Do you think they'll be back?" With a final glare at Team Byakko, Shisui-sensei turned back around to Hinata, who couldn't quite hold back a flinch, and willed the chakra back to his hand. "You're not just my students, now," he said, voice so low it rumbled in Hinata's ear as he leaned forward to press the chakra against her throat carefully. "You're shinobi. You follow orders, you complete the mission, and you definitely do not get your comrades injured or killed." Hinata wrung her hands together anxiously. She knew it was Team Byakko's mistake that led to the Konoha shinobi investigating the warehouse, but she'd been the one who'd been noticed. Niji-San had not said such things aloud in months, but he was right, she shouldn't be in the field. She was a liability. "Team Byakko," Shisui-sensei barked, and Hinata flinched, jolted out of her thoughts. On the ground. Push-ups. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, whose glare didn't lessen in intensity. Both dropped to the floor quietly. "How many?" Naruto asked as he followed, though Temari shook her head at him the tiniest movement. "Until I tell you to stop," Shisui-sensei snapped, and the chakra in his hand wavered. He closed his eye briefly before glaring again at the bruising on Hinata's neck with intimidating intensity. "Or will you disobey that order too? Do them until you feel like dying and then keep going, because that's what will happen to your teammates the next time you pull something this stupid." The cool rap of Shisui-sensei's chakra gradually soothed the harsh burn of Hinata's breaths catching in her throat, and after half an hour marked by Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto's forms bobbing up and down rhythmically, Shisui-sensei stepped back and let the chakra flicker out at last. The glow of anger had dimmed from his eye as well, and Hinata breathed easier. I can't fix everything now, he told her, scrutinizing the massive purpling. But I mitigated the worst of the damage. Thank you, Hinata whispered. He shook his head, mouth pressed together. This shouldn't have happened, he muttered. He turned slightly to address the rest of the pack. You are all suspended, he bit out. What affects one of you affects all of you. Don't leave this room. He stalked out of the briefing room, and the door clicked decisively shut behind him. Hinata stayed frozen on top of her table just as the rest of the pack save Team Byakko stood arrayed about the perimeter. Time marched on, and Hinata's heartbeat thundered in her ears. Nobody spoke. Sakura's breath grew ragged first, arms trembling from the effort it took her to push herself off the floor. She was always first to stop running, first to be tagged out of sparring, first to exhaust her chakra. Sweat soaked through her hair and the back of her shirt, and her hair hung lank about her flushed face. Sakura faltered, her entire body shuddering with the effort to keep herself off the ground, and Hinata shivered in commiseration, rubbing her arms subconsciously. She was beginning to understand why this was a group punishment. Hinata couldn't just watch Sakura struggle alone. Not when she'd caused this with her own weakness. She stepped forward, almost as if in a trance, and the focus of the rest of the pack snapped to her immediately. She wobbled, pulled her cloak off her shoulders almost absently and let it drop behind her. Hinata-sama, Niji-ni-san said reproachfully, breaking the silence for the first time in an eternity. Hinata wouldn't let herself be deterred, not from this. She knelt in front of Sakura, and the other girl glanced up at her blearily. Silently, Hinata angled her hands on the ground at shoulder width, set her feet, and lowered herself in a push-up. Her throat throbbed in time with her pulse and she breathed deeply as she sank into the next. Follow my voice, Sakura, said Temari quietly, and Hinata opened her eyes in surprise. She hadn't realized she'd closed them. The older girl nodded at Hinata, once, and focused on Sakura as she herself maneuvered into the plank position beside her. Down. Up. Breathe. Sakura sucked in a sob, but her eyes were clearer now, fixed on Temari doing the push-ups next to her. Sai dropped down next to Hinata and on her other side was Haku, then Gaara, and even Niji-ni-san until the breathing of all her pack mates grew choppy and uneven. Hinata lost herself in a haze of pain and resolve. Sakura hit the ground first, arms giving out beneath her, and she landed with a soft grunt. She lay still, panting, before struggling to push herself back up, her entire body shuddering with the effort. Then it was Sasuke, faltering halfway through pushing back up and hitting the ground with a muted thud. Get up, bastard, rasped Naruto. Sweat drenched his shirt and dripped to puddle beneath him. Gritting his teeth audibly, Sasuke shoved himself up. Gaara snarled wordlessly, a brief blast of sake battering at Hinata's nerves, but despite his well-known hatred of all things physical he did not get up or storm off. Hinata dropped her head, closing her eyes against the black spots that danced across her vision. She knew if she tried to bend her arms again she would fall, and if she fell she did not know if she could get back up. Even as her muscles screamed and her vision blurred and her heartbeat measured the hours ticking by, even though the ache in her throat grew raw and sharp, and even though this was not Hinata's punishment, she would not allow herself to stop. She was pack and this was her pack and this was right. What the hell are you doing? Someone grabbed Hinata around the middle with strong hands, and she flailed mindlessly, panic cutting through the veil around her mind as she was hauled upright. She exhaled in relief when she recognized Shisui-sensei's face, but her breathing stuttered again when she recognized the fury in his expression. Sit down, don't move, he ordered her, lifting her easily onto a tabletop. All of you, get up, he barked at the rest of the pack, and they scrambled to find their feet. Shisui-sensei turned back to Hinata. Healing chakra sparked to light in one hand as he leaned over her and he pressed it against her throat carefully. I just got through telling you how you almost died, why would immediate physical exertion ever sound like a good idea, he snapped. I'm not a medic nin. If anything more serious develops, I can't fix it. He glared over his shoulder at the rest of the pack staggering upright. Temari's cheeks were flushed, and sweat plastered her bangs to her forehead. Niji and Iisan's hair stood up in odd spikes, and Sai swayed on his feet. Naruto and Sasuke trembled from the effort just to stand still, and Sakura's eyes were vacant. Whose idea was this? He demanded. Temari raised her chin defiantly, and Shisui-sensei narrowed his eye at her. Did you even think? It was mine, Hinata interrupted in a hoarse croak, and Shisui-sensei whipped back around. Gods above, Hinata-chan, he grumbled. Everyone else, get out. What are you trying to prove, Hinata-chan, he asked, as if to himself as the others shuffled out. His chakra soothed the worst of the throb in her throat. I am not, Hinata said meekly, watching the cords on his neck stand out. She ducked her head guiltily. Shisui-sensei had already spent so much chakra and effort on healing her earlier. He caught her by the chin with his free hand. SHH. Careful, he murmured. Your team was supposed to go back out today, he reproached gently. I came back here to call you for your briefing. Heat rushed to Hinata's face. Sorry. The chakra in his hand coughed and died, and he shook his head ruefully. I am proud of you, for doing that for your friends, he admitted, ducking his head to meet her eyes. Just don't do it again. The mission can be postponed today, but the war won't always wait. The waning sun warmed Hinata's face, and though breathing deeply burned her abused throat, she welcomed the fresh air after spending most of the day underground. The bustling townspeople hadn't looked twice at her, but the press of people has suffocated her nonetheless, and she was relieved to escape the city proper for Mo's favorite perch by the harbor. Like clockwork, Ida would saunter up any second now. Hey, Mo-chan. Check this, Mo-chan, what happened to you? Ida grabbed her by the chin abruptly to get a better look at the angry bruising wringing her throat. Mo tried to smile, but the corner of her eyes crinkled, betraying the fresh pain from the sudden movement. Kumada, she whispered, and pressed her lips together. Her entire body ached and she could barely shuffle let alone walk, but her throat burned with fresh agony. Ida frowned, her mouth a dark slash in her pretty face. Told you to be careful, she said reprovingly. Check this out. She brandished a poster at Mo, the kind the city officials used to post announcements in the square and throughout the streets. There's some kind of new gang around mucking around the Kumada districts. They're real dangerous, and I want you to steer clear of that area for now. Especially since you got yourself beat up, she scolded, and shoved the poster at Mo. Mo took the poster and unfurled it. She sucked in a startled gasp. Where did you get this? Hinata stuttered, heart pounding. The inked picture was of her, or rather, Kyu, standing tall with battle fans brandished, face covered by a snarling wolf's visage and the rest of her in her fur cloak. Behind Inkyu crouched Gaara, similarly masked and cloaked, fingers curled into claws. Yorozuku, the poster read. Wolves, unknown organization wanted for questioning regarding criminal activities. Dangerous. Kupla streets down. They just put M up. From the shinobi, I think. Ida looked her curiously. What's wrong? Mo-chan. Hinata panicked, mind fizzling into blankness. Ida's eyes narrowed, then widened. You saw them, she said wonderingly, didn't you? She could not think of the words to dissuade the older girl, or a reasonable denial, so she nodded meekly. She glanced up at Ida beneath her eyelashes before fixating on the ground again. Mo. She needed to be Mo right now, not Hinata. Ida's gaze held a mixture of curiosity, horror, and badly concealed eagerness. Did they do that to you? She prodded. Mo nodded, still staring at the ground. Did you see them real close? Ida demanded. Yeah, said Mo, then frowned. Yeah, but she waved a hand at her face. What did they want? Asked Ida reverently. Mo paused and swallowed painfully. A home, she whispered. She kept the poster tucked into her waistband as she hurried back to her cellar in the South District, and it weighed down her steps and her mind. Her hands shook as she picked the lock, and she dropped her makeshift picks and her Mo persona both before she could jimmy the door. Sai melted out of the shadows at the bottom of the stairs, a slight frown marring his normally expressionless face at her visible agitation. Status? He asked, looking her up and down critically for any obvious new injuries. I am fine, said Hinata hurriedly. She yanked the poster out and thrust it at him. Curiously, he took the paper and unrolled it. His posture stiffened as he scrutinized it thoughtfully. He said. Shisui-sensei will want to see this. He reached behind him and unfolded a second poster, flattening it on top of the first. Hinata's eyes widened. This figure was hidden behind a battered Konoha Umbu cat mask and plain cloak, but she recognized him even in sketched lines by build and posture. That's... Yes, said Sai grimly, surveying the ink likeness of Shisui-sensei. False Umbu wanted for assault, arson, and impersonation of a Konoha shinobi, the poster read. Extremely dangerous, do not engage. Report all sightings to local authorities. Shisui-sensei sighed when he saw the posters, tired more than anything else. He studied them carefully, taking in every detail with a practiced eye. Finally, he rolled both back up. Well, he said at last, looking back up to the pack ringing the table anxiously. We have work to do, our Yorozuku. Pack code name cheat sheet. Team Suzaku, overall oldest. REI equals 0 equals Tamari, oldest. Ichi equals 1 equals Haku. Ni equals 2 equals Niji, N for Niji. Team Byakko. Shi equals 4 equals Suzuki, means death. Go equals 5 equals Sakura, like Go-Go Tamago from Big Hero 6. Roku equals 6 equals Naruto. Team Genbu. Shishi equals 7 equals Gaara, longest name, also shortest child. Haki equals 8 equals Sai, like that really loyal dog. Q equals 9 equals Hinata, biggest number, youngest child. Chapter 11, Itaki really, positively does not like blood. Mission Report D90. Operative Cat 15 and Target at 2 achieved rendezvous with targets at 1, at 3, at 4, Allied non-combatant ANHS and Allied combatants ACHN and ACNS, who had begun cohabitation with identification, Sabaku no Gaara, Jinhiraki, and identification, Sabaku no Tamari, heiress to the Sandaime Kaze cage. Designated as Allied combatants ACSG and ACST. Both are battle-tested and exhibit no aggression towards targets at 1, at 3, at 4, Allied combatants ACHN and ACNS, or Allied non-combatant ANHS. ACSG and ACST reported pursuit from Tsunagaku were probable, however, all past aggressors were subdued with prejudice. Cat 15 recommends continued alliance for better protection of targets. Status of all, insufficient nutrition, otherwise normal. Course of action, proceed to and establish new base of operations. Evade all pursuers if possible. Evaluate and monitor current abilities of all targets and allies. Provide critique and techniques to improve as necessary, including techniques for acquiring food covertly or in an uninhabited environment, concealment in urban and uninhabited environments, defensive and offensive maneuvers. No contact with enemy combatants. End report. Operative Cat 15. Itaki reached up to touch his mask. His fingers came away sticky and red-stained and he heaved an inward sigh. He seemed to spend just as much time cleaning off the mask as he did sharpening his kunai or oiling his sword. He crouched and apologetically reached for the nearest downed shinobi's shirt. Hanabiha barely had the supplies for feeding its shinobi, let alone extravagances like cloth for cleaning blood off blades. He stood and flipped the katana back up into its sheath. He surveyed the scene carefully. Clean white sand had turned gray and red, with bits of glass and charred wood scattered among the churned-up dunes. The tree line had been burned back 20 meters, and plumes of smoke still twined lazily into the sky. The beach was pitted with large craters, and an entire sand spit had been blown away entirely, its remains swallowed by the unrelenting waves. 12 crumpled bodies lay haphazardly on the shore or half submerged in the water, as if a careless child had discarded his dolls on his bedroom floor. He glanced back down at the nearest. The ends of the man's kiri-hitayate stirred limply in the wind, half-soaked in the blood seeping steadily from the wound in his chest where Itaki had stabbed him not a minute earlier. He turned his back on it all and walked back towards the open water. There was nothing left for him to do here. The waves were ablaze with the setting sun when he slowed his sprint just outside the camp. He paused to sign the pass code at the sentry before continuing in. Shinobi in battered armor and clothing stained by mud and blood glanced up and back down quickly as he passed on noiseless feet. He knew what they said, What shinobi wore his mask even among his own comrades? In a war such as this, where men slept head to foot and shared the same razors to shave, who was he to hide even his name? But Itaka's name was a weapon and a weakness in itself, and so he ghosted through the camp silently. Nobody called out to him, and he acknowledged nobody. The command tent sat in the center of the camp, a healthy 10 meters apart from the next nearest structures. Itaka sensed 6 chakra sources inside. He flared his chakra gently and entered without preamble. 6 faces looked up with varying degrees of annoyance, but at the head of the table, Jounin in charge Haraguni Amy straightened. "Take a break," she ordered. "We'll finish this in 10. Haraguni was a no-nonsense Jounin who had worked her way up through the general forces until her promotion to Jounin, after which she had automatically been reclassified to Command Corps. For that, she had Itaka's respect. Though she was only nominally in charge while Itaka was here, this was her first major wartime command, but she was no stranger to overseeing strategic engagements. She clasped her hands behind her back as the rest of the Jounin filed out. "Sector 37-25E is clear again," said Itaka as soon as the tent was empty. 12 total enemy combatants eliminated, prediction of 1 Jounin, 5 Chiyunin, 6 Genin. Status here. Haraguni nudged a trio of small markers, 2 light blue and 1 a darker blue, off the map on the table. It did little to dent the number of the hundreds of similar markers carefully scattered across the table in a rainbow of colors. "Stable," she said. "Our teams have pushed the front to the islands at 35-24N, but unless the Loyalists withdraw, we'll have to put in more troops to hold them down. I'm sending in Kitajima and Yamanoha's teams later tonight." Itaka nodded once in acknowledgement. "You have this well in hand," he observed. "I am returning to headquarters in 8 hours, and will bring your report. Have you anything else you wish to convey to command?" Haraguni tossed him the paper report and ran a hand through short-cropped hair. "Just that we're ready and awaiting orders," she said. "But if you run into the quartermaster, rip him a new one. The last food shipment was entirely beans. These shinobi can't fight on beans." "Noted," said Itaka. "I will notify you when I leave. Until then, I will be in my quarters." "Copy that," acknowledged Haraguni, fatigue weighing down her shoulders. "Have a good rest, Captain." Itaka slipped back out of the tent, and the Jounin squad leaders clustered too casually near the entrance shot him glances ranging from curious to wary to hostile. Though he knew each of them by name and through observation, they had little to do with him directly. As far as they were concerned, Itaka was a hunter-nin from the Kiri Hanran independently stationed at the Hanabi-ha base. He tipped his head up as he passed them, padding towards the small shack erected at the corner of the camp. His quarters, as they were small enough that they could use it as a coffin to bury him if he died unexpectedly in his sleep. The lowest side of the slanted ceiling just barely brushed the top of his head, and there was room enough for a bedroll, a small side table, his equipment, and little else. He pressed the tip of his finger to the wall and ignited his alarm seals with a spark of chakra. Only then did he reach up to pry the mask off his face. He flipped it over. Dried blood marred its smooth red and white surface, caked in the grooves of the Kiri symbol. He closed his eyes briefly and set the mask aside. That would be a problem for 6 hours later. Itaka. He pulled the bulky armor over his head next, tossing it down next to the table. Weapons pouch, holster, and sandals followed. He lay back at last, letting his aching muscles relax, and covered his eyes with one arm. He slept the sleep of the wartime shinobi, immediately, lightly, and insufficiently. When he woke, he spent an hour cleaning his armor, oiling his sword, and taking careful inventory of his supplies. When he finished, he put everything away methodically and strapped on his equipment. He pushed out the door into the night. Even good shinobi feared the dark when he knew what lay waiting. It was wise of him to do so. Itaka did not let such a fear consume him, but held it gently in the corner of his mind. The moon sent shimmering ripples across the ocean as Itaka stepped out onto the waves. Jounin Haraguni's forward base was located at a particularly precarious position in the overall war effort, having once been attacked thrice in a single day and consistently as it pushed ever closer to Kirigakure. However, one would generally be attacked fewer times traveling backwards to command than if one were scouting forward. His trip today was uneventful. About 6 hours in, He slipped aboard the stern of a merchant ship, unaffiliated with either side, and for a full hour ignored both the crew and the Kiri Jounin who stared at him suspiciously from the bow. This war still had rules. Civilian crafts were strictly off-limits for battle or even benign contact. He finished off a ration bar in efficient bites, then folded the wrapper and shoved it back into his back pouch. He left the passing fare in an envelope in the captain's door and dropped back over the side of the ship. He sank into the water and swam until the ship was out of sight, then surfaced and ran the rest of the way to Uzushio. Uzushio no Kuni, after Uzushiagakuer had quite literally been blasted off the map by Kiri, held nothing more than sleepy fishing hamlets, rice plantations, farmland, and 1.5 functioning ports. Out of respect for the spirits of the dead, the hidden village itself had been left unmolested and sat abandoned on the northern tip of the southern island. Naturally, as shinobi were equally superstitious but far less fearful than civilians, this is where the Kiri Hanran chose to make its headquarters. Itake's instincts flared to life, and he twisted out of the way as the water erupted next to him. He landed in a crouch, one hand on the hilt of his katana. "Stop." "No further," demanded the insurgent, rising out of the water. He wore a rebreather over his nose and mouth that distorted his words, and his hair was done up in a bun. A sheathed katana rested at his waist. "Identify yourself." "Hana and 141, Captain," Itake replied, letting his hand drop slowly. "And you?" The insurgent glared, wariness in the set of his shoulders. "Hana-an, my ass," he muttered under his breath. "Hanran Gun 419, Chiyunin. Hanran from the Kiri insurgency, Gun from Guntai, a member of the General Forces. Reporting into command from 30 to 20 forward base 025, said Itake. Passcode 4-7 Nexus 8-9-9 Raven Quota Raven. He stepped forward, but the other shinobi drew his blade in a flash of steel, and Itake lunged backwards, landing just out of reach. He narrowed his eyes. "I'm going to need to confirm that," Hanran Gun 419 said coldly, leveling the tip of the blade at Itake. "Wait here. Don't move." He signaled with his free hand, and a seagull swooped out of the air far over his head and winged back towards land. Itake slowly moved his hand back and straightened from his ready crouch, keeping his attention on the insurgent. The sun sparked against the water, boring into his eyes, though he could not and would not close them. Though he would not let his posture show how the days-long travel wore on him after days of non-stop combat, he very sincerely wanted to be horizontal for 4 hours, if not 12. Eventually, he sensed a burst of chakra, and the broad figure of Senta Kieo, designation Hanran and 046, commander in the Kiri Hanran, stepped out of a shunshin behind Hanran Gun 419. "What's the situation?" he said without preamble. Hanran Gun 419 stiffened. "Commander," he greeted without taking his eyes off Itake. "Just a routine identity check, sir." Itake waited patiently as the veins around Ao's covered eye briefly bunched with a surge of chakra, then relaxed. "Come with me, Captain," the older man said brusquely, turning abruptly in a swirl of his Haori. "As you were, Chiyunin." "Apologies for the inconvenience," said Itake as he fell in step with Ao back towards the island. "I did not expect you would be requested for something so trivial." Ao gave him a critical once-over with his exposed eye. "You're wanted in a briefing," he said gruffly. Itake held back a grimace. Any briefing with the Kiri Hanran involved Terumi Mei making overtures at either him or Kakashi Teika or both, Hanran shinobi glaring from just outside the room, and severe tests on his patience. "Very well," he said, and pragmatically let go of his longing for his bunk. The Kiri Hanran headquarters sprawled out on top of the ruins of Uzushiagakuer in a mishmash of makeshift wooden structures and tents. Shinobi in various states of preparedness, from fully armed and armored to simple Kiri Chiyunin Jounin Greys and the bare minimum Kunao holster, stared openly or subtly as they made their way to the command center. Salvaged from the sprawling academy complex, the command center stood as a tragic and ominous reminder of the village that once had been. Wooden boards were nailed over gaping holes open to the rooms below, and the holes in most of the doors were papered over. In the center of the complex, the teacher's office has been fortified and converted into main control room. As Itake padded after Ao, he felt the gazes of dozens of shinobi boring into his back. Guards lounged in nearby rooms and perched in the rafters, and to the one glared at Itake with suspicious eyes. Captain Hana and 141 is here, Ao announced drolly, pushing open the door. Itaka followed him in. Captain, Terumi May purred, lifting her head slowly from the mess of maps and reports on the mass of tables pushed together in the center of the room and regarding him beneath her eyelashes. She snapped her fingers dismissively at her less than impressed Hanran captains ringing the room. "Give us a minute, boys, ladies," she ordered, and her shinobi slipped out without complaint. Ao closed the door behind the last and leaned against it, arms crossed over his chest. Itaka touched his fingers to his mask in a silent salute when Kakashi Teiko looked up at him, and the other man nodded back once in acknowledgement. His hands were shoved casually in his pockets as he leaned back against an errant desk, keeping the entirety of the table's contents in his field of vision. "It's been a while since your last check-in, Captain," Kakashi Teiko noted, returning his attention to the map. "Hi," said Itaka simply. His report was not for their allies' ears. Kakashi Teiko nodded almost absently. Across the room, Fukaya Mako, designation Hanran and 593, May's third in command, tilted her chin up challengingly. "How goes the north, Captain?" "It holds," Itaka said politely. "And the east, Commander?" Fukaya narrowed her eyes at him, but deigned to answer. "The Mizukage holds the east close to his chest," she said begrudgingly. Itaka nodded, unsurprised. In a war where neither side possessed the shinobi necessary to patrol captured territory, Itaka's north front was prone to guerrilla raids by either side, while the eastern front saw the brunt of the pitched battles. May hummed. "Come, now, surely we needn't be so formal," she said. "It's only us, and I've even sent my captains out. I would love to see my allies face to face." Kakashi Teiko ducked his head to peel his mask off, hooking it to his belt. He flicked a glance at Itaka, and only then did he follow suit. "I'd like to bring my captain up to speed," he said. May flicked a dismissive hand. "Go ahead," she said. "Ao, come here." "We're moving headquarters," Kakashi Teiko said without preamble as the Hanran shinobi clustered on the opposite side of the room. Kiri Hanran and Hanabiha both. Itaka absorbed this silently. "Uzushio no Kuni is far from the front lines," he said, both a statement and question in one. Said Kakashi Teiko. "We've gained ground. We're too far away not to make effective battle decisions or respond to crises, and keeping our leadership away from the fighting takes some of our strongest shinobi off the board." Itaka tilted his head in a silent question, and Kakashi Teiko shook his. "Not the right time or place." "Very well," said Itaka. "Am I being reassigned?" "Yes," replied Kakashi Teiko, eye crossing back over to the map. "Your partner as well?" "Oh," said May brightly, giving up the pretense of not eavesdropping. "Will we finally meet this mysterious partner of yours at last?" "How is he? Or she?" "My partner and I have been working separate missions," Itaka deflected blandly. "Hana and 031, wasn't it?" May mused, tapping delicate fingers against her lips. "I'm sure our paths will cross soon enough." She clapped her hands together. "Now, the two of you are the official Hanabiha representatives for coordinating this strategic relocation, correct?" Agreed Kakashi Teiko. "We're here with the confidence of Commander Nara and Tsunadeheim." Good, said May thoughtfully, after a just too long hesitation. "Quite busy, are they?" Said Kakashi Teiko noncommittally. "Commander Nara is triaging the most urgent intelligence reports, and Tsunadeheim is in the hospital today. A pair of Chiyunin got a little too friendly with some shark summons." "A pity," May said. "Ao. Moving our men and equipment will be a challenge," the older shinobi said grimly. "We'd like to propose a clear split in responsibilities between Kiri Hanran and Hanabiha to make the move more efficient." 4 hours passed in the preliminary planning session before Kakashi Teiko politely but firmly excused himself and Itaka out with the pretense of reporting to Tsunade-sama. Kakashi Teiko eyed him carefully as they wove their way back out of the Hanran command center. "When's the last time you ate?" 12 hours ago, replied Itaka without hesitation. Wordlessly, Kakashi Teiko steered them towards the mess tent. "Eat first. Debrief later." Itaka lowered his voice to a register only the other shinobi's sensitive ears would hear. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi Teiko shook his head. In the hospital, he murmured. But Shizun's doing the rounds today. Ah. As nominal second-in-command of Hanabiha, a title he shared with Narashikaku, Kakashi Teiko had been issued his own quarters in a dilapidated apartment complex that housed other former members of the Konoha Command Corps, the Shirei-Bulleten. They took their meals from the mess tent to his apartment's living room. A flash of chakra lit the perimeter seals, and Itaka took his mask off, mirroring Kakashi Teiko. I know it's been a while since you took a break, Kakashi Teiko said, breaking the silence as they settled around his low table. I wanted to tell you something before you hear it in the official briefing. Itaka paused, rice halfway to his mouth. We're recalling Shisui, said Kakashi Teiko. We're bringing in the kids. The war's reaching critical mass, we're closing in on Kirigakure, and all combat-ready shinobi are heading to the front. Itaka set his rice down. The plan was to keep them away from the war, he said mildly, even as the first waves of anger and panic sent fire spiking through his veins. In response, Kakashi Teiko reached behind him and pulled a stack of paper from under the half-rotted couch. Itaka spared a moment to give the piece of furniture a wary glance before the other shinobi slapped one of the papers down on the table. Itaka leaned over it and stopped breathing. Yorozuku, the poster read. Organization of 6 to 12 individuals wanted for espionage, robbery, and other criminal activity. Below the words was a crude ink drawing, but Itaka recognized the bone masks San had carved for each of the children, the pack, and the furred cloaks Shisui had bought when they found the children for the first time. Kakashi Teiko set down another, then another, all with slightly different words and illustrations but the same meaning. Even with the Konoha Kumo War, even with Danzo's attention diverted, Itaka's brother was no longer safe in Kitakyushu. The last few were not Yorozuku posters, but of Irogumbu. Itaka grimaced. There is no need to bring them to the war, he argued. There is always Tetsu. Kakashi Teiko shook his head. Staying half a year in samurai territory was risky enough, he said. And San is not part of this war, but the kids are. They're genin now. They've infiltrated and evaded capture in a Konoha-held city, they're not helpless. They are still children, said Itaka, very carefully not balling his free hand into a fist. Surely 9 children will not affect the war overmuch. Maybe not, said Kakashi Teiko, his one dark eye fixed on Itaka. But 9 children including 1 former Umbu trainee, 1 former hunternin, and 2 Jinhiriki and Shunshin no Shisui will. Itaka stared at his food and examined Kakashi Teiko from his peripheral for a long moment. You did not want to bring Shisui back before, he noted. The captain did not move, but he suddenly seemed far more tired than the steely-eyed commander he had been in Mei's command center. We'll ease him in slowly. This war is not something I can protect him from any longer, he admitted quietly. Tsunade can't justify his missions any longer without revealing why she's keeping a top jounin and 9 genin on the mainland, not when his primary mission hasn't yielded results. He took a swig of his water like it was something stronger. And he's still a good shinobi. That hasn't changed. No, but Shisui had. He will not be happy, Itaka warned. More than anyone else on their team, Shisui had wanted to keep the children away from the shinobi life for as long as possible, and doubly so for a war such as this. We're taking full precautions to keep all of their identities secret, assured Kakashi. Shisui included. The masks San carved for the kids? That'll hide their faces from even Ao's Byakugan. Itaka narrowed his eyes. How? Well, said Kakashi Teiko. San is a witch. Itaka stared at him blankly. Ma, Kakashi Teiko amended. Some sort of priestess, probably. And she carved the same sort of privacy runes into the masks that she uses to keep her forest safe. Apparently her mother taught them to her. Her mother, Itaka repeated. The wolf goddess. Yes, said Kakashi Teiko, equally nonplussed. The runes have a blurring effect on the wearer, so no one can tell who they are as long as they keep those masks on. Pretty much like the standard Umbu masks. Itaka bleakly wondered how Naruto could be convinced to keep a mask on for more than 2 hours. And Shisui? He has met Ao in battle before. He will recognize Shisui's chakra. Kakashi Teiko grimaced. I called in a favor, he said, and reached under the couch again. This time he produced a porcelain umbu mask, like his own, but smooth and clean, painted with a smattering of feline gray-black spots. When he flipped it over, seals inked and carved spider-webbed from the center. There was only 2 men alive with enough knowledge in seal work to completely disguise a shinobi's chakra. What did this cost you? Itaki asked at last. Kakashi Teiko stared at the mask grimly before tossing it over to Itaki, who caught it automatically. Too much, he said. Let him know that if he breaks it, he owes me his firstborn. Your next mission is to take that and his next set of orders to him in Kitakyushu. Think of it as a vacation. Understood, said Itake, tucking it away in his pack. He straightened his back slightly, it screamed in protest at his continued ramrod straight position. Kakashi Teiko eyed him knowingly. The next briefing is not one you are required to attend, but I expect you in the briefing center at 1800 hours, he said. Get some rest, Itaki. Hi, said Itaki, letting himself slump just a little. Your old quarters were reassigned, Kakashi Teiko informed him. You're welcome to sleep here, though. He patted the couch. A chunk of rotted stuffing came away in his hand. Thank you for the offer, Teiko, said Itake, giving the couch a wary glance. I will sleep on the floor. Kakashi Teiko's visible eye crinkled. Nonsense, he said, casually tossing the stuffing off to the side of the couch. What sort of host would I be if I let a guest sleep on the floor? Itaka blinked once, slowly, and followed the only viable course of action. He ignored him. Itaka was glad to leave the Kiri Hanran Hanabiha headquarters and its stifling animosity behind. The red-orange rays of the sun skipped over the waves as he set off, and by the time he reached the coast of the mainland, 20 kilometers north of Kitakyushu, the sun was rising at his back. He picked his through the shadows where the sand turned into cliffs, towering high above the beach, hyper-aware of his bone-white armor and porcelain mask, but he sensed no one of significant chakra prowess, and the few on the beach's fishermen, an elderly couple on a morning stroll, did not notice him as he ghosted behind them. Itaka turned into the tunnels that would lead to the abandoned mine designated as Outpost 013 and came face to face with a battered umbu cat mask. Cousin, Shisui greeted. How is the cat hurting? Itaki asked politely. Please, scoffed Shisui, rolling his eye. You and I both know herding cats is much easier than keeping these brats in line. Come in. What are you doing here in person? Don't think I haven't noticed Kombu flying in and out of here, he warned. Itaka shrugged one shoulder. I could hardly sneak away from the front lines to visit Sasuke myself, he defended. It's not like Kombu talks, said Shisui. How's he even supposed to know that Big-Ass Bird is from you? You've never pulled him out in front of Sasuke-kun. I haven't summoned a single crow myself. He knows, Itaka said simply. Shisui shrugged and then glanced at Itaka suspiciously. Really, what are you doing here? Gods no Heitake could never send you on a milk run courier mission. Itaka hesitated, and Shisui came to a full stop to face him, his exposed eye searching Itaka's face. Teiko had a message for you, Itaka said at last. He thought it best it came from me. Shisui's shoulders slumped, and Itaka regretted the bitter understanding he saw in his cousin's gaze. Hit me, Shisui said tiredly. Itaka stared at him blankly and punched him in the shoulder. It was not a light blow. Ow! Shisui yelled, rearing back. You little shit. Who gave you permission to have a sense of humor? Perhaps I have had too many katon sent my way while being told to lighten up, Itaka suggested. It's my sworn duty as your older cousin to prepare you for the realities of the world, Shisui sniffed. And it is yours to respect your elders. He waved his hand at Itaka. Come on, what's the message? Itaka heaved an inward sigh. Operatives Hana and 010 and Hanashi 000-001-002-005-006-007-008 and -009 are to establish forward base 2535W and await further instruction. Shisui absorbed the information silently. That sounds pretty close to the front, he said at last. It is the front, said Itaka mercilessly. Shisui closed his eye and sighed, scrubbing one hand through his hair. I understand, he said. Captain. Itaki instantly frowned, but Shisui held a hand up, forestalling him. Don't, he said quietly. Orders I can take, but not from you. Not from my cousin. Itaka stayed silent for a long moment, and Shisui grimaced. Sorry, he said wryly. That's not fair to you. I know how you feel about this. Itaka tilted his head in acknowledgement. He would not begrudge Shisui this sentiment. You're being reclassified to take a forward command, he added. Yeah, I know, Jounin in charge, said Shisui. Ah, Itaka said dryly. It appears I have been remiss in conveying the message accurately. Operatives Hana and 010 and Hanashi 000-002-002-005-006-007-008 and -009 are to establish forward base 2535W, whereupon Operative Hana and 010 is to assume the title and rank of captain and await further instruction. Shisui shoved him, sending him stumbling forward a step. You ass, he complained. The corner of Itaka's mouth lifted in a victorious smirk. Kakashi Teika would never send me on a milk run courier mission, he reminded. I don't want a demmed promotion, scowled Shisui. That is likely why Kakashi Teika sent me to tell you, Itaka said reasonably. He slid the mask and scroll with Shisui's orders out of his back pouch and passed them both over to his cousin. A shinobi employs any tool necessary, up to and including your goodwill towards your favorite cousin. You better watch your back, Shisui muttered. I'm about to demote you to second favorite. Sasuke-kun hasn't set anything on fire for 10 whole days. He opened the scroll first. You know, he said, skimming its contents, when she was scraping me back together, Tsunade-sama said she would never put me back in the field without consulting me first. You are already in the field, Itaka pointed out. There are wanted posters of you that prove so. But in this case, I believe she may have simply signed a scroll Kakashi Teika put in front of her. That bastard, Shisui grumbled without much heat. He flipped the mask up for a better look. I take it this is for protection against an old friend. Said Itaka. Kakashi Teika would like me to convey to you that should this be damaged, he will marry your heir. Shisui shuddered. Good gods, he muttered. He really sold his soul for this thing. He hooked the mask onto his belt. All right, come on back to the mess, he said. The kids get curious if I'm gone too long, and Niji-kun can read lips through the back of people's skulls now, the little terror. The tunnels were nearly pitch black, but Itaka followed Shisui as he wound unerringly through the corridors until a faint flicker of light appeared ahead. Damp air turned a little fresher, cutting through the murkiness of the caves. Look alive, everyone, we have a visitor, Shisui announced, pushing his way through a rough-hewn wooden door. Itaka padded in after him and found himself in a relatively large, low-ceilinged room with a makeshift kitchen ensemble on one side, a large icebox, several large tables clustered in an approximation of counters, and crates of food or portable stoves and a pair of long tables ringed by benches on the other side. At the tables, 9 pairs of eyes moved between Shisui and Itaka, 8 unimpressed and 1 eager. Itaka swallowed a fond smile. You can cut the act, sensei, we know who that is, said Temari, propping her chin in one hand. Naruto and Hinata nodded agreement, the former empathetically, the later timidly. Shisui threw up his hands in disgust and flipped up his mask. Whatever, you brats, he growled. Naruto, go get Itaka-sensei some food. Itaka, sit. Naruto swung his legs over the bench and trotted off towards the pot steaming gently on the far counter, and Itaka slid neatly into his vacated seat and tucked his mask back onto his belt. Otauto, he said serenely. Sasuke's head jerked like he'd wanted to duck his head but stopped himself at the last second. Hi, Aniki, he said shyly. I trust your training and missions have been going well. Itaka prompted. We have successfully completed several missions, answered Sai from across the table. Beside him, Hinata shrank into her seat, face turning bright red, and Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly. Last night he cut himself off as Temari jabbed an unsubtle elbow into his side. Oh. I see, he said. Disregard that. No matter, said Itaka, even as he felt rather than saw Sasuke bristling next to him. His baby brother was rather cute when he was territorial. I am glad to hear you are doing well. He tilted his head back towards Sasuke. I hope Kambyu reached you well. Sasuke's brow crinkled. Kambyu? Yes, he did, he corrected himself, a faint dusting of red across his cheeks. Here's your food, Itachi-sensei. Naruto interrupted cheerfully, plopping down a bowl and chopsticks in front of Itachi. He hopped over the bench to sit on Itachi's other side. You're lucky, cause Haku made this, and if you came tomorrow you'd be had to eat Sakura-chan's slop. Hey! Sakura snapped, lunging to her feet and slamming her fists on the table. You're one to talk. Haku reflexively covered his mouth to hide a tiny smile. Neji wrinkled his nose as the soup slopped over the side of his bowl. His Byakugan was active, and distracted as he was, he made no great protest. We can just say that Sasuke is the best cook in Team Byakko, Temari cut in with a warning glare at Naruto before the fight could escalate. Sakura sat back down. I look forward to trying his meals, said Itachi genuinely, and Sasuke ducked his head bashfully. Will you be staying at the base for a while, Itachi-sensei? Inquired Sai. Itachi paused, setting down his chopsticks. Across the table, Shisui glanced up, eye whirling red, and caught him up in a genjutsu. No mission talk over breakfast, his cousin warned, words reaching Itachi alone through the illusion. There's time to break the news later, in the briefing room. HN, said Itachi noncommittally as Neji's eyes flickered between him and Shisui. I will not be here long. So, what ya talking about? Naruto piped up. Neji's doing the thing, so he sees Shisui-sensei using chakra and also his eyes red, so he's doing that thing where he makes you see things nobody else can see cause Shisui-sensei says you can't jump into a genjutsu if the person making it doesn't make you see it. They're called Byakugan and Sharingan, Neji muttered under his breath. Last night Naruto and Sasuke accidentally kissed, Shisui said in a rush, projecting a split-second snapshot of the memory with mischief glinting in his eye before he broke the genjutsu. Shisui has a fondness for telling stories at inopportune moments, Itachi said blankly. He detailed an incident last night in which you defiled my younger brother. Haku choked on his rice and coughed as Sakura outright cackled. Sasuke turned bright red and froze stiff. I did not. Naruto yelled. That bastard wasn't watching where he was going. We were sparring. Sasuke snapped. You were the one who tripped into my face. You didn't dodge. Naruto retorted, the tips of his ears blushing crimson. Masks up, Neji interrupted suddenly. Team Morita inbound. A general shuffle ensued as the children all reached for their bone wolf masks with well-rehearsed motions, Sasuke with perhaps more haste than strictly necessary. Shisui pulled his down from the top of his head, and Itachi followed suit. Bowls are on the counter, Morita, Shisui called as the man stepped through the doorway. Thanks. Morita jerked to a halt when he caught sight of Itachi sitting in the midst of the masked, cloaked children. His team peered around him and immediately straightened. This is Hana and 141, Captain, Shisui introduced. He'll be here for a couple of days. The one-eared Kunoichi Akikyo behind Morita hissed something in his ear and he snapped to attention. Captain, he stammered. Sir, what are you? I mean. At ease, said Itachi. This is not a briefing. Yes, sir, said Morita, and reluctantly edged into the room when Akiko prodded him insistently in the back. Welcome to the back alley of the war, Captain, said Nobu gruffly, pushing past Morita impatiently. Nothing here but rubbish and a rat infestation. We getting moved or something, sir? Behind him, Morita swallowed visibly. No, Itachi said honestly. He remembered the report on Morita's team and the brutalization of its members in the name of interrogation. It would be another month yet before command sent for them to return to active combat, if they could be spared for so long. Team Genbu, up and at M, said Shisui, and Gaara, Hinata, and Sai stood obediently, clearing space for the new team to sit down. Routine intel mission, he explained to Itachi. Care to join them? Itachi had been running all night, but he did wish to know how his students fared. I believe I will, he said, and very carefully did not react to Sasuke's slightly disappointed slump beside him. If it will not jeopardize your mission, Operative Haki. No, Captain, said Sai. Kyu will be above ground, but you are welcome to accompany Shishi in active surveillance or myself in the on-site control center. Itaka soon discovered that the on-site control center was in fact an abandoned grocery store, from which Sai sent ink creatures scuttling in every direction, and active surveillance involved mirroring Hinata's movements from underground, in the sewer. He followed Gaara as the boy wandered through the maze of tunnels, eyes half-lidded as he chose turns seemingly at random. Itaka sent out his chakra sense, but he could not differentiate Hinata's from the faint press of thousands above them. How are you following her? He asked, breaking the silence for the first time since he and Gaara had left the rest of the team. Gaara blinked, as if confused, and peered at him out of the corner of one black-rimmed eye. Are my sand, he said. There is some in her pockets. It calls to me. Itaka filed the fumble away for later consideration. That is clever, he offered. Gaara shot him a somewhat alarmed glance but otherwise did not acknowledge his comment. What is your purpose in following Kyu? Get her out alive if she is injured or captured, the Jinhuriki answered after a pause. Would Haki not be better suited for an extraction? Itaka prodded carefully. Another long pause. Gaara shook his head slightly, a tiny jerk in response to something Itaka could not hear. He uses too much chakra. For his scouts. He needs to save it to report back. I get her out. Said Itaka thoughtfully. It seemed to be a functional system, though likely not one that had needed to be tested. Hinata's preparations had been thorough, from contacts to clothing to a complete personality transplant. Her alias Mo was unlikely to be ruled suspicious by the Konoha shinobi that swarmed the city, as Nobu had worded it, like a rat infestation, because Mo herself did not think herself suspicious. And it seemed Danzu's men were far too preoccupied with the war effort to be bothered with policing the city, considering the lackluster response to even a Rogumbu in Kitakyushu. The pair lapsed into silence once again. Itaki observed Gaara even as they turned down a slime-encrusted corridor. He held himself with a strange self-assurance, at odds with the barely hidden agitation of his chakra shifting and roiling beneath his skin. He was not so feral as the defensive creature he had been when Teiku had corralled him back with the other children that first night in Tsuki, whose very chakra had growled as he hunched back against his sister in the dark of the forest. His behavior had been exactly while Jinhuriki were commonly chosen from the Kage's family, though clearly nobody had thought to account for Temari. Gaara had grown, since the 3 seasons since their first meeting. He was comfortable here, in Kitakyushu, with his role as silent, unseen protector, comfortable with his team and not just with Temari. Itaka was proud of that, and sincerely regretted that he would upend that. A small black shadow swooped over their heads. Gaara paused and regarded it thoughtfully. A tendril of sand slithered from his pack into his hand, and when he offered it to the ink bird, it was small and round and solid. Haki wants something tracked, he explained briefly, watching the bird wing away. He will drop the sand there for me to follow. Itaki responded, and Gaara sent him an unfathomable look out of the corner of his eye before continuing down the pipeline. Itaka considered Gaara's retreating back. Dissatisfaction, irritability, desire. He was missing something here, something not mission-related. Suzuki had always been an easy child for him to read, but Gaara particularly difficult with the Ichibai factored in. Suzuki's woes were easily enough assuaged with the offer of training. Perhaps that was applicable here as well? It has been 3 months since I last saw your team spar, he said. I look forward to seeing how your skills have grown. No reaction but for a slight relaxing of the shoulders. Itaka decided to count that as a positive response. Shinobi children perhaps were not so different across the board. One debriefing and one briefing later, Itaka stood with Shisui outside the briefing room as inside, 9 shinobi children exploded into chaos over the prospect of going to war. Itaki had been awake for over 30 hours, and given that the briefing room was not in fact soundproof, the noise was beginning to hammer distractingly at the inside of his skull. Shisui glanced over at him wryly. Let's find you somewhere to crash, he said. I think you've caused enough of an uproar for today. I did no such thing, Itaka protested. The words sounded very far away. You have all been ordered to position 25 to 35, west of Kirigakure, effective immediately. Please have all equipment ready to move by 0800 tomorrow, Shisui quoted sardonically. And then you walked out when they started yelling. In retrospect, Itaka perhaps could have worded that differently, but he was quite tired and no longer in an active combat zone. Shisui slung an arm over his shoulder, carefully projecting the movement. Come on, he said. Let's find you a bunk. We don't really have a spare room in the north wing, that's where the pack and I crash, but there's an empty room in the south wing where Morita's team is. No, Itaki interrupted. Your room is fine. Shisui stopped. Sure, he said affectionately. My room it is. Shisui's room boasted only slightly slimy walls and one wooden deck spanning half the floor area, on which he kept both his equipment and his bedroll. Itaka took half a second to appreciate this before he let his mind short-circuit. He dropped his equipment next to Shisui's, shucked his sandals, and tugged the blanket over himself. Okay, Shisui said above him, amused. Steal my blankets, no problem. Itaka closed his eyes, deliberately ignoring him. After a moment, the deck shifted as Shisui climbed up as well, settling down with his back against Itaka's. Sleep well, cousin, he murmured, his voice reverberating through Itaka's own chest. I've got your back. Itaka would have punched him again, but he was already mostly asleep. When he awoke, he felt relaxed, which instantly put him on edge. He gently shifted Shisui's arm off his chest and sat up. The one other dorming room in the north side of the base, down the rough-hewn tunnel about 3 meters, rattled with the sound of shinobi children packing their clothes and equipment with what sounded like varying shades of panic. Comparatively, as Shisui never kept anything unpacked that he couldn't leave behind and Itaka hadn't needed to take anything out the night before, Itaka felt no great compulsion to do anything other than sit and savor the calm. Behind him, Shisui shifted and sat up. Hey, he murmured, scruffing a hand through his hair. Itaka glanced over. His cousin was not wearing the bandages he'd taken to swatting his face with, and both eyelids slit open to reveal one gray-black eye and a hint of the glass that had replaced the missing one. It is morning, Itaka noted. Yep. Shisui patted him on the head absent-mindedly. That's why they call you genius. Want some breakfast? Itaka paused, remembering Naruto's attempt at dinner the night before. Who's cooking? He asked cautiously. Shisui huffed a laugh. No need to worry. I am. Oh gods, Itaka said dryly, and sidestepped his cousin's jab. Despite his needling, Shisui, given his 7 to 10 year advantage over the children, was a better cook than most of the pack. Itaka leaned against the counter and occasionally passed him a bowl or knife, but mostly just watched as he filleted a handful of fish, sliced a bundle of scallions, and julienned gobier root. He moved with an ease Itaka recognized from the battlefield, his shoulders loose and relaxed as he swept a rack of fish over the open flame. Shisui may have been bred for battle, but in another life, peace would have suited him well. Temari shuffled into the kitchen first, hair tied up hastily and eyes half closed. Morning, Itaka-sensei, Shisui-sensei, she said, and wandered over the benches to slouch over the table. Morning, Temari-chan, greeted Shisui cheerfully, scooping rice into a bowl. Who's on watch? Gaara, she yawned, resting her head on crossed arms. Haku drifted in next, every stitch of clothing perfectly in place. Good morning, Shisui-san, he said. Good morning, Itaka-san. Itaka cracked an egg over the first bowl of rice and nodded back at him. Do you need any help? No, but thanks, Haku-kun, Shisui called over his shoulder. Are you all packed? Haku drew closer to the counter. I believe everyone except Naruto and Sakura are finished. Sasuke is spectating, Hinata is attempting to help, and Sai and Niji are silently judging their efforts. Said Shisui, transferring the fish to a platter. That does sound about right. Haku reached over for the finished rice egg bowls. Yesterday, at the briefing, he began hesitantly. You said we were going to the front lines, Itaka-san. Yes, Itaka agreed implacably, even as Shisui hesitated for just a split second. The war will be approaching Kirigakura itself very soon, and all active forces are being called to the front. Will we see Zabuza-san? Asked Haku a little too casually to not sound hopeful. Yes, said Itaka, and Haku tilted his head down to hide a smile. I believe we will. The beginnings of conversation were lost as the rest of the pack and the low-grade Chaos Naruto trailed behind him like a cloak spilled into the kitchen, and Itachi turned back to his self-appointed task of cracking eggs into rice. Gaara drifted in as Sai and Sakura carried the rest of the food to the table, and Itachi handed him the last bowl of rice. Status on Morita's team, asked Shisui as he slid down next to Itachi. Late night training session. They are all still sleeping, Neji reported, letting his Byakugan fade. No mask meal. No mask meal. Naruto chanted, stabbing for the fish with his chopsticks. Sakura elbowed him neatly in the ribs and stole the fish when he flinched. Shisui rolled his eye fondly. Naruto would never be, as they said, a typical shinobi. How will we reach position 2535, asked Sai, passing the platter of gobu to Haku. Logically, we cannot run the entire way, as Naruto would surely drown. Hey! Naruto interjected indignantly. But stealing a ship from a Konoha port while Konoha is at war with Kumo is highly risky. We could disguise ourselves as Konoha shinobi, Sakura suggested, a mad glint in her eye. Pirate attacks are not uncommon, Neji contributed. Whoa, whoa. Shisui frowned, holding up one hand bemusedly. Nobody's stealing a ship. We're just going to board one like regular passengers. 9 pairs of eyes swung from Shisui to Itachi dubiously. Really? Asked Sasuke. Yes, said Itachi. Shisui rolled his eye. You can't just trust Shisui-sensei, who's pulled your collective asses out of too many fires to count. Sorry, sensei, Temari said, not the least bit repentant. Aren't you not supposed to say that word? Naruto piped up. It is uncough, agreed Neji, wrinkling his nose. No, fire, Sakura corrected. Because of what happened last time with Sasuke and the sausage cart. Shisui-sensei thinks it'll give him more ideas. That was an accident, Sasuke scowled, slinking down in his seat a little. Itachi had a feeling that was a story he would like to hear at greater length at a later time. We will all disguise ourselves as regular civilians, and board the Okamaru, bound for islands off the south coast of Uzushio no Kuni, he said instead. 100 kilometers away from the destination, we will disembark and make our way on foot. He paused. Yes, he said to Sakura's hesitantly raised hand. Can we fly? She asked hopefully. Temari has her fan and Sai made this really giant bird one time. Itachi glanced at Shisui, who nodded long-sufferingly. There was another story not yet told there. If San and Temari can spare the chakra, we may fly for a short distance after disembarking the ship, he allowed. Yes. Naruto hissed gleefully, and even Hinata perked up. Itachi briefly wondered if he had made a grave mistake. I should not have to remind you how dangerous this will be, Itachi said quietly. But I will do so anyways. The table grew abruptly silent as hands stilled on chopsticks. You are entering real war, an active war zone, he said. Everyone you meet out there will actively strive to kill you or subject you to an even worse fate. Here, in Kitakyushu, you have had the luxury of a distracted enemy and unaware targets, but in the battles for Kiri, you will have neither. He met each of their eyes, reading the fear and defiance and determination and resolve in each of them. Trust each other, and trust your sensei, he finished. There is no one who would rather see you survive this than we. Don't worry about us, sensei, Naruto chirped. We'll kick their butts. We have trained for this, agreed Neji. We're ready, Hinata added, raising her eyes to Itachi's. We'll make you proud, said Temari with fierce conviction. Sensei. Naruto whined, and Itachi wondered if he couldn't simply disappear over the side of the ship and leave Shisui to herd the children. He must have gotten quite good at it with 3 months' worth under his belt. Yes, he asked patiently, keeping his eyes on the far horizon. Naruto squinted at him suspiciously from over the bandages swatting his lower face. His sun-bright hair had been dyed a deep red-brown, and he had attempted to wear colored contacts, only to poke his eyeball too many times by mistake, and had so given up. His eye was still red and puffy. Are we there yet? Itachi could just genjutsu him into silence, and no one would be the wiser. No, he said with remarkable patience. Then, struck by sudden genius, Why don't you ask the other sensei what we will be having for lunch? Naruto perked up. Oh, he said, and pattered off to the opposite side of the ship. Itachi watched him go remorselessly before turning back to the vast sea. After a moment, a more unobtrusive presence replaced him. Itachi allowed himself a small smile as Sasuke leaned against the rail beside him. I didn't know you had crows, his brother said gruffly, conscious of the prying ears aboard the ship. His voice was still too high for Itachi to take him seriously. My cousin kept them, Itachi said. After he died, he left them to me. Except he didn't die, or he didn't stay dead. Itachi remembered the first time Kombu and his flock had come to him, perching like gargoyles in his favored training ground until he was surrounded by the death omens, the vice that squeezed his chest when Shisui's favored Mirin had presented their summoning scroll. His cousin's name faded into grey just as their contract had faded after his death. Shisui was now the only summoner in the crow's contract to appear twice. Sasuke absorbed that quietly. I've never seen them before. Sasuke had been 5 when Itachi inherited the crows, but Itachi had never summoned the flock in Konoha or on a team mission. He'd kept the flock and what they represented a secret, buried down in his ribcage next to his heart. Itachi did not like to think of what Orochimaru had done to Shisui, how he must have chased his cousin's spirit from his mortal body long enough to sever a summons contract before dragging him back. He had never liked summoning the crows those first months because of what they meant, but gradually the flock became his as much as Shisui's. My cousin did not keep them out in the open, and neither did I, he answered. For all that Shisui had been the Uchiha's prized dark horse until his disappearance and presumed death, his known idiosyncrasies, many friendships outside the clan, no particular predilection for katanjutsu, use of a tanto instead of a full katana had been outnumbered by those he kept secret, including his crow summons when the Uchiha's favored contract was with the Ninako. I like them, Sasuke said decisively, dragging Itachi's attention back to the present. I am glad, said Itachi, glancing down fondly at his brother's now short-cropped brown-blonde hair. I did not mean to be separated from you for so long. He paused. Perhaps you can show me what you have learned in that time, later, he suggested. Sasuke straightened slightly before forcibly relaxing. Yeah, maybe, he said, keeping up the pretense of disinterest. Fellow sensei, Shisui gritted out behind him. Itachi turned to see a wide, fixed smile plastered on his cousin's face. In the background, Naruto peered at them, waving his hands animatedly as he chattered at a stone-faced Gaara. Like vultures sensing a dying animal, the rest of the pack perched casually in their vicinity. No, Itachi said politely. We too do not require food at this time. Shisui glowered at him, and had they been on dry land Itachi was quite sure he would have attempted to incinerate him with the force of his glare alone. I will get you, Shisui promised, and stalked towards the stairs that would lead below deck. The pack trailed him down in 2s and 3s. Itachi did not watch them go, but instead stretched out his chakra sense as far as it would go. Civilian ships had been neutral ground since the war began, but the oceans were not. By the time the ship reached the drop point, night had fallen. The ever-present ocean wind streaked sticky fingers through Itachi's hair, and he was glad to be able to bundle it back into its customary ponytail. Over, Shisui urged, chivying the pack over the side one at a time. Once again swathed in their fur cloaks and bone masks, they vaulted over the railing silently and lightly. Shisui hopped over after them, and Itachi followed last of all, hunter nin mask over his face once again. The Orochimaru plowed past, showering the 11 crouched atop the surface of the water with sea spray in its wake. Haki, you're up, ordered Shisui. Sai nodded acknowledgement and swept out a scroll as long as his arm. His brush danced over the surface, and a great seahawk bloomed in black and white. He lifted his hand into a seal, and in a bust of air and chakra, the creature peeled off the paper and took wing under their feet, growing ever larger until its wingspan rivaled the Orochimaru's length. Sai staggered as his foot slipped, unbalanced by the loss of the chakra he'd used to will his bird to life, and sand snaked around his arm to haul him back upright. Good to go? Asked Shisui, watching him balance himself on the neck of his creature. Hi, said Sai, rolling up his scroll and sliding it back under his cloak. Until the chakra in this construct is fully used, it will bear all of our weights. On a silent signal, the construct beat its wings powerfully and swept them high above the waves. Itake had leapt and run through trees, but flying was an entirely new experience. His crows were minor summons, nowhere near large or strong enough to bear him on their backs as Sai's Inkhawk did now. Had anyone asked, he would have professed no great love or hatred for the experience, but in truth, after just 1 minute in the air, Itake would not have chosen to fly if it were not the most efficient option. Each stroke of the wings jarred his entire body, and Itake appreciated for perhaps the first time the intimate knowledge Sai must have for the mechanics involved in keeping such a creature aloft. Nevertheless, he settled in a loose crouch on the bird's back. Niji knelt at his side, his dojutsu active as he fixed unseeing and all-seeing eyes on the horizon. Itake watched as the ocean flashed by, mentally checking off landmarks on his mental map as Shisui directed Sai at the bird's head and the pack settled in alertly between them and himself. The ink construct was admittedly much faster than the Okameru, and as he discovered as they both overtook and dwarfed a flock of seagulls, much faster than an ordinary animal. Time and waves alike sped past. "Ah," said Sai abruptly when the moon had long passed its zenith. "I believe." The rush of air muffled Sakura's surprised shriek as the ink creature dispelled with a soft puff. Itake's stomach slammed into his lungs, ripping his breath away as the ground suddenly dropped out from beneath his feet, plunging him into a free fall. He twisted midair, grabbing for Niji, who was nearest, and bleakly indulged his justification in his distaste for flying. "Hinata-sama," Niji gasped, even as he hooked one arm around Itake's shoulder. The ocean sparkled ever closer beneath him, but the roar of wind and vastness of the blue-black sky battered his senses and he took a precious few seconds to consider his options. A whirl of movement caught his eye as Temari whipped the fan off her back and snapped it open instinctively, catching her fall and bearing her back up. She leaned over the edge and snagged Hinata by the back of the cloak, dragging the smaller girl up behind her. Haku threw out his hand and slammed feet first into the ice mirror that appeared in a flash of light. Itake could brace his own fall from any height, and he knew Shisui could as well. However, the children would not have had much opportunity to perfect the technique, and Itake would greatly prefer they not attempt it for the first time from 400 meters above the ocean. Shisui threw himself into a midair shunshin, tackling Sasuke out of his tumble, and Itake felt a rush of relief and gratefulness and guilt. 5 meters below Itake, Gaara's eyes closed. They had fallen far enough now that through the stinging of his eyes and hair whipping in his face, Itake could see the ocean churning beneath them. A curious circle frothed directly beneath them, and from this erupted a massive fountain of sand. Like branches towards the sun, the pillar streamed upwards, reaching for Gaara and the others with grasping claws. "Too fast." "Gently," Shisui shouted, the word nearly carried away by the wind. Gaara bared his teeth in a snarl of concentration, eyes slitting open, and Itake could not tell if the green glow of his eyes was chakra or just a trick of the light. Naruto hit first in a plume of sand, then Sakura and Sai to either side of him with audible thumps. Gaara alighted behind the three, the sand cradling him as it collapsed in on itself, carrying them down to the water. Itake twisted away to the side of the sand tree for a cleaner impact on the ocean's surface and gripped the back of Niji's neck with a stabilizing hand. He landed in a crouch, and the force of his landing sent a shockwave blasting through the water beneath his feet. Not a second later, a second ripped through the waves as Shisui hit the water. Cautiously, Itake let go of Niji, who wobbled before finding his feet. He eyed the boy carefully. "Are you unhurt?" "Eh. Thank you," Niji said grudgingly, stepping away hastily. His roughly cut hair stuck out at odd angles behind his mask, and Itake forced down the sudden urge to smooth his hair down. Niji had never quite seemed one for gestures of affection. "Oh, man, that was awesome," Naruto breathed, stumbling off the sand onto the choppy waves. "That was super cool." "Gaara, you're so cool." Gaara's mask had been knocked askew and his face had turned red, but from embarrassment or the wind Itake was not sure. "That was crazy," said Sakura, voice still shrill. "I can't believe we didn't die." Shisui stepped over the remains of Gaara's sand as it sank back below the waves. "That was a close one," he said unconcernedly. His new mask still sat perfectly in place, hair wind-tousled as ever. Behind him, Sasuke did an unwitting impression of a cat that had been caught out during a windstorm. "Good catch, Gaara-kun." He peered up at the sky to see Temari's fan still circling above them, but drifting lower. Moonlight glinted off the ice mirror that grew laboriously from the sea spray, and presently Haku's image appeared before the younger shinobi himself stepped out. Like Shisui, he appeared entirely unruffled, mask still firmly in place and cloak draped about his shoulders as if he had gone on a midnight stroll. That was unexpected, he noted placidly. I will have to suggest that we run the rest of the way. I do not have the chakra to animate another construct of that size, in any case, Sai admitted, grabbing absently for Naruto's shoulder for support. We are within 50 kilometers of the target site, said Itachi, scrutinizing the waves. Continuing on foot should prove no great obstacle. However, we should move quickly. A chakra output of that magnitude would not have gone unnoticed. Tamari's fan tipped to deposit her and Hinata atop the sea foam. She landed in a crouch, swinging the fan back shut. What does that mean? She demanded. Gaara-kun used a lot of chakra to catch our people here, said Shisui, patting Sakura on the head. In this kind of war, Kiri will probably send a scouting party to find out where we set up a base, and if they think we're a big enough threat, they'll send a squad to take us out. They're going to try and kill us. Naruto yelped. It's a war, idiot, of course they're trying to kill us, Sasuke snipped back, eyes still wild behind his mask. Yeah, but Naruto waved an expansive hand at the ocean around them. Now, Kiri shinobi are more at home in the water than shinobi of any other nation, Haku interjected helpfully. It is easier to catch you off guard when you are exposed like this. What do you mean, you? Sasuke said slowly. I did used to be a hunter nin of Kirigakure, Haku pointed out. He glanced at them apologetically. Konoha shinobi were the easiest to take down on open water. Naruto looked mortally offended. What about Suna? He complained. They don't even have any water. Tamari shrugged. There's the elemental disadvantage to consider, too. Suna shinobi don't do much water walking, but it's not too different from sand walking. As much as this self-education thrills me as your sensei, Shisui interrupted, we really need to go. Itachi. Although this was technically Shisui's command, Itachi's sense of urgency did not have time to politely and respectfully argue his cousin into making the decisions. Ichi will take point with me, he said, nodding at Haku, who inclined his head gracefully. Rei and Ni will follow. Shi, go, and Roku after, then Shishi and Kyu. Haki and Jiraiya, rearguard. He paused, and Naruto raised his hand. Itachi resisted the urge to sigh. Yes. Do you have a cool code name? Naruto chirped. Itachi stared blankly. Hana and 141, Captain, he said, and turned. NINQ, trade off keeping watch, he ordered, and took off in a sprint across the waves, Haku by his side. We can't call him that, Naruto huffed distantly behind him. That's way too long. Logically, we can use his identifying number, as the rest of us do, suggested Sai. 141. Hyakushi Jiryuichi is way too long, Tamari disagreed from 5 meters back. And if we use Ichi Shiichi it just sounds like you're calling Ichi and Shi. Itachi did not sigh or pinch the bridge of his nose, though he was beginning to see the appeal. If Tamari joined the conversation, it legitimized the topic of discussion. He's a captain, Sasuke contributed. Just call him captain. We can't call him captain, the captain's captain, Naruto argued. What about just sensei? Asked Sakura, sounding slightly out of breath. Not your sensei, Gaara grumbled, the words nearly carried away by the wind. Enemy territory, kids, Shisui reminded from the back. Let's cut the chatter. A shinobi knew better than to gamble on one's luck. The gods would surely strike down such presumption, and barring that, an enemy would simply find a hapless prey who had let their guard down to indulge a flight of whimsy. Hope, however, had sustained all sorts of lives through innumerable trials, and did in part fuel Hanabiha at large. Thus, Itachi was both unsurprised and disappointed when Hinata called, in Kyu's unwavering voice, that a team of 4 shinobi each was approaching from the front on either side. An excellent sensor could report 4 shinobi with well-developed chakra systems, 2 with mildly developed chakra systems, and another 5 with the ability to manipulate chakra. A merely good sensor would sense 9 child-sized chakra sources and 2 muted adult-sized chakra sources and the execution of a Chiryunin-level jutsu. Several possibilities, then, for the approaching Kiri shinobi. 8 shinobi of upper guntai caliber judged to be able to handle 11 assorted guntai genin and chiryunin, 8 shinobi of both the guntai and shirei bulleten capable of taking down suspected shirei bulleten genin teams, or a fully shirei bulleten squad capable of completely eradicating other chiryunin jounin teams. No chances. Itaka glanced over his shoulder and met Shisui's eye. His cousin nodded once. Q, North Team. Ni, South. Tell me everything you can about the shinobi weapons, chakra systems, body build, Shisui ordered. North side 3 male, 1 female, Hinata reported. Estimate 3 chiryunin, 1 jounin from chakra system development. Female and jounin male are slight and carry basic weaponry. 1 male medium build with a katana, 1 male heavy build, wrapped hands. South side, also 3 male, 1 female, said Niji. I predict all 4 are jounin with well-developed chakra systems. 1 male, 1 female carry katana. Based on body language, the female is the leader. 1 other man is medium build and carries basic weaponry, the other carries Fuma shuriken. Team Suzaku, we're going in hard and fast, Shisui decided calmly. Target the North Team only. Ichi, get your team in, then Rei and Ni, you have the swordsman. I'll meet you there. I'll take the jounin. Ichi, box the last 2 in until Team Byakko gets there. Hi, Haku acknowledged, his voice gone cold and hard. Tamari and Niji echoed him, exchanging glances. Team Byakko, you're in charge of the heavy male, Shisui continued. You're not as fast as Ichi or I, but get in as quickly as you can and either take him down or stall until Ichi is done with his target. We got this. Naruto reassured. We won't let you down, Sasuke agreed, voice low. Team Genbyu Shisui hesitated for a moment. Once we go after the North Team, we'll have a team of 4 jounin who are going to do their damnedest to get to the fighting. Your job is to stop them, because if a single one of them gets to us before our battles are over, the chances of one of us dying triples. Itaka will engage the jounin, and hold as many as he can for as long as he can when they pursue, but he can't be everywhere, and neither can I. You don't need to face them directly, just deflect. Got it. Hi, Sai responded crisply. Itaka's hand ached for the hilt of his katana. He settled for training his eyes to the side, towards his 4 targets. By himself, he would take his time and pick them off one at a time, but the circumstances and the stakes were different today. 1 kilometer and closing, Niji reported. Most shinobi could effectively shunshin half a kilometer into or out of battle and still have the wherewithal to fight, while gaining the distance or element of surprise to do so effectively. As far as Itaka knew, Shisui had once performed a shunshin 6 kilometers into battle and single-handedly extracted a besieged genin team. Although Shisui had skirmished in the streets of Kitakyushu, he had not fought in a pitched battle since the night his eye had been stolen, but Itaka recognized the hard set in his cousin's eye. Like many of his comrades who had seen death young, the war had never truly left him. On my mark. Shisui's voice took on the hunter's purr Itaka had not heard in 5 years, the promise of danger that other shinobi had literally fled from after realizing who had spoken. 500 meters, Hinata said. Go. Shisui snapped, and vanished in a burst of chakra. A surprised shout broke the silence in the distance as he landed in the middle of the Kiri team, blade first. Immediately, Haku dragged Tamari and Niji through the mirror that materialized in a flash of ice and chakra. A twinkle of light across the water answered, and the team exploded out the mirror on the far side. Charge, roared Naruto, barreling across the water, Sasuke and Sakura at his heels. Itaka perhaps needed to have a conversation with him regarding the wisdom of letting the enemy know one's intentions. Team Genbyu, intercept. Itaka ordered as the south team broke into a run, and darted forward. He threw out a wide genjutsu first, snaring the entire team in a sensation of the water beneath their feet growing thick and sticky, dragging them down. One stumbled, the rest barely paused before shaking off the illusion. Suten, Mizuumi Nobara, he muttered, and this time the water that sucked them down was no illusion. The ocean rumbled, and a wall of sand breached the waves. Hinata dashed behind him on light feet and leapt up on top, drawing both her fans in one smooth movement as she sank into a ready crouch on the crest of the rising wall. High above, Sai circled on a small ink bird. Itaka stepped forward unhurriedly as the Kiri team escaped his trap one by one. 4 against 1, traitor, the leader said coldly, drawing her katana in a hiss of steel. Tell your genin to come home before they are labeled the same. Itaka tilted his head, the stolen hunter-nin mask still covering his face. I cannot do that, he admitted. I will end this quickly. Damn it, we don't have time for this, snarled one of the shinobi behind him. Hirei and Yoshida, go help Ibuka's team, the kunoichi directed without taking her eyes off Itaka. We can take care of this. The two shinobi nodded sharply, but as they leapt forward, Itaka brought his hands up in a seal, and a Mizu Bunshin blurred up out of the water to block their path. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that, he said, and drew his sword with his Bunshin in tandem. The kunoichi lunged to attack, and Itaka sank into calm. He deflected the first slash and flicked his own blade backwards, but she whirled out of the way. Movement flashed in the corner of his eye, and he threw himself into a backwards shunshin as the second swordsman bisected the air where he'd been standing. One of the shinobi facing Itaka's Mizu Bunshin ducked its slash and slammed a kunao through its chest, dispelling it in a splash of water. The other leapt over Gaara for the top of the wall, and shouted in surprise as the wall stretched reaching claws back towards him. Hinata dropped down to dart along the sand arm towards him. Itaka activated his Sharingan in a split second and hurled another genjutsu at the second shinobi leaping for the wall before blinking the jujitsu away as the other man froze. He turned in time to sidestep the kunoichi's pounce and whirled out of the way of the second swordsman. Itaka would have to trust the children to keep the jounin busy for now. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto's faint shout rose above the clash of metal, and a brief burst of fire bloomed from beyond Gaara's wall. A shriek cut off midway. You bastards, the swordsman snarled, swinging hard and fast at Itaka's neck. Itaka executed a neat shunshin, then another in quick succession to evade the swordsman and kunoichi's blows. Suiten no Jutsu, snapped the shinobi who'd been caught in Itaka's genjutsu, and Itaka leaped up high as the Suiten tore through the air, leaving deep divots in the ocean's surface. Suiten, Suiari Udan no Jutsu, Itaka countered, flashing through the seals one-handed, and his dragon reared up out of the water and lunged towards all three with a fanged maw. He chanced to glance backwards at his team, besieging the Kiri shinobi. Spikes of sand shot out of the wall, dogging the shinobi's steps as he swung his folded Fuma shuriken at Hinata, who countered with a battle fan. Inkbirds dove at his eyes, and he swiped at them with the kunao in his free hand. Itaka's attention snapped back abruptly as the kunoichi erupted out of the water directly in front of him. He deflected her, slipping out of her path, when she whirled back towards him. He ducked her next blow, reversed his grip on the hilt of his katana, and took 3 quick steps back to stab it backwards into the swordsman charging at him from behind. The tip sank cleanly into the shinobi's chest and straight out his back. The man choked. Itaka yanked the blade back out in one smooth movement, and blood splattered on his cloak as the man tipped forward, motionless, the sword dropping out of one nerveless hand and sinking below the waves. Itaka brought his katana, still dripping blood, back down to his side and carefully eyed the kunoichi who had pulled up short. The kunoichi stared at the body of her teammate, eyes narrow and mouth twisted into a disgusted grimace. How dare you, she said softly. Itaka said nothing, as there was nothing to be said. He knew what he was, war-made monsters of every man. The kunoichi swept her blade behind her. Dance of the cicadas, she snarled, and blurred forward until first 2, then 4 of her and her clones streaked towards him. He could not move backwards, Gaara's wall would box him in. Lightning fast, Itaka drew a kunao to block the blade whistling towards his left side and deflected a strike at his throat before flicking his sword down, catching another blade on his katanas and another on its hilt. He shoved, desperation lending him extra strength, and hurled his kunao as he dove under a swinging blade. It flew true, and then Itaka faced 3 of the relentless kunoichi. Incoming! Hinata's nervousness bled into Kyu's breathless voice. Team of 4 jounin towards the north team. None of them had the ability to help their teammates in the other battle. Hold position. Itaka ordered, spinning out of the way of the kunoichi's assault. It was time to end this fight. He substituted out of the way of a water tendril lashing through the air from the other shinobi. He substituted again almost immediately, out of another of the Kunoichi's 2-point attacks, and landed with his back to open water. "You're done for, now," sneered the ninjutsu specialist, hands already flickering through another set of seals. "You and your little kitties over there." Itachi narrowed his eyes in response. Hinata gasped behind him, high and panicked, and he glanced up to see her stumbling backwards from the Kiri Jounin as he leaped above Gaara's grasping sand. With a snap of his wrist, the Fuma shuriken extended and he hurled it, knocking one of the fans out of her hand. Sai's bird dove in a sharp arc, but a second shuriken clipped its wing and splattered the construct in a spray of ink. Then Itachi had no time to look, because the water rose up around him like snake heads ready to strike, and he leaped out of the way, straight into the blades of 2 of the Kunoichi. He swung his katana up and released the chakra buoying his feet, diving into the water beneath her. At the same time, he wove his chakra into a potent genjutsu so she would see him charging her. She froze, and her bunshin dispelled one after the other as she watched them meet their end under Itachi's genjutsu. She would see her death, too, and Itachi's illusion would make it reality. Now to deal with the ninjutsu specialist. A shunshin put him behind the man, who swung around with a snarl on his face, and the water beneath Itachi's feet erupted in a geyser. Itachi let the momentum carry him up, flipping sideways, and darted forward. His katana met a kunao, his backswing hit wood as the shinobi substituted out of the way, but Itachi knew where he'd be and snared him in another genjutsu when the shinobi alighted behind him. It took only a second for the shinobi to rip himself free of the hastily constructed illusion, but Itachi only needed the 1 second to slide his blade beneath the man's ribcage. Hinata cried out. Malevolence surged behind him, and Itachi glanced up sharply to see Gaara's sand snare the last hapless Kiri Jounin, crawling up his ankle and up the struggling shinobi's chest as Hinata stumbled backwards along the sinking wall, red-stained hand clutched to her arm. Sai dragged himself out onto the water's surface. Itachi ran. Sand closed over the shinobi's face. "Shishi!" Itachi barked, but Gaara's eyes glowed golden beneath his mask and he clenched his hand into a fist. Hinata let out a muffled yelp as blood rained through the air, splattering her liberally. "Come down," Sai urged her, darting frantic glances at their teammate, who stood stock still, staring at the sand cocoon that had once held a man. Around him, the sand shifted, as if waking from a long sleep. "Haki, get her out of there," Itachi commanded, waking the Sharingan in his eyes. The Ichibai did not care whether Gaara considered them friend or foe. Sai leapt up, wrapping an arm around Hinata to carry her off the collapsing sand and over the other side, and Itachi landed in a crouch, face to face with Gaara. The Jinhiraki's eyes snapped to his, the beginnings of a snarl carving sharp furrows around his eyes. "The threat is gone," Itachi said. "Calm down, Gaara." At the sound of his name, Gaara's eyes flickered, losing their acidic edge and fading back to green, but at once he shook his head savagely, and the gold flared. "Calm." Itachi repeated insistently, this time layering the word with genjutsu. He preferred visual genjutsu, he had never been as proficient as Shisui in the realm of suggestive genjutsu. Gaara swayed, blinking confusedly as his eyes settled back towards their natural color. "Calm," Itachi said one more time for good measure, pouring as much chakra as he dared into the genjutsu, and Gaara stared back at him placidly, the sand around him slowly sinking back into the ocean. With the sand gone, Itachi could see the clash of light and metal as the other battle raged. Across the open water Sakura was thrown backwards, and she skidded across the surface on her side as Naruto dove at their opponent, fists first. Out of the corner of his eye, Hinata stumbled, and Sai reached out a steadying arm when her foot broke through the water's surface. "Status," Itachi said sharply, glancing sideways at them. "It's a minor eye injury," Hinata panted without releasing her death grip on her arm. Blood trickled from beneath her hand, but it indeed did not seem life-threatening. "My chakra reserves are low," added Sai. The new J Jounin have almost reached the other T teams," Hinata whispered. Her face was pale from blood loss or fright. Itachi could not be sure. Itachi's eyes slid briefly to Gaara before a spike in chakra heralded a plume of fire in the distant battle. "Out of time. Stay back. Your priority now is evasion. Watch out for your team." He tilted his head towards Gaara, swaying unsteadily now. "Understood," said Sai. Itachi broke into a sprint, streaking across the surface of the water with renewed urgency. He stretched out his chakra sense and his heart sank as the four new shinobi's chakra collided with the tangle of chakra that comprised the current battle. Metal flashed. Sakura shrieked, high and anguished. Shisui's chakra spiked, enraged. Wait, said Itaka's caution, so he did not immediately throw himself into the furthest shunshin he could manage. There was more at stake here than any single one of them. Instead he gathered his chakra as he ran, held it just below his breastbone so that just a flash of chakra would ignite his eyes, and with them a genjutsu. Itaka blinked and his jujutsu burned into existence, and in that moment in time immortalized the tableau. Haku's senbon held like claws protruding from one shinobi's chest through his flak jacket, Temari swinging her fan grimly over Niji's head as he skidded backwards, Shisui with his burning fury and the path he would rip through three shinobi with fire chakra sharpening his blade, Naruto face up in the water, eyes closed and the hilt of a katana emerging from his abdomen, Sakura with crimson splattered on her mask as she lunged over his prone form, an answering bloody glow from Sasuke's eyes. Then Itaka cast his genjutsu and with it dissipated his Sharingan and the world sped back to real time. He landed behind the Jounin facing his brother who turned too late, still entangled in Itaka's genjutsu, and with a dispassionate jerk of his katana cut the man's throat before he could speak. Shisui landed behind him in a spray of water, blood splattering his blade where he had scored his enemy. Cover me! He snapped, and whirled. He skidded into a crouch at Naruto's side as Sakura and Sasuke hovered above him, terrified and furious at once. Chakra swelled, Itaka recognized it, and so did the Kiri shinobi. The man charging at him pulled up short, eyes going wide, and was promptly bisected at the waist by one Kubikuri Basho. Zabuza landed in a crouch among the three remaining shinobi like a fox among chickens, one hand wielding his massive blade with ease, and they scattered. Pursue! The older man growled, eyes flickering after the fleeing Jounin. Itaka calculated the chances of one of them recognizing Sasuke's nascent Sharingan for what they were. No survivors, he said, hard heavy. Suzaku, with me, Zabuza snarled and charged. In the wake of his uncharacteristic brutality, Haku's mask too dripped blood. He reached out imperiously and his ice responded to his call. He took Temari by the shoulder and dragged her into the mirror, and she in turn gripped Niji by the arm. An answering twinkle in the distance, and the three vanished from the surface of the ice. Ahead of Zabuza, mist rose from the surface of the ocean, caging the three Jounin between the team that exploded from the mirror ahead of them and the vengeful Jounin behind. Zabuza was fresh. The Kiri shinobi had already been in battle, were already wounded. Itaka turned away. The mist would be bloodied soon enough. Shisui's hands were steady as he cupped a handful of chakra above Naruto's stomach. Sakura leaned in closer to get a better look. She and go, stand guard, Itaka ordered. Allow Jiryu space to work. Sakura backed up immediately, but Sasuke remained frozen, staring at Naruto with the tomo in his eyes spinning. Itaka regretted that this would be the first scene that his younger brother remembered with crystal clarity for the rest of his life. He crouched in front of Sasuke and reached out carefully with his chakra sense, but there was nobody near but them. Sasuke, he said insistently, and his brother's unfocused eyes snapped to him. It hurts, his Otauto whispered, more surprised than anything else. His fingers clenched, bunching the fabric over his heart. I know, Itaka said. You need to cease the chakra to your eyes. Sasuke blinked, but his Sharingan whirled in his eyes still. Sasuke, Itaka repeated. The battle is over. He reached up and poked his brother's forehead, like he had not done since, he realized, before the night of the fall. The familiarity of the motion was enough to jar Sasuke out of his panic and battle haze, and his Sharingan died away with one last whirl. Itaka swallowed down both relief and pride. Pure malice billowed up from behind him like a spark caught by wind, and he tensed, spinning around and positioning himself between Sasuke and its source. Shisui let out a surprised huff and jumped backwards. Naruto's eyes slid open slowly and locked on Shisui, considering him with slitted red eyes. Shit, Shisui muttered succinctly, voice a mixture of awe and apprehension. Itaka's memory jolted with flashes of a half-remembered night of fear and the press of hatred, far more potent than even the Ichibi's chakra the day Gaara had lost control in Sans Forest. Naruto's lips peeled back in a snarl, and Itaka caught a glimpse of pointed fang as he sat up. In one sudden motion, the Jinhuriki reached down to the sword with a clawed hand and ripped it free. Hey! Shisui snapped, lunging back forwards, but the wound was already sealing over with a bubbling miasma of raw, red chakra. That's super useful, Sakura said from behind him. The curiosity in her voice overshadowed her trepidation. Shisui hummed agreement, leaning back in with careful movements as Itaka watched warily. Okay, Naruto. Battle's over, bud, let's turn it back down, For a long moment, the eerie gaze swept across each of them. Then Naruto blinked, and almost immediately the red in his eyes faded to violet, then its regular brilliant blue. Turn what down, he slurred. IWANT talking. He glanced down at the katana in his hand, regarding it bemusedly. You gave me a sword. Shisui, for his part, was remarkably unfazed. No, he said empathetically. You just pulled that out of your kidneys, probably. Cool, said Naruto. Idiot, Sasuke snarled with particular vitriol and whirled, stalking away a few steps towards the distant mist. You're covered in blood, Sakura pointed out, morbidly fascinated. Naruto looked down at his blood-soaked shirt. Huh, he said. That's kind of cool. You, want this? He waved the sword, and Shisui leaned back as it swayed dangerously close to his face. Sakura wrinkled her nose. No, she said. Sasuke. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder, and Itaka could tell he did want it. Longing warred with irritation and won. Yeah, fine, he said, and stalked over to take the hilt from his teammate gingerly. Still in a war zone, kids, said Shisui. He craned his neck. Where's Team Genbu? They are recovering, Itaki responded, tilting his head back towards the south. Shisui blinked at him once, slowly. Itaka frowned. They are not in danger. Relatively speaking. His cousin continued to stare at him, exasperation bleeding into his eye. Ah, said Itaki at last. Shisui believed that particular team required what he called a lighter touch, to which Itaka freely admitted that save Sai, the team did not handle much like a traditional shinobi unit. Gaara was too volatile, Hinata too delicate. Shisui liked to apply what he called proximity and affirmation, and what Zabuza called God's damned coddling, but never to their faces in order to keep them and their mental states in optimal condition, to which neither he nor Itaka could not contribute from half a kilometer away. Ah, Shisui agreed dryly. I'll fetch them. He stepped into a shunshin before Itaka could respond. From an objective standpoint, Itaka was best suited to instruct Team Genbu considering his extensive undercover work in Umbu, but Shisui's easygoing nature elicited the best results from its members. In the meantime, that left Itaka with Team Byakko. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, deliberately bumping into Sasuke, who jerked the katana at him threateningly. Sakura set her hands on her hips and glared at them both. The team, true to form, bounced back rather quickly considering Naruto would most likely have died if not for the Kyuubi, whose chakra had materialized for the first time since its sealing almost 10 years ago, and also that Sasuke had just activated his Kekkei Genkai for the first time at age 9. In fact, Itaka seemed the one most concerned by these immediate past events. Itaka brushed these thoughts to the side and narrowed his eyes across the ocean's surface, where the mist dissipated slowly. Zabuza's hulking silhouette emerged, trailed by the 3 slighter figures of Team Suzaku. All 4 were liberally splattered in blood, and Itaka's insides clenched at the sight of the children. Turning a blind eye seemed the universal answer to war, so for the time being, Itaka quashed sentiment with practicality. I was not expecting you to join us here, he said to Zabuza. Did you receive new orders? No, drawled Zabuza. I just wanted an excuse to spend more time with these little hellions. He rolled his eyes. Yes, of course I have orders. His eyes slid to Sasuke, who clutched his newly acquired katana closer to his chest. I see we're looting bodies now. Actually, Naruto pulled that out of his own body, Shisui corrected. He had one arm around a woozy Gaara. Hinata now had a length of bloodied cloth tied about her arm in 2 places and walked unassisted next to Sai. Zabuza eyed Naruto warily, who beamed back. Said the swordsman grudgingly. I guess that's all right then. The older shinobi's strange code apparently decreed, among other things, that a swordsman who lost his sword did not deserve it, even if they were now dead. New orders. Itaka prompted, stretching out his chakra sense again. Their decimation of the backup Jounin squad would likely result in one of two outcomes. Kiri conceded this section of the ocean to the Hanran for the time being, having already lost 3 teams including at least 9 Command Corps caliber shinobi, or Kiri sent a squad of Umbu or Hunternin to take them down while they were wounded and spent. You and me are temporarily reassigned to this God's forsaken corner of the ocean with this lot of heathens, said Zabuza, folding his arms and mostly succeeding in appearing disgruntled. Tell you more when the Munchkins aren't around. Suzuki aimed a glower at the man, but the redirection wasn't enough for the real target. Shisui stilled thoughtfully, and Itaka bit back a grimace. If Shisui could be called the minder for the children, it seemed Zabuza and Itaka were to be the minders for Shisui. Itaka did look forward to working with Shisui once again, but his cousin was no doubt perceptive enough to read the situation as it was. You're staying? Sakura asked with some trepidation. Zabuza snorted, tactful enough not to look at Shisui. Unfortunately. Unfortunate they were not, as Kiri declined to send a kill squad after all. They made landfall at dawn on a miserably muddy island, designated as position 25 to 35 by the Kiri Hanran. Itaka generally preferred to remain objective, but he disliked the island almost immediately. Inland, thin trees yawned above and draped whip-like branches down into the sludge. Even classifying the island as land was difficult. The swell of the tide submerged at least half the mud and licked greedy fingers at the rest. Even Shisui paused to stare in disgust. Is this a covered mission? He asked. Itaka considered the orders he'd received. Identities, yes. Our presence here, no, he concluded. Good. Let's at least make this dump habitable, Zabuza growled. This is totally gross, Naruto said gleefully, slogging along ankle-deep. Let's just sleep in this. No, said Temari empathetically. 4 hours later, all 9 children had effectively been bandaged, wrapped in their cloaks, and minus Gaara, were sleeping the sleep of the post-adrenaline crash. Instead of merely mud and trees, the island now contained mud, trees, and a series of platforms raised above the former made of the branches and trunks of the latter. They were not particularly structurally sound, and Itaka was quite sure that exsanguination by splinter would have been a legitimate concern if Gaara hadn't recovered his capacity to harness his sand to smooth out the wood before lying down in the centermost platform and simply ceasing all movement. The children slept separated by team on 3 of the platforms towards the center of the cluster. There were 6 in their little city of platforms, all completed to the bare minimum to accommodate a prone shinobi without dropping them into the mud, each with varying sizes and heights, which would need to be improved upon once their occupants regained their energy. Itaki and Shisui shared another, for now, and on the far side, Zabuza hunched over his sword. Whether because he desired to be alone or because he wished to give the cousins some time to themselves, Itaka was not sure. The swordsman alternated between aggressively antisocial, indifferent, and grudgingly considerate. Some conversations were best held in the light of the moon, when all was dark and quiet but for the murmur of another's voice. In a war, however, time was precious and times of peace doubly so, and Shisui did not soften his blows when he seized the moment, below the sun trickling through the trees above and just 1 meter above the mud below. Babysitting duty, huh? His voice held no accusation, only neutral observation, and his back against Itaka's did not so much as tense. Itaka concentrated on scrubbing the ever-present blood from his mask. This will likely become a strategically critical position as Hanran headquarters are moved, Itaka deflected, but that in itself was an answer and they both knew it. Yet Shisui persisted. I'm sure there's more critical parts of this war effort that need you. A former Umbu captain was a valuable commodity in a war like this, where the number of Chiryunin outnumbered the Jounin 10 to 1, who in turn outnumbered the Umbu 10 to 1. They were squad killers, one-man armies, and now 2 of them languished here, in an isolated, newly established outpost, as much as one could be considered in as the island could be called an outpost, with children who, for the most part, had seen only the edges of war, and one former Jounin former Umbu who believed his recent promotion to captain was primarily granted to maintain his cover and those of the children. This, Itaka noted with clinical detachment, was a rather ugly assessment of his cousin. One could further describe Shisui as damaged, having lost his nerve along with an eye and the ear stolen from him along with other things indescribable. At night, his breathing and sleep both stuttered. He wore his cheerfulness as a mask, when it had been genuine before, and sometimes, Itaka looked through the cracks and something dark and bitter and unfamiliar stared back. Just a hint of that had reared its head now, but Itaka stared it down calmly as he did any opponent. As strategically unimportant as this particular island may be, its position will allow myself and Mamakai to assist other bases in launching targeted strikes, he said. He hesitated. And perhaps the teams, he redirected. Absolutely not, Shisui snapped, undoubtedly seeing the trap but not caring enough to avoid it. Itaki had assessed and accepted the circumstances already. His cousin had not. Team Suzaku is battle-ready, he murmured. Mamakai will want his apprentice at his side, and Tamari and Niji are more or less capable of keeping pace. Shisui blew out a frustrated breath. They're not as tough as they pretend to be, he argued, sotto voce to keep the children from waking. Haku's fine, obviously, but the others? Keep up with him and Zabuza? Haku used to be a hunter nin, for Kami's sake. Even Tamari never made it to Genin until Heitake Teiko sort of slapped a rank on the kids and Masai. And how will Niji match either of them? He doesn't have the stamina. He is younger than them both, Itaka pointed out. He will grow. Until then, his team will guard his back. He slid his eyes sideways, though he could only make out Shisui's spiky hair in his peripheral. They are strong, all of them, and they have each other. Shisui tipped his head back with a sigh, craning his neck awkwardly until it rested on Itaka's shoulder. Here I am, demanding answers from you that I already have, he said wryly, and this time his voice was tired more than anything else. You care, Itaka said simply, and it was true. Uchiha fought and loved fiercely, and Shisui was no different. Itaka loved his brother more than anything else, but Shisui had grown a strange attachment to all 9 of the motley pack of children. So do you, Shisui said softly, and turned his head towards the clusters of slumbering children. I guess I just haven't learned how to trust them yet. When Kambyu swooped down on him, Itaka was standing out on the open water, the base at 2535W, distant enough to be just a smudge in the distance. Ostensibly, he and Suzuki were on patrol. He sensed nothing and took advantage of this to enjoy the gentle roil of water beneath his feet, the rare moment of stillness to speak with his brother alone. The Sherry-non is both a strength and a burden. Guard them and they will guard you, he said, and Suzuki nodded solemnly, but not quite enough to hide the exuberant glint in his eyes. When Itaka first awakened his Sherry-non, their father had given him this speech, the words bearing in them the weight of tradition. But their father was not there, so the responsibility fell to Itaka. He who wields the Sherry-non wields the power of illusion, holds the potential to master infinite jutsu, and possesses the ability to see the future itself. Suzuki nodded again, a little impatiently. He would have heard this before 100 times over in Konoha before he turned 5. Here, Itaka broke with tradition. However, he said severely, and Suzuki's head snapped towards him in surprise. The Sharingan's illusions are not infallible. Copying a jutsu does not mean you are able to perform it, and if one cannot react, seeing the future is useless. Understanding these weaknesses is the key to best utilizing the Sherry-non. Suzuki paused to absorb his words. So we train, he said at last, turning over the katana in his hands. Itaki allowed a slight smile onto his face. We train, he agreed, sliding his own sword out of its sheath. Activate your, he cut himself off abruptly, glancing up to see the black speck winging its way towards him unerringly, and lowered his blade. Suzuki faltered, katana half raised uncertainly. His gaze followed Itaka's up to the sky. That's Kambyu, he said with sudden realization. You have to go, don't you? A statement, rather than a question. You're yours. Forgive me, Suzuki, Itaka said regretfully, swinging his blade up and back over his shoulder. Again, next time. He raised his forearm for the crow to perch upon when he approached. Kambyu landed, shuffling his clawed feet and beating his wings unceremoniously, and Itaka waited patiently for his summons to regain his balance. You have flown long and far, he noted, taking the tiny scroll from Kambyu's beak. Kambyu cocked his head, regarding Itaka with intelligent eyes. Ka, he agreed. Itaka glanced back solemnly before turning his attention to the scroll. Kumbyu swiveled his head towards Suzuki interestedly. The paper contained 3 sets of code, arranged in grids. Itaka narrowed his eyes, parsing the messages as he read them. The first contained updates to the ever-changing battle map. The second held general orders for the base. The third detailed a raid to be undertaken by himself and Zabuza. Itaka schemed the scroll one more time and snapped it back closed. "Thank you," he told Kumbyu sincerely. "I will summon another for the return message when necessary." The crow tilted back towards Itaka. "Caw," Kumbyu croaked. He flapped once and vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Zabuza, once informed, smiled slowly, baring pointed teeth. "Back at it, partner," he drawled. He stood languidly, swinging cubic Aribisho back over his shoulder with indolent grace. "When do we leave?" Itaka spared a quick glance for Shisui, still seated in Seiza on the same platform. His cousin's face betrayed no emotion. Immediately, he answered. "Cool," said the swordsman, and raised his voice. "Haku. Keep an eye on things while we're gone. Gods no Konoha here can't handle it by himself." Haku glanced up, attention taken away from the coil of wire he was untangling. "Hi," he said obediently, though it was clear he had little idea of what had just transpired. "Hey," Shisui objected, an insulted expression wiping the blankness off his face. "I'm actually in charge of this place." Zabuza cast an pointed stare around the clearing, which had improved little besides adding improvised roofs over the platforms. "Very impressive. We will return tomorrow night," Itaki informed his cousin, whose glare did not leave Zabuza's smug face as the swordsman wrapped his face with his customary bandages. "Is this top secret or can I know what you're doing?" Shisui asked, finally turning away from Zabuza. Itaka paused, tilting his head thoughtfully. "I would rather inform you once we have returned," he said truthfully. Shisui shrugged. "No problem. Have fun, kids." "We will," Zabuza promised, hooking his mask over his face. Itaka spared one last glance for Suzuki, lingering just within hearing distance. "Practice," he said. "Hi," said Suzuki, straightening. Working with Zabuza again heralded a return to the strangely comfortable partnership that they had stumbled into when Zabuza had been released from Tsunade-sama's tender mercies for the first time, 4 weeks after a desperate Haku had staged an ambush only to beg them for help and 3 weeks after he and Kakashi Teika had raided one of Orochimaru's laboratories to find a skeletal Shisui drugged out of his mind and Zabuza with half his organs outside his body. Those first few weeks of their partnership, the swordsman had been easily irritated, wary, and defensive, but perhaps because Itaki had not sought to treat him with anything other than professionalism, he gradually relaxed into mild abrasiveness and an easy confidence. Despite the older man's consummate bloodlust, Itaki respected him as a shinobi. If arrogance could be defined as misplaced confidence, Zabuza had very little. He was strong enough to afford to hold himself to a code of honor and did so diligently. He was, of course, exceedingly brutal and sporadically homicidal, but every person had flaws, and Zabuza's were hardly unusual for a shinobi. Though he could not hear Itaka's internal commentary, Zabuza's eyes slid sideways to Itaki, who had been observing him only through his peripheral vision. "What?" he said gruffly. Itaka considered the probe, dismissed it as unimportant, and declined to answer. The waves churned under their feet as the kilometers swept past. High above them, Nori circled lazily, a barely visible speck against the blue sky. Itaka slowed as they approached the Hanabi-ha base, and Zabuza matched his pace. This base squatted on an island significantly larger and drier than Shisui's, and easily 4 times as many shinobi prowled its shores or lurked in the trees. Unlike Shisui's base, the suspicious eyes followed them even when he provided the correct passcode, drawn to their Kiri Hunter-nin masks. More than one shinobi twitched, or reached for their holsters, suppressing full-body flinches at their passage. Jounin in charge Nishizawa glanced up when Itaki entered the command tent, Zabuza shadowing him at his shoulder. "Ah," he said, eyes darting towards the Jounin and Chiryunin team leaders already ringing the room. "You must be the specialists from command." Itaka did not feel this warranted a response, so he said nothing. Zabuza sidled in next to him, folding his arms across his chest in a simultaneously comfortable and menacing movement. The Jounin in charge coughed. Right. So, would you like the rundown of the operation? Nishizawa seemed surprisingly high-strung for the man in charge of this military operation. Perhaps Itaka was not promoting what Shisui called an encouraging atmosphere. Granted, this man had to be at least 10 years older than Itaki, and he was fairly certain that Shisui had intended that particular concept to be applied to the children, but he could see how he could transpose it here. Yes, he said. Ah, okay, said Nishizawa, hands unconsciously going back to the map on the table. The objective is to capture a Kiri outpost that will give us an avenue of access to another base, which will lead to the stronghold on a mini-island. Our target is an outpost 85 kilometers south-southwest of Amini. Intel suggests it has a skeleton garrison of 8 Chiryunin teams and at least 10 Jounin. 3 teams with long-range specialists will approach from the south. He tapped different points on the map. Here and here, teams will engage at close range and draw out the garrison. Here, Nishizawa glanced up, as if just remembering Itaka's presence. And, you and your partner can launch a strike as soon the teams come out. Zabuza snorted. Long-range distraction? They won't bother looking to see what the noise is. Itaka glanced over, and the other man jerked his head towards the map. Itaka dipped a shoulder. Zabuza strode forward, and had the trio of Chiryunin leaders clustered at Nishizawa's left not hastily shuffled backwards, they would have been shouldered out of the way. New plan, he growled. I charge the front, they'll come out. Move your long-range teams back and wait outside the mist for any stragglers. Close-range teams penetrate the garrison as soon as they're out. Mist, one Jounin murmured thoughtfully from across the room. In Itaka's peripheral, she regarded Zabuza with interest. Nishizawa tapped his fingers nervously. What makes you think they'll all come out? Zabuza crossed his arms. They'll be terrified of me, he said, voice smug. Nishizawa glanced at Itaka for clarification, perhaps to see if he would refute the assertion. Itaka did not see the need to correct his partner, although he could understand why Nishizawa might have concerns. Umbu thrived under covered conditions, even in times of war. Shinobi capable of dealing massive amounts of damage in an attention-attracting manner as Zabuza professed typically did not stay in Black Ops, instead rotating back out to the general forces, or more likely the command corps, yet both he and Zabuza wore Hunter-nin masks with Kiri flak jackets and held codenames identifying them as Umbu. But that was not the only reason Zabuza had altered the plan this way. As he says, Itaka said eventually, when the silence had stretched on too long. Oh, said the Jounin in charge blankly. He paused and shuffled the markers on the map. And, where will you be? Itaka considered the map. I will enter the tower from the top and work my way down to locate and eliminate those who stay. 12 pairs of eyes swung towards Itaka incredulously. Zabuza exuded an air of amusement. Hazarded Nishizawa. Bye-bye yourself? Itaka paused for a moment to recalculate in case he had overestimated his own abilities. He did not believe he had. Yes, he said simply. Your teams will enter from the bottom. Once we have reached a rendezvous, your teams will maintain control of the outpost and I will move to assist my partner. Okay then, said Nishizawa, clearly dubious, but when neither he nor Zabuza faltered or commented further, turned back to the room at large. Let's go over individual assignments. The nature of their operation meant that after planning, Itaka and Zabuza had roughly 1 hour to eat after the planning session had concluded before they would have to move into position. Zabuza eyed the row of vats bubbling in the cooking tent perched precariously between 2 tall trees with a combination of curiosity and distaste. You eating that slop? Itaka did not consider himself a particularly picky eater. However, even the rock-solid, dust-dry field rations did not consist of a watery soup with flakes of charred garlic and undercooked potatoes. Additionally, choosing to eat the camp meal meant he would have to pass through the rows of wary shinobi lining the walls of the tent. Normally, Itaka would not so much as twitch at the thought of dining amidst the hostility, but today he was fresh from the comfortable atmosphere of Shisui's camp and Sasuke's company and on the brink of an operation that promised copious amounts of violence and blood. He drifted away from the tent, and perhaps sensing his mood, Zabuza did not comment as he followed him to the edge of the trees. Instead, he reached into the pocket of his flak jacket and tossed something small at Itachi, who caught it instinctively. The swordsman flicked the mask up to his nose and tugged down the bandages, swatting his mouth. "What's on your mind?" he asked gruffly. Itachi turned the ration bar over in his hands and opened it. "You think the outpost is a trap," he said without accusation. Zabuza's eyes were hidden beneath the mask, but Itachi felt the older man regarding him with no small amusement. "Yeah? So do you." "True. You did not mention that during the briefing," he noted, tilting his mask up slightly so he could eat. Zabuza bared his teeth in a shark-like grin. "You didn't either," he pointed out. "Aren't you Konoha types all about sharing?" "Transparency is encouraged when one trusts one's comrades," Itachi said neutrally. Zabuza leaned back. "HN. So you agree that not everyone in there's as trustworthy as me?" There was a joke in there somewhere, though Zabuza typically enjoyed and employed a more straightforward type of humor. "A secret is best kept when there are fewer to tell it," he said instead. "You and I are best equipped to deal with a potential trap." Zabuza snorted. "The two of us are best for everything except medic and cannon fodder, kid." Itachi knew he reminded Zabuza of Haku, who was only 3 years younger than Itachi himself and had fought at his side for years the way Itachi did now, albeit with a different arrangement. However, the war and the horrors Haku had witnessed or borne at a young age had not yet stripped away his innocence the way it had Itachi's, and Zabuza most definitely did not try to train Itachi. Even still, the older shinobi seemed not to notice his slip. Itachi let the silence stand and finished the ration bar. Zabuza unsheathed his katana and removed a whetstone from his pouch, letting it rasp over the edge of his blade. Zabuza's silent killing techniques with even a regular katana were unparalleled, and his ability to inspire fear as good as a genjutsu, so while they still concealed their identities, he generally kept Kubikuri Basho's blade sealed into its hilt. Time ticked inexorably on. A harried Chiryunin stuck his head out of the command tent and shouted, "Operation Bluebird, 5 minutes." Itachi rose with Zabuza as the older man slid his katana back into its sheath with a hiss. Zabuza stretched leisurely, tugging his bandages back up and his mask back down. "Let's go," he growled. The target outpost perched atop a rocky bluff, 100 meters up from the waves that lapped at the base of the island. Itachi could not see the other teams from his position, only Nishizawa and Zabuza beside him. Nori perched on his shoulder, ruffling her feathers fussily. "Once the operation starts, I'll signal you when the garrison clears out as much as they will," said Nishizawa, squinting off in the direction of one of the other teams, who included the only sensor nin for the operation, a chakra sensor of middling power. "You have 10. He glanced at Itachi. 10 is sufficient, Itachi agreed placidly. 10 minutes before I signal the rest of the teams, finished Nishizawa. Hana and 031. Whenever you're ready. I'm ready, said Zabuza with malicious cheerfulness. His eyes slid over to Itachi. Don't take too long, he added. He turned purposefully and charged. Nishizawa huffed out a surprised breath at his abrupt departure. He's a Kenjutsu specialist, he said. Broadly speaking, that was correct, but that was not the question Nishizawa was really asking. My partner is skilled in a variety of techniques, Itachi answered instead, watching as the ocean swelled in front of Zabuza. A massive water dragon reared out of the waves and slammed into the foremost tower, sending stone and water flying as it spent itself against the tower wall. Oh, said Nishizawa faintly. That'll get their attention. I will leave now, Itachi announced. Nori croaked and hopped over to Nishizawa's shoulder, who flinched and nearly went for a kunao. Inform Nori when you have the signal. Right, said the Jounin, rolling his eyes to the side to stare at the crow without moving the rest of his body. Itachi slipped across the water as another of Zabuza's jutsu battered the outpost. One after the other, tiny black figures swarmed from its walls and dropped over the side of the cliff to meet Zabuza's charge. The ocean roiled beneath them as tendrils of waters erupted to combat Zabuza's second dragon. Zabuza's chakra swelled and mist seeped upwards from the surface of the water, and soon all the combatants were lost to sight. Itaka did not want to risk detection with undue chakra expulsion, even with Zabuza's chakra-laden mist obscuring the battlefield, so he ran atop the waves to the side of the island rather than Shunshin. He paused at the base of the cliff, pressed against the rock face as unobtrusively as was feasible, and waited. 2 more chakra signatures flared as they dropped into the mist. The clash of metal on metal echoed across the water, and then Itaka's eyes caught a black shape winging into the air. He reached out with his chakra sense. His senses were not attuned enough to determine how many remained in the outpost, and there seemed to be a chakra dampener in effect, but he suspected there were still at least 3 full teams inside, and likely as many as 5. He straightened and leapt up onto the rock face, sprinting up the side even as it transitioned from natural stone into the rough-hewn wall of the guard tower. He flowed over the top and unsheathed his katana in one movement, Sharingan spinning to life in his eyes. 3 shinobi stood guard, 2 with swords ready and 1 with kunao and wire. Itaka forestalled all their attacks by snaring them in a genjutsu. The mind of the first shinobi, the oldest, with kunao already brandished, bent under his attack, and both the kunao and the coil of wire dropped from nerveless fingers. Itaka strode forward unhurriedly as the man crumbled to the ground, eyes open and unseeing. The second, a kunoichi, snarled, trembling head to toe with her sword gripped tightly in both hands as she fought to break free. Itaka brought his katana up and stabbed her through the chest with one quick, short thrust. She choked, the breath stuttering in her lungs, and Itaka reached up to grip her shoulder as he slid his blade back out. He caught her as she fell backwards, lowered her the rest of the way to the roof. Her eyes drifted to meet his, hatred and fear and confusion in equal parts until those 2 faded as her life did. Killing intent bubbled into the air as the last shinobi threw off the remaining tendrils of genjutsu. He tracked Itaka as he stood, eyes lingering briefly on his fallen teammates. "I'll kill you," he promised, sweeping his katana up. Itaka did not justify that with a response. Instead, he darted forward, sending the blade in front of himself with lightning speed. Fall of the Morning Dove. His katana deflected off the other shinobis, and he whirled in a quick step and 1-2 flick slash. Dawn Sparrow's Cry. The other shinobi parried both easily, flowing easily into a waist-height slash at Itaka that he recognized from one of the more difficult styles Kiri favored, Hunt of the Northern Tiger. He flickered out of the way, but even with the foresight granted by his jujutsu, Itaka had no intention of constraining the fight to kenjutsu. This close, the other man could not miss the Sharingan whirling lazily as Itaka glanced up from beneath the mask. The other man's eyes widened in recognition as he looked him full in the eyes. Uchiha Ida. Itaka's genjutsu caught hold of him, freezing his limbs and giving Itaka the opportunity to slide his blade up into the shinobi's ribcage. The man collapsed with a muted thump. Itaka withdrew his blade and scrutinized the rest of the outpost roof. The wind blew in from the ocean, ruffling the clothing on the 3 crumpled bodies littering the roof. He sensed no one else near him. The door to the stairwell hung ajar. He stepped towards it, then paused. A seal pulsed on the wall above the stairs, and he examined it carefully. Alarm seal? Trap seal? Itaka had no great experience with seals. As far as he knew, very few in Hanabiha were proficient enough to recognize anything other than a summoning seal or explosive seal besides Kakashi Teiko. With other seals, the structure and design varied widely, such that Itaka could only identify the seals he himself had used in the past, which had been created by an actual seal practitioner. He tilted his head to consider the seal from a different angle. Ah! He recognized this one. He had seen it before, in a base far to the north. He gathered fire chakra in one gloved hand and touched it to the seal. The wall cracked beneath his touch, the edges of the seal itself flickering and burning away to ash. He stretched out with his chakra sense, and this time, he could sense the chakra signatures of the Kiri teams within. To borrow one of Zabuza's favored statements, it was time to hunt. He flicked the blood off his blade and proceeded down the stairs. The narrow hallways would hamper the swing of his sword, so he sheathed it back over his shoulder. He did not need a blade. A flash of killing intent betrayed his first assailant, lunging out of a doorway with a shout. Itaka leaned backwards to avoid the tanto swinging for his face, batted aside the flat of the blade with one hand in a movement that must have appeared careless, and caught him in a genjutsu of licking flames and cold steel and innumerous figures stalking him from the shadows. Itaka stepped around the man, struck motionless and dumb with his blade hanging by his side, and walked onwards. Behind him, no more than 3 paces later, he heard the soft thud and clatter as the body hit the ground. He opened the next door he encountered. Small and barren, it boasted a narrow window overlooking the sea. Itaka ventured over, glancing down at the heavy mist that carpeted the waves, blocking them from view. He moved on. In the hallway, the Sharingan revealed to him the glow of another seal, which faded from view when he deactivated the Dojutsu. He could sense muffled chakra signatures in the floors below him still. In conjunction with its positioning, he reasoned it could not be for privacy, more likely a trap seal. He formed a clone and retreated back down the hallway as it advanced, allowing the Sharingan to swirl in his eyes once again. He turned back into the room and closed the door. No sooner had it clicked shut than a concussive blast tore down the hallway, rattling the door. After a moment, Itaki opened it and proceeded through the smoke once again. A gaping hole yawned where the seal had been, the walls of either side cratered, and the ceiling dripped rock and dust. Itaka paused, straining his eyes into the particle-choked air, but saw nothing. He leapt over the hole and continued down the hallway. The silence settled heavily but for the whistle of wind through the window slots, unbroken by his noiseless footsteps. He opened 3 more doors and found 2 storage rooms and a bathroom before reaching the opposite stairwell. 3 steps down, the air changed, and he twisted sharply out of the way as an oversized kunai buried itself into the wall next to his head. Clawed hands slammed out of the stone behind him, gripping him fast and immobilizing his limbs as they pulled him into the wall. He blinked and flipped the genjutsu on its original wielder, drawing out a prolonged scream from the kunoichi as the illusionary rock crushed her legs. In the same moment, he substituted a clone that splashed to the floor as the foremost shinobi stabbed it in the neck. He alighted behind the 3rd shinobi, whose daton went wide as he jerked in surprise. A giant boulder crashed into the opposite wall, flushing a 4th shinobi out from behind it. Suten, Mizurappa. Itaki inhaled and blasted the entire team backwards, the burst of water hammering them relentlessly into the stairwell. It left behind only the drip of water and the blood rushing in his ears. He stepped forward, gathering a genjutsu behind his eyes. 2 bodies lay broken on the stairs, the Doton and genjutsu wielders. A figure lunged through the wall beside him as if it were merely liquid, and Itaka dodged a kunai blade the length of his arm. He snagged the shinobi by the wrist as he flew past and slammed him into the opposite wall, squeezing until he was forced to drop the blade. The other man snarled, flipping a kunai out of his holster and hurling it underhanded at Itaki, who let go and stepped back to avoid it. The shinobi drew a kunai in either hand and lunged. At the same time, the 4th shinobi materialized out of a shunshin at his back, already swinging a katana with the intent to behead him. Itaki unleashed his genjutsu, potent from the time and chakra spent building it, and both froze in their tracks as Itaka fueled a false battle that would end in both of their deaths. He skirted them both and continued down the hallway. By his estimate, the Hanabi-ha teams would commence their approach in a little under 4 minutes, and if there was a trap to be sprung, Itaka needed to be present in order to neutralize it. He tripped 2 more trap seals, one that launched a flurry of shuriken and senbon, another that turned the floor to molten lava and cleared the abandoned barracks before descending the stairs once more. 2 minutes. Itaka wove another genjutsu as he turned into the mess hall, casting it out before him like a net. Immediately, he leapt up onto the ceiling to avoid the jets of water crashing to the floor from the side, piling unmoored tables against the far wall, and ran upside down as a barrage of kunai peppered his footsteps. He reached for his katana and leapt, corkscrewing down on a kunoichi who unsheathed her sword and slashed in one fluid movement. Itaka parried, bearing down on her, but her partner flashed behind him with his own blade upraised and he was forced to jump clear. His eyes flickered to the side and he had half a second to substitute a clone, which was promptly buried under a daton, slamming a hail of boulders into the ground. He created 3 more clones and slipped away from the battle to the rafters. Itaki observed the team intently. The ninjutsu specialist coordinated fluidly with the kenjutsu specialists, spitting bullets of water when Itaka's clones evaded them. One hit a clone, pinning it to the ground, and a kunai from the 4th shinobi dispelled it before Itaka's second clone pounced, scoring him from sternum to hip. As he watched, a 3rd swordsman vaulted through the window from the kitchen, beheading the clone. 5 shinobi. Not a squad of 4 two jounin trios? Itaka's eyes darted to the side. A kunoichi leered back at him, eyes half hidden under kelp green bangs. "Hello, traitor," she purred, and 5 bunshin bubbled into existence, surrounding him. Dance of the Moonlight Crane. Itaka dropped from the rafters, but the bunshin followed, diving after him with blades drawn. He landed on a table in a crouch, willing 2 more clones into existence, and the 3 scattered as the kunoichi's clones landed among them in a flurry of steel. Itaka blocked 1 blade with his own, but his riposte was batted aside by a second before it touched the clone. Movement flashed in the corner of his eye, and he leapt straight up as spikes of rock lanced up from the floor, then to the side as a handful of senbon hissed past. He alighted in the rafters and spat a Sutten, Shugaten. The ninjutsu user dodged, but one of the swordsmen was slammed into the wall with a cry. The green-haired kunoichi lunged over a table, cold intent in the glint of her eyes, and Itaka substituted himself across the room, burying his blade in the hapless long-range specialist's back. "Togita!" cried the first swordswoman, drawing a kunao in her free hand and charging. The man choked and slid off his katana, and Itaka stepped into a short-range shunshin to avoid her. The green-haired kunoichi's clones pounced on him in a flash, and he caught their blades on his. A sinkhole opened beneath him. Itaka leapt backwards and inhaled involuntarily as he plunged directly into a sphere of water that weighed his limbs and constricted his lungs. The kunoichi landed next to the clone that had captured him. "Gotcha," she whispered. Itaka felt the last of his clones dispel dispassionately. The room, uniform and uncluttered at his first entry, bore the scars of their battle. Water puddled and dripped along the cracked floor. Blades protruded from broken rafters, and 1 shinobi knelt over the one Itaka had wounded. The first swordswoman cradled the head of the one he had killed in her lap. Itaka watched passively beneath lidded eyes as the tallest swordsman stepped forward, twirling the hilt of his sword easily in one hand. Rage and malice festered in his eyes as he glanced around the room at his fallen teammates, and the green-haired kunoichi stepped back to give him room. "You're finished," the shinobi sneered. With a sharp thrust, he slammed his blade into the water prison, through bone and flesh alike into Itaka's chest. "No," said Itaka, and opened his eyes, stepping out of his genjutsu. The water vanished, the ceiling where the kunao had been embedded was smooth and unblemished. The first 3 shinobi stood frozen in their ambush positions, one clutching a wound that existed only in his mind, the 4th lay prone on the ground dead. When he reached out, he sensed the chakra of the 5th in the far corner of the room, and the 6th yet in the kitchen. He glanced around, and each of the Kirinin met his eyes with horror in theirs. "1 minute. Let us begin," he said. Jounin Kayaki, identification Hanashi 057, leader of the 3 incursion teams, skidded into the doorway and paused. Itaka deactivated his Sharingan at her approach and glanced up, sliding his katana out of the 6th shinobi, the green-haired kunoichi. He spared a quick look around at the rest of the room. Most of the tables had been shoved up against the edges of the room, but some still sat in neat rows. Bodies lay sprawled as if tossed by a child who no longer wanted to play, some in pools of blood and some not. Only a little water puddled in the center of the room. The ninjutsu user who had survived his genjutsu had spent too much chakra for an effective defense. She eyed the room and then Itaka himself, standing unbloodied at the center of the carnage. "We've secured the base, sir. 8 hostiles neutralized." Itaka understood her confusion. He had identified himself as an operative rather than a captain, and operatives held an ambiguous position in the Hanabiha hierarchy. All Umbu ranked above the Guntai, and all captains ranked above the Shirei Bulletin, but depending on the shinobi, Umbu operatives could rank either above or below a jounin. He nodded. 14 hostiles neutralized. Upper floors should be clear, but proceed with caution. 8 neutralized, and no sign of a trap. "Kayaki," he said, when she turned to go. "What of the battle outside?" She hesitated. "We can't really tell what's going on inside the mist," she said. "Long-range teams have eliminated a total of 3 shinobi when they left the mist and wounded another 2 who re-entered." "Understood," said Itaka, and Kayaki nodded awkwardly before vanishing into the hallway. "Where was the trap?" Itaka stepped over the fallen shinobi and entered the hallway, where he passed the rest of Kayaki's team on his way to the next set of stairs. Indeed, the bottom floor was empty as the second Hanabiha team prowled up the stairs as he descended. 3 floors, and Itake had yet to find the command center. In the ground floor hallway he encountered a training room, a weapons and supply room, another bathroom, and a front-facing sentry room, in which clustered the 3rd Incursion team, watching the mist intently. He turned back out into the hallway and activated his Sharingan again for a closer examination, pacing back down towards the stairs. He paused outside the training room, his attention caught by a slight glow that vanished when he stopped. If he tilted his head just a little there. A flicker of chakra, nearly hidden. Even a chakra-muting seal emitted chakra when active. He stepped forward, pacing across the empty room until he reached the edge of the seal, then crouched and reached out. With a touch of chakra, he peeled it back to reveal a trapdoor and the much larger chakra lurking inside. From down the hall and the floors above, he sensed the alarmed agitation of the other team's chakra as he dropped inside. Explosive tags liberally wallpapered the covered command room, maps had been hastily torn from the walls and scattered across the floor, and in the center of the room, Akiri Shinobi bared his teeth at Itake over hands already folded into the snake seal. Boom, motherfucker, he snarled, and his chakra lit the room in a concussive blast, and even as Itake flinched backwards, he could feel his very flesh ripping apart as the building collapsed in on top of them. He tore himself out of the genjutsu, chest heaving as he struggled to regain his composure. In front of him, the Kiri Shinobi's face froze in the rictus of a grimace, hands ready to activate the seal but his chakra dormant. Itake walked forward, bearing down harder on the man's mind with his genjutsu. Carefully, he reached forward and beheaded him in one quick slash. The head fell one way, the body the other. With a silent sigh, he let his Dojutsu fade once more. Good gods, breathed Kayaki behind him. Itake turned to see her and her team crowding the opening in the ceiling. That many explosive tags could have dropped the entire island into the sea. Itake nodded once in agreement, the vision of the future that could have been still lurking at the forefront of his mind. Suicide attack, said Kayaki's second grimly. We can clean this up, sir. Go ahead, said Kayaki, casting one last glance into the room before leaning back. Her 3 team members dropped down, giving Itake a wide berth as he slipped past them to leap out. He caught up with Kayaki in the hallway, and she paused, half turning. I intend to assist my partner, he informed her. The Jounin nodded. We have the base, she said. I'll signal Nishizawa and let him know. Itake strode down the hallway, past the team still huddled in the sentry room, and walked straight out of the base. The wind buffeted him as he stepped foot outside, ruffling the dry, flattened grass as he stepped to the edge of the cliff. He paused for a moment, glancing over his shoulder, and caught sight of the Hanabi-ha teams perched on the outpost roof, watching, and another moving on the far side of the base. He faced forward again, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the base of the cliff. Itake crouched and leaped off the edge, flaring his chakra once sharply as he plummeted into the thick bank of mist coiled below. Itake did not bother to activate his Sharingan. It could not penetrate this mist, so there was no use. He landed with a light splash, having misjudged the distance to the surface with the lack of visibility, and immediately ghosted away from the site of impact. Zabuza's dominion was one of slow, deliberate movements, an unnaturally muffled silence, an oppressive, omniscient menace. Itake slid the hilt of his sword into a backhanded grip and prowled forward. His eyes darted to the side as they caught movement, and he forced himself not to tense as a figure loomed out of the mist. Zabuza's posture oozed satisfaction, and the blade of his katana dripped blood. You're late, he growled, and his voice echoed. If he had not been standing in front of Itake, he would have been hard-pressed to locate the source. There are only 2 little rabbits left. Itake tilted his head apologetically. You have this well in hand, he noted. You do not need my assistance. Finish toying with your prey and end this. Zabuza snorted and his grip on the mist loosened. Meh. I was getting bored anyways. You can get one, he said magnanimously, and vanished into the thinning mist. Itake did not particularly care to get one, but it seemed the fastest way to end this mission. He raised his katana grimly. True to his word, he and Zabuza reached the welcoming muddy embrace of the base at 25:35 by the time the first stars bloomed in the infinite black. Gaara met them some 40 meters out from the shore, regarding them bird-like with a tilted head. Itachi was not quite sure what the appropriate response here was, but fortunately, Zabuza had no such reservations. "Hey, midget," he said gruffly. "Anyone else up?" A pause. Gaara dipped his head in a slight nod. "Shisui." Another nod. "Anyone else?" He shook his head. "Cool," said Zabuza. "I'm beat. Have fun out here." He sauntered towards the island. Itachi hesitated and reached out to pat Gaara's hair carefully before following the swordsman. Shisui did not rise at their approach, but he did set down the oiled cloth he'd been running over the blade of his tanto. "Good mission." Zabuza thumped down on his platform, yanking the mask off his face. "Yeah," he grunted, hooking it onto his belt. "Short and broody here foiled a suicide bomber." Shisui coughed a surprised laugh, and Itachi frowned, reaching up to remove his own mask. "My height is within typical parameters for my age," he pointed out. "Yours is the abnormal one." "Brat," Zabuza snapped half-heartedly. "Settle down, children," said Shisui, eye twinkling gleefully. "Don't make me separate you." Zabuza rolled his eyes. "Got anything to eat?" "That Kemp had jack shit." "That Kemp had a serviceable soup containing salted pork and potatoes," Itachi corrected, though he had declined it as well. "And charcoal," Zabuza muttered. Shisui jerked his chin towards one of the other platforms, which now boasted 3 walls and a slanted roof. "Food supplies in there," he said. "Think the kids might have left some fish stew in the pot, but who knows? Naruto eats like a wolf in winter." "That brat," Zabuza complained without venom, but slid off towards the supply platform anyways. Wearily, Itachi raised his eyes to Shisui's, which reflected wry understanding back at him before movement caught his attention from the edge of his vision. "Oh, Sasuke," Itachi said quietly, watching his brother struggle upright. "Aniki," Sasuke greeted, voice rough with sleep. "You're back." Itachi agreed. "The mission is over." "I trained," Sasuke offered. "Shisui and I helped me with the Sharingan." He paused hopefully. "Can I show you?" Itachi hesitated. "Now. Let your brother rest, Sasuke-kun," Shisui cut in kindly, and Sasuke's shoulders slumped. "No, I don't mind," Itachi said, suddenly desperate for some sense of peace after the bloodshed of the past few days. Shisui frowned up at him as he rose. "You ran I don't know how far after fighting I don't know how long and spending who knows how much chakra." He stopped and shook his head. "Just be careful," he said, instead of dissuading him. Itachi widened his eyes slightly. "Of course," he said with just enough injury that Shisui rolled his visible eye. "Come, Sasuke." Sasuke sprang up eagerly, tripping over Naruto in his haste, who rolled over and said something like, "Mushroom jungle buys mid-autumn turtle more sake thatch," before letting out a surprisingly quiet burp. Sasuke flushed, and Itachi strongly suspected he would have kicked his teammate if Itachi had not been present. Itachi turned and led the way back out onto the water, stopping roughly halfway between the camp and where Gaara stood sentry, and faced his brother. "Show me what you have learned," he invited, and ignited the chakra to awaken his Sharingan. An answering glow from Sasuke's eyes mirrored his, and he watched as his brother palmed a kunai. He charged, and Itachi let him come. He slipped to the side to avoid his first strike, but that too Sasuke could see, and he twisted in a low kick meant to knock Itachi's legs from under him. Of course, using the same jujitsu meant that Itachi could see the movements Sasuke intended to make as much as if not more than his brother could see his. This turned the spar into a choreographed dance, where each knew what the other would do some 3 to 4 moves in advance. Sasuke's movements were fluid as he dodged Itachi's jab and retaliated with a jab, comfortable already with the foresight granted by the Sharingan. Itachi spared a moment for the fond pride that warmed his chest and then conspired to disturb his Otauto's footing. He changed his mind. The first time Sasuke stumbled, his brow furrowed. The second time, he lunged past Itachi, who had aborted a sidestep halfway instead of completing the step and parrying Sasuke's strike as he had originally intended. His eyes widened and then narrowed, and the tomo in his eyes spun wildly as he forewent his next attack to crouch some 4 meters away from Itachi, watching him warily. "The Sharingan shows you one future," said Itachi, allowing him the respite as he himself straightened. To trust in it unconditionally is irresponsible and unwise. Sasuke frowned thoughtfully and lunged in a burst of speed that Itachi's Sharingan had not predicted. He allowed himself a small smile. His brother was learning. The spar morphed into game of chess, an analysis of the could-be futures where either did not fight fully in the present but in the possibilities. When Itachi felt the pull on his chakra reserves, he changed course abruptly and pulled back from the fight, raising his hand to call the fight to a stop. "You're useless, Sasuke," he said, as his brother skidded to a halt, the bright glint in his eyes dimming slightly. "I cannot spare any more chakra." Itachi's heart twisted as Sasuke's face fell, but his brother slid his kunai back into its holster. "I understand," he said. "Thank you for training with me, Aniki." "Not at all," said Itachi. He turned back towards the camp, but Sasuke did not follow. He paused. Sasuke jerked a thumb out across the water, where Gaara still stood motionless. "I'm going to go keep Gaara company," he said. "It's not really fair that he does all the guard rotations just cause he doesn't sleep." "Good idea," said Itachi, slightly surprised despite himself. On impulse, he stretched out a hand and tangled it in Sasuke's hair just briefly before he left. "I will see you later." Though Zabuza was still crashing around the food supplies remarkably quietly, Shisui had since retreated to one of the platforms clearly designated as sleeping quarters. Reminiscent of the quarters they had shared with Kakashi Teiku and Tetsu, the platform now boasted 2 raised racks that could comfortably hold 2 each. Shisui, wrapped in his sleeping bag, had laid claim to one on the top row. He had carried in Itachi's pack as well, and that sat neatly on the rack next to him. Itachi removed his sandals before joining him, spreading his own sleeping bag to his cousin's steady breaths. He took pains to do so quietly, but Shisui rolled over nonetheless and cracked open his eye. "I did not mean to disturb you," Itachi said apologetically. "Didn't," countered Shisui, his voice only a little sleep rough. He watched Itachi's preparations through a slitted eye. "He's been waiting for you to do that," he informed Itachi. Itachi slid himself into the folds of his sleeping bag. "To train him in the Sharingan?" he queried. Shisui snorted. "No." "Yeah. Sure." Itachi blinked, but his cousin did not clarify, as was his wont. He heaved a sigh. "These kids really look up to you, Itachi-kun," he said instead, the words half slurred. "I am aware," Itachi said blankly. Shisui shook his head at him ruefully, and Itachi again felt the impression that he had missed his cousin's point. "Here. Got you something," he said, and fished something out of the blankets around him. Itachi frowned at his outstretched hand and did not move. "Where did you put that?" "Nowhere, gross, you punk," Shisui grumbled. "Come and take it." Itachi proffered his hand obediently. "What is it?" he asked, examining it cautiously. "Not much," said Shisui, rolling onto his back and draping an arm over his eyes. "I know you hate getting weapons and stuff on your birthday, so happy sweet 16. Itachi closed his fingers around it carefully, cradling its warmth in his hand. "Shisui," Itachi said seriously, and his cousin tilted his head to glance at him beneath heavy lids. "Thank you." Chapter 12, Naruto might have the worst luck in the history of luck. Naruto had a problem. Okay, it wasn't really a problem, more like a change. He could call it a new roommate, really. Except, you know, one without a body. One that he imagined kind of growled a little bit and lurked at the back of his mind and made him angry sometimes, like angry Gaara angry, but Itachi-sensei called it Ichibai. But Gaara had the Ichibai since he was born, and Naruto's only had his angry voice since like 2 weeks ago, and he'd only heard or felt, really the one time. And yeah, Itachi-sensei said the Ichibai was actually like a demon, not a sickness or something, and that Naruto had one too called Kyuubi, but he wasn't supposed to talk about it. And one time in Sans Forest, Kakashi Teiku had said that his parents, Naruto's parents, had made him eat the demon fox because the demon fox had wanted to eat Konoha. Kakashi Teiku was scary and kind of shifty in general, and Naruto didn't really know much about the guy, but he didn't really think the captain would lie to him because, like, he was the captain. Plus he knew Naruto's parents. He wouldn't tell him who they were, even though Naruto really, really wanted to know because it was super secret and dangerous and Naruto wasn't strong enough to know yet, even though he and Sakura-chan and Sasuke had totally taken down an actual Jounin that one time mostly by themselves. So anyways, Naruto guessed he'd had this Kyuubi thing since he was a baby too, but maybe it was sleeping all the time before and now it was only mostly sleeping. But now he had this feeling of not being alone, which was kind of nice but totally weird because weren't you supposed to be the only one in your head? Hey! Sakura-chan shoved him, sending him wobbling across the ocean surface. Were you paying attention at all? She demanded. Naruto's eyes darted between her and Sasuke, who was scowling again under the metal crap covering half his face. That bastard. Yes, he hazarded. Sakura-chan crossed her arms kind of like how Zabuza-sensei did, but not as scary because she was way shorter than him. Really? She said. Aw crap. She totally didn't believe him. We were talking about, he glanced around wildly for any idea of what she could have been saying, the mission. Sasuke snorted, and Naruto shot him a glare as best he could without actually moving his head. Sakura-chan took a deep breath and her ears turned a little red the way they did when she was mad, but trying to act like she wasn't. Yes, she said. What about the mission? Naruto racked, what a weird word, his brains, but nothing. He slumped. She was totally going to lecture. Sakura-chan, he whined. It was taking too long. We're just picking up supplies. Sakura-chan actually vibrated with anger. This is our first solo mission, she hissed. The other teams both did it successfully. We can't screw up. How would we ever face everyone else? If we screw up, we'll probably be dead, so we won't have to face them, Sasuke inserted helpfully. His voice was muffled under the rebreather Itachi-sensei had given him to disguise his face when they first started running supply missions. Naruto didn't think he needed a reason to talk even less, but Sasuke insisted it was part of disguise. Karasu-sensei would totally kill you if you died, Naruto said speculatively, because they pretty much him and Tamarine had decided to name Itachi-sensei after the crows he could apparently summon that pretty much only Sasuke had ever seen and was kind of stuck up about, and who also didn't like the nickname that much but was stuck with it because that made Naruto like it more, and also he didn't have a better code name thought up. Also, the kill him bit was true. Itachi-sensei would be pissed. Like glare disapprovingly pissed, because Itachi-sensei kind of didn't emote and Naruto definitely never saw him look angry. Just, like mildly disappointed. That doesn't even make sense, idiot, Sasuke said dismissively, and Naruto bristled. Who was he calling idiot? Idiot. Boys, Sakura-chan said loudly before he could retort. The mission. Naruto was about to sigh really loudly but then remembered that Sakura-chan was still kind of pissed. Yeah, we got it, Sasuke grunted. We don't have anyone with the right Dojutsu, Sakura-chan began. Sasuke stiffened and Naruto cackled. Hey, he snapped. Sakura-chan shrugged unrepentantly. Sorry, Sasuke, she said. It's not like you can use that outside battle. Sasuke crossed his arms. Well, we don't have the right Jinchuriki either, he snipped. Naruto's jaw dropped. He wasn't even part of that argument. I can't help it, he complained. Stupid Gaara with all that stupid sand under the ocean. What did the Kyuubi thing ever given him, besides Sasuke's sword? The point, Sakura-chan bulldozed on, is we don't have a way to tell if someone's sneaking up on us like the other teams do, so we have to be extra vigilant. Naruto screwed up his face. Why do we gotta be extra villainous? Vigilant, corrected Sakura-chan. Extra careful and quiet so we can see or hear if anyone tries to attack us. Let's go. Sasuke fidgeted with the hilt of his sword impatiently. He didn't have a sheath for it, so he kind of just used an extra belt to swing it behind him at his waist. Personally, Naruto thought that was a stupid idea because it could slice his butt open if he fell backwards or sat on it or something, but that was Sasuke's problem and Naruto would probably just laugh at him if that happened. Stick to codenames from here on out. I'll take point, go, take rear. Rokuhi eyed Naruto critically, and Naruto bristled. Try not to be too loud. He turned and took off, sprinting flat out across the waves, and Naruto rushed to follow. I can be quiet when I want, Naruto muttered mutinously. He plucked at the bandages swatting the bottom half of his face. He thought it was a stupid disguise, though not as stupid as Sasuke's, these bandages that made him look a little like Zabuza-Baka-sensei and the hair dye that made his hair like Gaara's but more brown, but Itachi-sensei said all the strong shinobi would recognize the marks of the Kyuubi on his face, so now he had to wear them all the time. At least he didn't have to bleach or cut his hair, though, like Sakura-chan and Sasuke both did. Sakura-chan was lucky she and Haku were the only ones who didn't have to hide any of their faces. Apparently people in Kiri knew Haku was always with Zabuza-sensei, but for some reason nobody seemed to recognize him, and nobody was really trying to kill Sakura-chan other than the ones who wanted all of them dead anyways. Most of the rest of them got by with a little waterproof makeup, or sunglasses in Neji and Hinata-chan's case. Naruto wished they could wear their Yorizoku masks, but Shisui-sensei said that could make people think they were Umbu and then Kiri might send actual Umbu to kill them, and Naruto was strong but he wasn't stupid, he knew they at least needed Gaara or Haku to try and take on an Umbu. Or Sai, he guessed, since Sai used to be an Umbu trainee so he was probably pretty good. But Naruto was super strong now. He was learning so much stuff they didn't teach at the academy, because even though he'd been there like 4 whole months or something, all they did was teach stuff in books and how to throw a kunai or throw a punch or something. He could do real ninja things like taijutsu and super secret forbidden ninjutsu and walking on water. Running on water. Even though that last bit took him like half a year to get really good at it, which Zabuza-sensei said was because his chakra control was atrocious, which Shisui-sensei said meant it needed work. The important part was that he could do it, which meant that Team Byakko was in business. Naruto loved the wind rushing through his hair, battering the upper part of his face that didn't have the bandages. The sunlight glinted off the water, and he probably would have been blinded if he hadn't squinted his eyes a little like Gaara did when he was tired but couldn't sleep, because Gaara never slept, because if he did sleep then the demon would take over his body and literally nobody wanted that. Ahead of him, Sasuke veered off a little, angling away from the sun. Naruto didn't entirely know what direction they were supposed to be going, so he followed his teammate. Naruto tilted his head up and inhaled deeply, like the captain did sometimes when he was trying to track something, but unfortunately, Naruto didn't have super smell or super hearing or even super vision, so all he could smell was the bandages and the overpowering wet seaweed ocean smell. He threw a glance over his shoulder, because Sakura-chan sometimes couldn't keep up very well because her stamina and chakra stores were abysmal according to Zabuza-sensei and, on the small side, according to Shisui-sensei. Sakura-chan glanced back at him, puzzled, so he grinned under the bandages and waved at her cheerfully before whipping his head back around to make sure Sasuke hadn't taken advantage of his distraction to Shunshin or something, because Itachi-sensei taught him how to do that the other day and Naruto hadn't figured it out yet, but Sasuke could go like 15 meters if he had enough time to prepare the jutsu, and Naruto wouldn't put it past him to pull a fast one when he wasn't looking. He hadn't. Slightly disappointed, Naruto drooped and mentally crumpled up the draft of the rant he'd been preparing. Running on the ocean was wonky because the surface kept bobbing up and down, and Naruto could be running down one wave only for it to do its wobbly thing, and then suddenly Naruto would be running uphill instead. Mostly, though, it was pretty boring because it was just water, 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 sky. Naruto felt super weird just running out in the open. Like, they weren't even trying to hide. The only thing stopping an enemy team from finding them was the fact that there was so much ocean that you had to know exactly where something was in order to find it. He frowned. Or, he guessed, you could just keep wandering around on top of the water until you ran into it. Like this ship, for example. They or at least Sasuke knew where it was going to be at this exact time, so they could just run up to it. It had also stopped and dropped anchor at the drop point, so that helped too. The ship loomed over the water, and Naruto realized belatedly just how big it was, maybe twice the size of the one they'd ridden out of Kitakyushu on. Barnacles crusted on its hull peeked out as the waves broke against its sides, and the familiar, ominous creaking cut through the rush of wind and the flapping of the sails. Sasuke crouched and sprang straight up and over the side of the ship. Naruto bunched chakra in his feet to follow suit and promptly crashed through the surface of the water. He yelped, but before he could fall more than thigh-deep, a hand grabbed him by the arm and dragged him up, all the way to the deck of the ship. He twisted his head around and met Sakura-chan's long-suffering stare. "Thanks, Go-chan," he corrected sheepishly as she let him go. Sakura-chan's chakra control was the best, and sometimes Naruto wished he could trade the Kyuubi thing with her, but then he remembered that he had like 50 times the amount of chakra that she did, which meant that he could use the super secret Kage Bunshin Jutsu and she couldn't, and then he was okay with his control sucking a little. He frowned at his pants, now sodden, and dripped his way after Sasuke, who hadn't even bothered turning around, that bastard. The back of Naruto's neck prickled, like something was watching him. He flicked his eyes to the side and noticed for the first time a bunch of people just, like, on the ship. Which made sense, because otherwise the ship wouldn't move. They didn't seem to care too much that Naruto's team had just jumped out of the water onto their ship, because they just kept climbing the rigging and mopping the deck or coiling rope or whatever they were doing. There was a guy at the back with a giant wheel, and Naruto was about to wave hi at him, but then he remembered that he was a shinobi on a war mission, and shinobi on war missions didn't have time to wave hi. Sakura-chan strode past him when he slowed, stopping at Sasuke's side as a couple of guys with shinobi gear like kunai holsters and those back pouches met him under the tallest mast. Naruto trotted up and slid over to Sasuke's other side, because he was cool and professional like that. "I'm Hanashi 005, Genin," introduced Sakura-chan, since Sasuke couldn't talk too well with the rebreather and both they and Zabuza-sensei had forbidden Naruto from talking to new people first. "These are Hanashi 004 and -006, also Genin." "Hanagun 1950, Genin," said one of them. He had a bandana tied around the lower half of his face and another around his upper arm, and he glanced at Sasuke's totally excessively masked face warily. "Hanagun 1949, Genin," said the other guy, who looked more like he was the one in charge since he didn't even blink at them. He wore a bandana too, but over his forehead like he might a Hitayate, probably since none of them were supposed to actually wear their Hitayate because it was a secret that they were all in Mizu no Kuni. "The rest of our team is sleeping below deck, but welcome aboard the Ujimaru, sir." Naruto wasn't very good at guessing ages, but he was definitely older than Tamarine and maybe younger than the captain. He frowned. They were all Genin here, weren't they? These guys were older, they didn't have to be so formal. Hey, there's no need for. Sasuke had an irritating ability to read Naruto's mind, even though Ataka-sensei said the Sharingan didn't really do that. Sasuke's wasn't actually active, but more importantly he slapped a hand over Naruto's mouth before he could finish. The older Genin stared at them warily, and if Naruto squinted, they looked confused. Offended? Uncomfortable? "Sorry about him," said Sakura-chan. "I don't know what our sensei saw in him." Naruto stuck his tongue out, but he forgot about the bandages, so instead of licking Sasuke's hand, his tongue made contact with the linen. He sputtered, and Sasuke shot him a very unimpressed stare. "You're here for the supplies," 1949 said after a pause. "They're right this way." He exchanged a glance with 1950. Sakura-chan nodded and followed, but before Naruto could do the same, Sasuke used the hand covering his mouth to yank him in close with his mouth right next to Naruto's ear. "Remember what sensei said? They're general forces, we're command corps," he hissed. "Even if we're all Genin, we outrank them, and rank is very important during a war." Naruto shot him an injured look as his teammate took his hand back. "I know," he said, although he really didn't remember that particular lecture and honestly not many lectures in general, and he thought that particular rule was stupid anyways. "But they're older than us, it's weird. And not very friendly." The bastard just rolled his eyes and stalked after Sakura-chan. Naruto considered throwing him overboard, but this was their first solo mission and he was not going to mess it up. He followed his team and the two older Genin below deck, squinting in the gloom, and promptly ran into something tall and wooden. He bounced off it maybe multiple wooden things, like a stack of crates, and tripped back towards Sasuke. Only it turned out to be Sakura-chan, not Sasuke, and she caught him by the shoulder before he could fall. One of the Genin 1950, maybe turned around. "Careful," he said. "We're pretty sure this ship is smuggling narcotics into Southern High, so that's probably not a box you want to stumble into." "Narcotics," Sakura-chan repeated in a higher voice. Naruto didn't know what those were, but they weren't any kind of weapon he recognized. "Yep." 1950 let the word roll off his tongue languidly. 1949 shot him the kind of look that Sakura-chan gave him sometimes when he did something she thought was being dumb, and 1950 straightened, and added, sir. Sasuke jerked his head impatiently, and 1949 gestured deeper into the hold. There's about 18 crates in here marked for the 2534E and 2535W bases. That's you, right? Yeah, said Sakura-chan. Thanks. Seal them up and we'll take it from here. She pulled a pair of scrolls out of her backpack and passed them over to 1949, who tossed one to 1950. Make yourself useful, he muttered to his teammate, which was probably supposed to be quiet, but even Naruto with his non-super hearing could hear it. Naruto kind of stopped paying attention at this point because his eyes had finally adjusted enough for him to see the inside of the cargo bay a little better, and for now that was a little more interesting. Crates piled high, tethered to beams and pillars by rope and netting cluttered the hold. He shifted his feet, and the wooden planks squelched. Have you heard any news? Sakura-chan asked the other genin. News? No, said 1949. With a flash of chakra, the first crate vanished into the storage seal inked in his scroll. Sakura-chan nodded absently. She shifted her weight a little. What about stories? 1949 and 1950 exchanged glances. 1950 let a slow smile creep across his face. Yeah, I got a few, he said. You hear about the battle on Blue Hawk Island? 4 of our genin and Chiryunin teams were holding down a base there. One day, the genin on guard sees a woman walking towards the island, just strolling casually under the big blue, not a cloud in sight. She's got a full kimono, bracers on both arms, and red-purple hair down to her hips. Guard calls his team, and now this girl holds out her hands like she's offering them a hug, and the ocean just starts rising. Not in waves or anything, just millions of drops of water, like a mist. Only, instead of a mist, they form clouds and darken the sky around the base, like nighttime dark. At this point, the guard decides they're in over their heads, so they send a runner out to another base to get back up. Soon as he leaves, it starts raining and it doesn't stop. Chiryunin in charge orders an assault on the Kunoichi, but the teams don't make it 10 meters. By the time the runner gets there with the backup, she's gone. Everyone on the base is dead. Most of them are drowned on the beach, dozens of meters from the water line. The rest are mangled, broken arms, ribs sticking out of chests, necks snapped. All they can do is clean up, you know. 1950 shook his head. They call her Karamitsuha, bringer of rain. Sick, Naruto enthused. Not the part where all their people got killed, because that's terrible and Naruto wants to go yell at this Kunoichi and probably punch her a lot, but one Kunoichi against 15? Badass. Nicknamed after a goddess? Even more badass. I have one, said Sakura-chan. You hear about the raid on One Flower Island? 2 Umbu joined a 9-team raid to capture the outpost on One Flower Island and smoked the Kiri garrison out of their tower. One created a mist so thick, 12 enemy shinobi went in and none came back out. The other entered the stronghold alone and slaughtered 4 Kiri teams. When the assault teams arrived, they found him standing over 6 dead jounin without even a single drop of blood on him. He walked into the mist after his partner, and when it dispersed, both were gone, leaving behind only the bodies of their enemies floating in the waves. Sakura-chan paused, and 1949 jolted, having frozen while she told the story. They call them the Kaukyoma, the Akuma who show a man to his doom, she finished. The wild thing was that she was talking about their sensei. And Sasuke's brother. They sounded even more awesome the way Sakura-chan told it. Another crate vanished into a seal. We heard that one, 1949 commented. Didn't think it was real at first. Naruto exchanged a glance with Sasuke, who snorted. It's real, Sasuke assured them. Here's another one, said 1950 eagerly. You hear about the rescue of Team Morita, he said, and Naruto tried really hard not to look too interested. 4-man Chiryunin team got caught behind enemy lines by Kiri jounin who thought they'd find out what they knew. They're taking them apart piece by piece and drowning them real slow, but they don't say a thing. Out of nowhere a bolt of lightning comes screaming out of the sky and lights up the entire river they're camped next to, and it throws one of the jounin away from the guy he's carving up. The Kiri team panics, and an Umbu lands in the middle of them with a katana in one hand and a fistful of lightning in the other. It takes about 2 minutes for him to take them all down. He cuts Team Morita free, checks them over like a legit Irionin practically before the body of the last Kiri Jounin hits the ground. He patches them up and half carries them back to the nearest base, doesn't even break a sweat. They never see his face, never hear his voice, but someone at the camp tells them he's a captain, a real big fish. They call him Reijiryu, the Lightning Wolf. Naruto's jaw dropped. That was super cool, like totally hardcore. How many times had Team Morita gotten captured, to get rescued twice, once by the captain, and once by this other Umbu captain who also liked Raiden Jutsu and was a super big deal in Hanaha. Oh, wait. The captain was Reijiryu, not just some creeper who lurked in the shadows and slit people's throats and told all the sensei what to do. So much more badass than Naruto had originally thought. The last crate vanished in a flash of chakra, and 1950 swept the scrolls back up, handing them over to Sakura-chan, who passed them back to Sasuke. That's one I hadn't heard before, she said. 1950 grinned. Yeah? Not bad, huh? Hope I get to see him in action someday. Sasuke made that grumble grunt cough noise when he wanted to get Naruto's attention subtly and didn't want to make everyone else look, and Naruto's eyes snapped over. Just his eyes, because he was a ninja and everything and ninja were sneaky. He threw up his hands just in time to snatch the pair of scrolls Sasuke tossed at him without fumbling. Thanks, Sakura-chan, and reached behind him to shove them into his backpack. Sasuke took that distracted moment to brush past him, back to the ladder to the deck of the ship. Naruto twisted around and scowled furiously at his back. That's our cue, Sakura-chan said, her voice kind of dry the way it was when she was trying not to laugh but also wanted to hit him or Sasuke. We better head out. See you around, sir, said 1949, touching his fingers to his head in a salute. It actually looked pretty cool, and Naruto was about to try and do it too, but then he remembered what Sasuke said. Did Command Corps Genin salute? Naruto didn't know. Keep yourselves safe, said Sakura-chan in return, and shoved Naruto lightly. The sunlight blinded him anew as he ascended, and he clawed blindly at the rungs of the ladder, and he paused a moment at the top, crouched on all fours until his eyes adjusted. Sakura-chan made an impatient noise below him, and he shuffled sideways. Sasuke loomed over him, staring down from above the rebreather. Let's go, already, he muttered. Give me a sec, Naruto complained. How'd you get your eyes to work so fast? Magic, Sakura-chan deadpanned, and strolled past. Go-Go-chan. Naruto complained, but lurched his way after his teammates nonetheless. Go, you take point, directed Sasuke. I'll take rear. Roku, stay in the middle and watch your back. Copy that, said Naruto cheerfully and launched himself overboard. Sakura-chan landed ahead of him without even a splash, but Naruto touched down with a satisfying big but probably not sneaky whoosh of seawater. Their first solo mission, already halfway over. No big deal. Kind of boring, actually. Not that they were really expecting trouble, since the enemy didn't usually bother with Genin on supply runs when there were much bigger threats out there, but Naruto would have loved an awesome story to tell the others. The kilometers rushed past as they ran, and Naruto kind of wished he could stay out here forever, with the sky above and the sea below instead of being cooped up at their base. All the mud had been cool at first but now it got everywhere, especially since Naruto's chakra control was pretty bad so he couldn't keep the stuff off as well as Sakura-chan or Hinata or Haku, who were pretty much spotless all the time. Incoming. Sakura-chan slowed, and Naruto sprinted forward to join her. 2 o'clock, unknown number, unknown strength. Evasive maneuvers. Sasuke pulled up to run level with them. Roku, you know what to do. Huh? He did? Oh. Yeah, he did. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto crowed quietly, because it was a super secret strong ninjutsu and also forbidden and nobody could know that he knew it except his team and the rest of the pack. He grabbed Sasuke and Sakura-chan by the arms as the summoning smoke of his clones billowed up over the water, obscuring them. How many did you make? Sasuke grunted. This way. He jerked them to the side, 60 degrees east of their current course. Naruto wasn't too good at numbers and had maybe gotten a little too excited about the whole about to be ambushed thing, so there were maybe 50-ish clones. Henge, they shouted, right on cue, and then there were somewhere between 10 and 20 teams Naruto wasn't too sure charging off in all directions. Naruto threw a wild glance over his shoulder as the swarm of fake teams Byakko scattered, but all he could see were copies of himself and Sakura-chan and Sasuke. "Do you see them?" he demanded. "I think they went northwest," Sakura-chan panted. "Keep going." Sasuke tucked his chin down to his chest without breaking pace so that his hair fell over his eyes, and Naruto watched him as best as he could without actually looking over because, again, he was a ninja who could do ninja things. His eyes slitted open, whirling red, and he glanced back in the direction they'd come from. "We're clear," he said, and his Dojutsu that was totally cheating vanished. "Keep moving." They weren't even coming after them. Lame. Okay, so Naruto should be happy that his diversion worked because that was like his first time doing it on a solo mission, but he still wanted to have a super cool new story to tell the rest of the pack, like that they fought off a whole team of Umbu or some shark summons or something. Oof. The memories of his first dispelled shadow clones hit him all at once, and he shook his head like a dog to clear them away. Water, water, sky, blah, blah, blah. The clones had gotten bored and dispelled themselves, which, Naruto couldn't even be mad because he probably would have done the same thing. Since they were clones of him and all. The next group more of the same. And then more. And then popped the clones that had gotten chased. Wow, only a Kunao each? Copouts. Naruto shrugged mentally, because he was still running. He guessed nobody cared about Genin after all. "We're here," Sakura-chan announced. Naruto squinted across the waves and suppressed a groan when he recognized the little speck in the horizon as their very muddy temporary home. But, hey, he could see Gaara and Hinata-chan and Sai and Niji and Tamarine and Haku and Shisui-sensei and Zabuza-sensei and Itaka-sensei again. "Last one there has to tell Niji his cooking sucks," he called gleefully, and bolted. "Hey!" Sasuke snapped. "We're on a mission." Sakura-chan yelled after him. "Oh, yeah. He forgot about that. Being professional and all that." He slowed down, reluctantly, so they could go in looking like an actual team who had completed an actual solo mission and were ready for harder missions. Haku met them out on the water, just a flash of light playing off his hands betraying the ice dancing across his fingers. He eyed them knowingly as they approached him. "Welcome back, Team Byakko," he said with his reassuring calm. "Passcode." "Hi, Ichi," said Sakura-chan. "Passcode is Sprig 00 Cat's Paw 79 Violet Ghost." "We got jumped." Naruto cut in gleefully. "Except, not totally jumped, because we got away before they got to us." "Mission success," Sasuke said loudly over him, shoving down on Naruto's shoulder so he lost his footing. "We need to report." Naruto squawked as he dropped, but Sakura-chan snagged the strap on his backpack and he found his footing before his knee crashed through the surface. "Watch it," he cried. "I'm the one carrying the stuff." Haku's mouth twitched, and with a twist of his hand, the ice in it shattered into glittering powder. "You're just in time for lunch," he said. "Tamari-san cooked." "Oh yeah." Sakura-chan perked up. "What did she make?" she asked eagerly, skipping ahead towards the island. "Team Genbu practiced deep-sea diving earlier. I believe they caught some octopus and squid and such, and Hinata-chan found some clams and mussels on the beach, so she made seafood stew," Haku explained. "Awesome," Naruto breathed. "Seafood stew?" Naruto had never had that before, unless he counted the fish stew that Niji had made a couple times, but that was just fish, so he didn't think it was really seafood unless there was more than one type of seafood in it. Even Sasuke quickened his pace, so either he thought it sounded pretty good too or his chakra was low and he wanted to get to one of their platform islands before he lost his grip on it entirely and plunged into the water. That'd be funny, but Naruto was pretty sure his teammate was just hungry. Tamarine waved at them, but her mouth was full so she just pointed at the food shack. Naruto could smell the spicy salty aroma, and his mouth watered. At her side, Niji sat Caesar and probably ignored them, but he was wearing those dark wraparounds that hid his eyes entirely so maybe he winked at them or something and Naruto just couldn't see it. But there was food, so he didn't care too much either way. Niji could be a bit of an arrogant jerk, but he was the pack's arrogant jerk. Hey, hold it, Shisui-sensei said mildly, as Naruto beelined for the food shack. Mission comes first. Oh, yeah, the mission. Oops. He veered off to the platform he'd privately dubbed Super Important Mission Platform, and which Shisui-sensei referred to as the command deck because he was adult and boring like that. Shisui-sensei stood there already, drumming his fingers on the maps and scrolls and reports laid out there already. The Super Important Mission Platform was one of 3 that actually had a roof and walls, the other ones being the food supply shack, the platform where all the sensei slept. The rest were open to the air, because there were trees, so it wasn't like the sun was shining on them directly, so they didn't really need roofs, unless it rained. The big platform where the pack slept had a roof too, but no walls. Naruto didn't really think they needed them, anyways. Naruto had kind of expected to see Itachi-sensei there, since they hadn't seen him out on the water or in the camp, not that they would be able to see him if he was hiding from them or something, but though Zabuza-sensei had been banging around the sensei's sleeping quarters, Itachi-sensei was nowhere to be found. Team Byakko, reporting in, announced Sakura-chan, and Naruto's attention snapped back guiltily. Shisui-sensei's visible eye crinkled a little at the corner. Go ahead. Hi. Contact made with Genin Hanagun 1949 and -1950 aboard the Ujimaru. 18 crates of food provisions acquired and sealed into 2 storage scrolls, Sakura-chan recited, then paused. Shisui-sensei looked at them expectantly. Sasuke kicked Naruto's ankle. Ouch. That bastard. Naruto shot him a glare. Why'd he oh? He unslung his backpack by one strap and shoved in his arm elbow deep. He rummaged through the contents, which must have gotten shuffled around while he ran: ration bar wrapper, mostly empty water bottle, another bar wrapper, one slightly squashed but still unopened ration bar, whetstone, extra ninja wire, cloth that was either for drying his hair or oiling his weapons, scrolls. He yanked them out victoriously, and maybe half of what had been on top of them went flying. Sasuke leaned back as the coil of wire flew past his head, and Shisui-sensei reached out and caught his whetstone before it hit the table. Naruto grinned at Shisui-sensei sheepishly and ignored Sasuke's glower. Here's the supplies, he said, and quickly dropped them on the table before accidentally threw anything else. Shisui-sensei slid his whetstone back across the table, and Naruto snatched it up, shoving it back into the depths of his backpack. Shisui-sensei picked up the scrolls, turning them over in his hands as he examined them closely. Naruto wasn't sure exactly what he was looking for, but he must have found it, because he set them down and said, "Good work, Team Byakko. Anything else to report?" "Yes, Sakura-chan bit her lip, eyes darting sideways to Sasuke. Contact made with unknown shinobi and we took evasive actions." Shisui-sensei quirked an eyebrow, and this time Naruto dodged Sasuke's jab, because he knew already. Bastard. I made like 50 clones and hung them into us. Naruto resisted the urge to give a thumbs up because this was a mission briefing. Very serious. And then Zabuza-sensei stuck his head in the doorway. And his neck. And his shoulders. "Hey, Konoha," he said abruptly. "I'm taking Suzaku." Naruto whipped around so fast his backpack slammed into his shoulder from behind, and now, that was his whetstone probably giving his arm a bruise. He glared at Zabuza-sensei, and he probably would have yelled at him for interrupting their super serious important mission debriefing, but Zabuza-sensei was kind of scary, and if he yelled at him he'd probably make Naruto do wind sprints until he drowned. And he maybe was telepathic, because he swiveled his head like a snake and regarded Naruto with a flat stare. "Problem, brat." Naruto puffed up and promptly deflated when Sasuke's abnormally pointy elbow jabbed him right in the ribs. "How long are you all going to be gone?" Shisui-sensei asked, as if nothing had happened. Zabuza's eyes slid back over to Shisui-sensei. 3, maybe 4 days. For that Jiroishike Jiryu mission. Need to herd the rabbits back towards me. Naruto's mouth dropped beneath his bandages. An actual combat mission? With Zabuza-sensei? I rather like rabbits, Zabuza-san, said Haku from behind Zabuza-sensei, somehow managing to sound both serene and severe at the same time. Zabuza rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. "You'll be the death of me, kid," he muttered under his breath. Shisui-sensei shook his head, but his mouth was crooked at the corner like he was trying to hide a smile. "Don't run them too ragged," he warned. "See you in a few days, Z." Zabuza-sensei flicked his fingers in a maybe ironic salute and ducked back out of the command deck. "Suzaku." Naruto heard him call gruffly. "You have 10 minutes to pack your shit." "So," said Shisui-sensei. "You made decoy teams." Naruto really had planned to agree and keep going with his story report, but when he opened his mouth, what came out was, "They get to go in a real mission." Sakura-chan made a noise like a whistling tea kettle, and Naruto thought Sasuke's red swirly Jujutsu might activate spontaneously. It didn't, though, so Sasuke was probably annoyed but interested in the answer too. Shisui-sensei frowned at them. "Debriefing first," he said. "And first rule of gathering information, don't let anyone know what you're interested in finding out. You give the other party the knowledge of what you're looking for and the power to deny it to you." Naruto perked up. "So we shouldn't tell you about the mission, since you told us you want to know about it," he said slyly. Shisui-sensei sighed. "Gaara." Naruto pounced on his fellow Jinchuriki. Ataka-sensei had for some reason drilled that word into his head painstakingly and then told him he should never say it out loud, and sprawled across his lap, his furred cloak billowing out behind him magnificently like feathers on a goose. With eerie synchrony, and in complete silence because Team Genbu as a whole was unnaturally quiet, Hinata-chan and Sai raised their heads from their food to glance at him just briefly and then lost interest, because Naruto had pretty much done this every time he saw Gaara sitting down since they'd met. Gaara had helpfully lifted his bowl out of way so Naruto didn't get any seafood stew juice in his hair because he loved Naruto like that. He beamed up at Gaara, who blinked back down on him tolerantly. "This is my food," he informed Naruto. Naruto pouted. "Gaara," he whined. "I'm already comfortable." Gaara ignored him and his hand flapping at Gaara's bowl as he carefully spooned a bite into his mouth. His jet black hair flopped over his eyes, and even though he'd started dyeing his hair like half a year ago, Naruto still looked at him with the expectation of seeing shorter, rust-red spikes. Naruto sighed dramatically, pawing half-heartedly at Gaara's wrist. "Tamarine made that." Gaara's eyes crinkled just a little bit at the corners. "Yes," he said. "You should try some," he added, "so whoa, it must be really good, especially if Gaara wasn't sulking over Tamarine being gone again." Naruto needed no more encouragement than that. He shot upright again. Gaara pulled his bowl out of the way, so he was the best, and leapt straight onto the mud, landing in a crouch on all fours. He pounced into the doorway of the food shack and almost crashed into Sasuke. His teammate scowled and whirled out of the way, twisting the bowl so it didn't spill. "Calm down, there's plenty," he said, rolling his eyes as Naruto jerked to a stop before crashing into Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan glared over her bowl of stew. "If I spill a single drop of this, I will drown you," she threatened, and wow, was she channeling Zabuza-sensei. Naruto raised both hands defensively, sidling sideways through the doorway as Sakura-chan stalked past with her stew. Sakura-chan got grumpy sometimes when she hadn't eaten in a while. Shisui-sensei had learned a little medical stuff when he got really hurt and needed to be seen by an Irionin like every day until he'd gotten better, and he said it happened because her sugar was low, which Naruto didn't really get because Sakura-chan wasn't even that sweet to begin with, and also what did that have to do with medical stuff? The other teams must really have caught a lot of sea creatures, because Tamarine had made 2 giant vats of the seafood stew, and at least one of them had already been scraped dry. Clearly, Zabuza-sensei had already been here. Maybe also Ataka-sensei, though he'd been gone by the time Naruto's team got back, because even though he was the shortest of the sensei and only a little taller than Haku, he could eat a surprising amount when he wasn't in battle. He unhooked the ladle from the side of the pot and took a bowl from the stack in the crate, cackling gleefully, because food. Good food. Tasty, tasty food. He maybe filled his bowl a little too full and slopped the liquid over the side. He twisted his neck to pull his bandages down so he could lick the drip of stew off his hand, because even though Sakura-chan wasn't here and she hadn't threatened it specifically, he wouldn't put it past her to maybe drown him a little for spilling his. He balanced the stew carefully, sitting down on the platform's edge so he could feel for the surface of the mud with his feet without taking his eyes off his food. Sasuke sat with his back to the corner post of the big platform like the antisocial bastard he was, with his rebreather hooked from one ear, while Team Genbyu clustered on the opposite side. Sakura-chan had opted to sit next to Hinata-chan, shoulder to shoulder with the other girl. Naruto crawled up onto the platform in time to hear Hinata-chan say, "Did you hear any stories?" "We heard one about the captain," said Sakura-chan. "Oh, and there was one about a Kiri Kunoichi called Karamitsuha." Sai tilted his head like a bird as Hinata glanced up from beneath her eyelashes, and even though Gaara was pretending like he didn't care, Naruto knew he loved hearing the stories. Karamitsuha. Hinata echoed. "We hadn't heard that one before," she said. Sakura-chan stuck the tip of her spoon in her mouth. "You hear about the battle on Blue Hawk Island?" she recited. 4 of our Genin and Chiyunin teams were holding down a base there. It was kind of interesting how Sakura-chan could say the exact same words but somehow make them sound different. In any case, Naruto had heard the story already, so he didn't feel bad going for seconds in the middle of it. And then thirds, when it ended. Naruto had heard the horror stories about food at other camps, and his team had to go deliver one of the scrolls to a different camp and probably stay there overnight and eat at least one meal there, so Naruto was determined to eat as much of Tamarine's cooking as he could before he left. Plus, with the entire Team Suzaku gone for half a week, that meant the only people in the cooking rotation whose food was actually good was maybe Sasuke, Shisui-sensei, and Hinata-chan. And Itachi-sensei? Maybe? Sasuke clearly thought the same thing, because he said, "Where's Karasu-sensei?" Sasuke and Itachi-sensei had this weird hang-up where Sasuke called Itachi-sensei around pretty much everyone else and only called him Aniki when it was just the two of them, which was really weird because they were brothers, and if Naruto had a brother he'd call him Nii-san or Aniki or even Oni-chan all the time even though he was a guy. Itachi-sensei and Sasuke were weird though, because they said they wanted to be professional and Sasuke said a real shinobi was always professional and Naruto respected that, he really did, but family was something really special and Naruto didn't have any except the pack and they weren't actually blood related even though he and Sakura-chan and sometimes Sasuke called Tamarine along with Gaara and Hinata-chan called her Ne-san sometimes, usually when Neji wasn't around because Neji was kind of a jerk. "He is completing an urgent solo mission to the south," Sai answered. "I do not believe he will return for another 2 days." Sasuke nodded, because he clearly wasn't seeing the important point. "Couldn't he have brought us with him?" Naruto wheedled. "We only got a supply run, we could have helped him out." "Unlikely," Sai said dismissively, but Naruto knew he and his robot voice was just his normal voice so he didn't take it personally. Logically, 3 below Genin level children can do very little to help an A to S-ranked Nukenin who is an accomplished assassin, infiltrator, and capable of killing 6 Jounin level opponents in a pitched battle. Okay, that Naruto did take personally, because that was way too much of an attack not to. "We can do stuff," he insisted. "We practically took down a Jounin." The nature of Karasu-sensei's assignments are likely beyond what even a normal Jounin is capable of handling, Sai pointed out. "You would be hampering him, because any enemy would exploit a weakness such as 3 children on a battlefield for which they are not yet prepared." "We're not a weakness," Naruto objected. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see Hinata-chan and Gaara's heads turning back and forth between him and Sai as they batted words back and forth, Hinata-chan anxiously, and Gaara placidly. "Okay." Sakura-chan cut in loudly. "We have a mission which is not with Itachi-sensei and we need to go soon, so," she reached over and slapped the back of Naruto's head. "Traitor." She was Naruto's teammate, damn it. "Ow," he complained, swatting at her half-heartedly. "Quit picking fights," she scolded. Naruto's jaw dropped, which everyone could see now, since his bandages were still hanging loose around his neck. "He started it." "He's not wrong," Sasuke pointed out. Finally, someone on his side. "Thank you," Naruto exclaimed, throwing up his hands and accidentally knocking his bowl off the platform. He lunged and caught it before it hit the mud, popping back upright. Sasuke snorted. "Not you, Sai," he said, but he was scowling so he was definitely not happy about it. Ugh. Naruto's entire team was made up of traitors. Team Genbyu had the solidarity thing down, and even though Team Suzaku fought a little well, Tamarine and Neji fought and Haku sometimes gave them the cold shoulder, but no, Sasuke didn't even have his back in one measly argument. "You all suck," he sulked, flopping onto his back. I am sure why you will have more challenging missions soon, Hinata-chan offered because she was awesome like that. And now it's time for the one we were already assigned, Sakura-chan said pointedly, hopping down off the platform onto the mud. Sasuke slid after her languidly, the hilt of his katana clanking off the rough wood of the deck. Naruto sighed and rolled off the edge, landing in a crouch. It wasn't like he didn't want to go on the mission because he did, and he was kind of looking forward to getting out there a bit and running and also seeing another real base with real Hanoha Shinobi. He just kind of missed the days when it was just the pack with Nico-sensei, even though they hadn't met Haku or even called themselves the pack yet, or when they ran wild around Sans Forest and the training was fun, more like war games than an actual war. Naruto hadn't seen much of actual war, none of the pack had, except Team Suzaku, and even then mostly Haku. But even though fighting was cool and everything, Naruto knew people were dying out there. He'd heard the stories, even seen Team Morita in the aftermath of their torture, back in Kitakyushu. Naruto really just wanted to get strong enough to be able to protect everyone, then he'd just make all the Kiri Shinobi back down, and then he could go to Konoha and force Danzo to take them back and get him arrested for all the people he killed. Hey! Sakura waggled a scroll in front of his face, and Naruto blinked. Naruto? This scroll isn't going to deliver itself. Naruto flinched. I'm coming, he said indignantly. He darted over to the food shack to drop off his bowl first, because Zabuza-sensei had literally beaten that into him. Zabuza-sensei was a complete neat freak for such a bloodthirsty guy. A little of the stew juice got on his hand, and he scrubbed it on his pants absently. Sakura scrunched her nose at him. That's gross, she informed him, and turned in a whirl of her cloak. Sasuke rolled his eyes and followed her. Naruto stuck his tongue out at her back, but hopped down on the mud after his team anyways. Bye, Shisui-sensei, he yelled in the general direction of the super important mission deck. Bye, Sai. Bye, Gaara. Bye, Hinata-chan. Hinata-chan lifted one hand in a meek wave and her teammates sort of stared a farewell, he guessed. Shisui-sensei didn't say anything, but since he was the one who'd sent them on this supply mission Part 2, Naruto assumed he knew when they were going. And also he was a bit buried under paperwork, because for some reason running a war took a lot of paperwork, and just the other day, Shisui-sensei had complained that he'd been promoted to captain just so he could handle Ataka-sensei's and Zabuza-sensei's workloads while they were running missions. That was news to Naruto, because he hadn't even known Shisui-sensei was a captain. Roku, Sasuke said impatiently. Huh. Sakura-chan waved the scroll in his face again. You're supposed to be carrying it, remember, she prompted. Oh, yeah. Naruto shoved it into his backpack again, and pulled his bandages back up to his nose for good measure. Back in the forest, he knew the captain had his Ninken-do supply runs. He missed the dogs. They were super friendly and cuddly and had wicked teeth and could carry the heavy, forearm-long scrolls to the different bases all over the elemental lands the way smaller summons couldn't, but he hadn't seen any of the Ninken since they left Tetsu for the last time because they were too busy playing decoy on the mainland and drawing Danzo's hunters away by hanging into the captain, which was totally cool. Naruto hadn't known that dogs could do ninjutsu too. Hey, said Naruto speculatively. You think we'll see some more summons? Talking to other people's summons is rude, Sasuke reminded. I'm not going to talk to them. Naruto squinted at Sakura-chan's back, offended. I just wanna see them. Summons are relatively uncommon, said Sakura-chan. Summoning scrolls are passed down through families and closely guarded, so only the direct descendants of certain clans call on summons. Old clans, added Sasuke. Those with connections to the wild spirits who used to roam the land, Sakura-chan agreed. Naruto blew out a sigh at the lecture, but he would admit it was pretty interesting stuff, and the kind of stories he and Sakura-chan both liked. He guessed that meant he wouldn't be seeing any summons, then. And the captain had to be from a pretty old clan then, if he had summons. Old like him, maybe. He already had gray hair and everything. Naruto squinted over his shoulder, at the sun, and splayed out his fingers. 3 fingers, so 3 hours to sunset. Sasuke watched him, unimpressed. Hey, you remind me of the sun. Naruto told him cheerfully. Sasuke stared back at him. Too bright for you? Will hurt you if you stare too long. What no? Naruto scowled at him. Temperamental and likes to burn things. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but he was in serious mission mode, so he didn't bother retaliating. As the sun's dying rays spilled across the waves, Sakura pulled up abruptly, and Naruto stopped short, startled out of his thoughts, and landed in a crouch at her side. Sasuke set his back to theirs, tense and alert. Just ahead of them, Naruto could see a faint smudge an island, and hopefully the right one with the right base because Naruto still didn't really know where they were or where they were supposed to go. His neck prickled. Show yourself, Sakura-chan called, her voice steady even as her hand inched towards her kunai holster. The surface of the water 5 meters away bubbled, and a dark head surfaced, followed by a set of shoulder and hands that pressed flat against the top of the water to lever the rest of the kunoichi's body out. Fantasy Black 7-3 Cat's Paw Sandalwood 6, she said, uncaring of the water that streamed down her face and off her flak jacket. Code. Veil 3 Queen Apple 99 Flame 0 Gold, said Sakura-chan, and the other kunoichi nodded, straightening into a relaxed pose. I'm Hanashi 005, Genin, and these are Hanashi 004 and Hanashi 006, Genin. We're a supply team. Naruto waved. Hanashi 092, Chiyunin, said the kunoichi, and though her face never changed, her voice seemed to soften. Supply run, huh? This way. Naruto's mouth dropped beneath the bandages as they neared the island. Compared to the Pax Island, this base sprawled over 3 times the area, with sandy beaches and palm ferns at the shoreline and thick forest beyond. No mud in sight. Why didn't they get such a nice base? It was clear that this base was much more heavily populated as well. A team sparred easily on the beach, kicking up clouds of sand as they darted in and out of the fray. Dark figures perched in the tree-line, so still they'd have blended in perfectly if not for the flash of light off metal as one walked a kunai across his knuckles. Kagane, called 092 as they stepped onto land, and one of the shinobi in the trees detached himself from the shadows, trotting across the sand to meet them. She jerked a thumb at Team Byakko. Supply team's here. I'm taking them into camp. Cover the rest of my shift. Yatter, muttered Kagane. You just want an excuse to get off early, Bara. He saluted lazily nonetheless and took off across the water. You wouldn't believe the slop we've been living off of, 092 or Bara, since that was an actual name said as an aside. We were lucky enough to have a couple teams bring back some wild boars from another island this morning, but the last food shipment we got was nothing but those squishy canned sausage things. Meat's not supposed to be that soft. Tell me you have something besides that. She ran an agitated hand through her hair. We're not sure, sir, said Sakura-chan doubtfully, glancing at Sasuke, who shrugged. We picked up the crates from a different team, so we don't actually know what's inside. Bara heaved a long-suffering sigh. Don't worry about it, she said. After the fall, when I was still a genin, my team did nothing but supply runs too, but we liked to peek at what we were carrying. Sakura-chan straightened a little. You were a Konoha genin before the fall, she asked interestedly. Bara glanced over, surprised. Ah. Yes. I did think you looked a little young. I wasn't recruited, I was part of one of the genin teams originally from Konoha. During the fall, my team was away from Konoha, and our sensei decided it was too dangerous to return when we heard what had happened. Sasuke frowned. Why? He asked. Danzo purged specific groups and sympathizers, Sakura-chan added. Unless she hesitated, biting her lip, though she didn't glance at Sasuke. Did you have an Uchiha or a Nara on your team? Bara turned away from them with a sigh. That knowledge is dangerous, she admonished mildly, and kept walking. Sakura-chan winced. Naruto stored the encounter away for future reference, because Sakura-chan didn't stick her foot in her mouth very often and it was kind of funny, or it would be, when enough time had passed so that it could be considered funny, which Sakura-chan probably thought was more time than Naruto did, but for now he kept his own mouth shut so he didn't make things worse. I don't know what kind of camp you're out of, but the Jounin in charge runs a tight ship here on Gull Hill. So just be careful, Bara tossed over her shoulder. What's Gull Hill? Naruto asked. Sasuke stepped on his heel. This base, said Bara, giving him a funny look. The Gull Hill base, located on Gull Hill Island. Oh, said Naruto thoughtfully. He didn't read the briefing, Sasuke muttered. This is 2534E, idiot. Did too. Naruto objected. I just don't remember any of it. Anyways, the Jounin in charge's pretty hung up on rank and protocol, so, just, keep your heads down, Bara said. Hi, said Sakura-chan hurriedly, after a beat, and Bara shot her a glance that was maybe exasperated and amused at the same time. They crested the hill. The camp had been built around the trees, rather than clearing out an open space. Canvas and rope wrapped the trunks, and shinobi blurred to and fro purposefully. A few trees in the center of the camp had been felled to make room for the fire, twining smoke into the leaves, around which a team of shinobi hovered over the massive hunks of meat draped over long spits. This camp was one of the coolest things Naruto had ever seen, and he couldn't even say anything about it because he had to be a serious shinobi. He vibrated in equal parts glee and distress. Per protocol, I'll escort you to the command tent, and after you check in, you can head over to the base quartermaster, Bara explained. She'll verify and confirm what you brought and assign you temporary quarters if you're staying here overnight. She glanced over at Sakura-chan. Are you? We were told we'd be spending the night and leaving in the morning, sir, Sakura-chan answered, with a fleeting look backwards at Naruto and Sasuke. Movement out of the corner of his eye startled him sideways, and Naruto dodged out of the way as a pair of shinobi burst out of a tent flap next to him, one carrying a crate full of kunao, the other with shuriken. He watched them go until Sasuke shoulder-checked him, and he trotted after Sakura and Bara. Despite all the movement, there were very few shinobi actually in the camp itself. Most of them were tending the fire and the food. Where is everyone? He muttered out of the side of his mouth to Sasuke. Bara turned. Most of the garrison will be training or running patrols, she answered. We're in a bit of a lull right now, no active missions outside holding the base down. This way. She ducked into a large tent tucked in the far side of the camp. Naruto found the sleek wooden desk just inside the tent flap hilariously incongruous. Here they were, in the middle of a war, on an island in the middle of the ocean where a tent was the most permanent structure for hundreds of kilometers around, and this prim shinobi wearing reading glasses looped around his neck with a beaded string was sitting at a glossy desk stacked with neat folders of paper on one side and scrolls on the other. The shinobi barely glanced up at their entrance, but when Naruto looked over at Bara, the older Kunoichi was standing at rigid attention. Naruto straightened, suddenly aware that Sakura and Sasuke had already lined up neatly on either side of him. Chiyunin Hanashi 092 escorting supply team Hanashi 004-005-006, sir, she bit out, and only then did the desk shinobi look up briefly. Passcode, he ordered, turning a page in his packet. Veil 3 Queen Apple 99 Flame 0 Gold. Sir, she added a little belatedly. Desk shinobi didn't seem to care. He merely reached for a scroll and unfurled it in one quick movement to scribble something in it. 092, escort them to the quartermaster, he ordered. You, Genin, report back at 0600 tomorrow for departure. Hi, said Bara, echoed raggedly by Team Byakko. Desk shinobi glanced up at them a second time, one eyebrow raised severely. Bara flicked her hands at Naruto's team in a subtle shooing motion, like Tamarine did when she was trying to get them out of somewhere without them causing more trouble. Too late. What's going on out here? Naruto froze, looking over his shoulder, and met the eyes of a tall, dark-eyed shinobi with frown lines etched around his eyes and mouth who emerged from the back wall of the tent's entryway, beyond which Naruto could see a large table, like Shisui-sensei's, scattered with maps and scrolls and little markers clustered on top. His lips thinned as he regarded them, the 3 genin and 1 Chiyunin mid-hustle out the exit. Naruto couldn't have responded even if he wanted to, because the shinobi's glare froze any words in his throat. It was like he could tell every slightly bad thing Naruto might have done in his entire life and was about to order him to do wind sprints until he passed out like Zabuza-sensei always threatened to do, but somehow equally scary even without the killing intent. Bara proved she was a true leader and brave Kunoichi by immediately saying, just escorting a supply team to the quartermaster, sir. Supply team, the Jounin said sharply. These children. I'm Hanashi 005, and these are Hanashi 004 and -006. We're Genin, sir, Sakura said bravely. The correct address is Genin Hanashi 005 with Genin Hanashi 004 and Genin Hanashi 006, sir, the Jounin corrected almost dismissively, and turned to the desk shinobi. Code checkout. Desk shinobi, true to form, was unfazed. Yes, sir, he said. He shifted an entire stack of paper to the side. Naruto admired desk shinobi, because this Jounin was almost as scary as the captain. Kami knows who's sending children into my war zone, the Jounin muttered, then raised his voice. Carry on, he ordered, and turned back into the command room. Bara blew out a shaky breath after they filed out. I'm glad I don't see him every day, she said dryly. There's a story going around camp that when he was a fresh Chunin, he stopped an entire squad of samurai in their tracks with killing intent alone. Okay, kids, to the quartermaster. Naruto wondered if being scary was a requirement for being Jounin, because Sasuke's older brother was like creepy scary and Zabuza sensei was mean scary and the captain was just scary and even though Shisui sensei was usually pretty friendly even though he never smiled he could be really scary when he got mad. Naruto obviously was going to be Jounin one day, would he have to be scary too? He didn't really want to be scary, just strong. He hoped the quartermaster wasn't scary. Is she a Jounin too? He asked. The quartermaster. Bara took a sharp right around a tent corner, and Naruto's team followed like a row of ducklings. She's Takujo. You'll like her. Compared to the almost sterile command tent, the quartermaster's supply tent reeked of organized chaos. Crates stacked haphazardly stretched almost to the ceiling, some open and spilling their contents to the ground and some still nailed shut. Naruto tripped over a box of shuriken next to a pile of cabbages. Watch it, a voice snapped, and a small figure shot around a stack of canned foods to glower at them, arms folded across her chest. Bara, don't you bring these anarchists into my sanctum. Hi, Junko-sensei, Bara said, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. This is a Genin team on a supply run. Don't scare them too much. The quartermaster could only be 20 centimeters taller than Sakura-chan, the tallest of the team, and definitely a lot shorter than Ataka-sensei. She was a Takubutsu Jounin? She kind of looked like a gust from Tamarine's fan would send her halfway across the ocean. Quartermaster Junko Juhin surveyed them with sharp eyes and harumphed, putting her hands on her hips, and Naruto noticed the bulging holsters at her waist. These shrimps. They're toddlers, she said, unimpressed. I intercepted them out on the ocean, sensei, said Bara. They can water walk and everything. Is she your Jounin sensei? Naruto piped up, eyeing Junko Juhin interestedly. Junko Juhin snorted, and Bara shook her head wryly. Junko sensei is technically my commanding officer, but she told me to call her sensei instead of sir when I got here. The Jounin in charge doesn't really like it, but Masato can't do shit to me about it, Junko Juhin interrupted, brushing a hand through short cropped hair. This place'll fall apart without me. Besides, it reminds me of being part of a village instead of just a rogue shinobi army. Sensei, Bara admonished with a combination of exasperation and disbelief. Junko Juhin waved her off. Wow. This lady was way cool. And she wasn't super scary. Just kind of scary. Naruto wanted to be her when he grew up. They're staying the night, Bara added. She hesitated. Sensei, if you could maybe. Pa, grumbled the quartermaster. Like hell I'm putting them with the rabble. Look at them, they'll be eaten alive. I got a couple extra bunks back here, they can squeeze in with me. Bara blew out a breath. What's wrong with the rabble? Naruto asked. Rabble, Sasuke corrected under his breath. Both Bara and Junko Juhin turned to look at him at the same time, and he resisted the urge to fidget. Nothing, Bara said after a too long pause. War's hell, Junko Juhin said bluntly. Some of these guys will take it out on the easiest target. On their own people. Sakura-chan demanded, the horror in her voice mirroring the icy spike that drove into Naruto's heart. Bara shifted uncomfortably. Not usually, she said hastily. But, you know, sometimes an argument'll get out of hand. And you three are a little more breakable than most. Naruto exchanged glances with Sakura-chan and Sasuke. Sakura-chan's eyes reflected her worry and uncertainty, while Suzuki's burned with resentment. It'll make me feel better if you just stay out of the way, Bara added. And be careful. We're always careful, Naruto reassured her. For some reason, Junko Jihin snorted a laugh while Bara smiled reluctantly. I have a team meeting, said Bara, but I'll check in with you later. Junko-sensei will take good care of you. Junko Jihin snorted. Get out of here, she growled, slapping Bara half-heartedly on the shoulder. Keeping us all from doing our jobs. Genin, she said, as Bara flitted back out the way they'd come, follow me. Naruto followed, but Suzuki grabbed him by the shoulder and Sakura-chan slid neatly in front of them. Naruto glared at Suzuki, who raised one sardonic eyebrow back at him just like Zabuza-sensei did when they messed up. Right. Not supposed to talk to new people first. Naruto sulked silently. It wasn't like he was going to let their real identities slip or anything. Team Byakko had run supply missions before, but before today they had always followed the sensei and hadn't really talked to the other shinobi in the bases, and because Zabuza-sensei and Itachi-sensei were both pretty important people in Hanaha, they always did the reporting in and were always given private quarters and always shared them with the teams, whether it was them or Team Genbu or Team Suzaku. As he peeked out of the tent from a crack between the wall and the ceiling canvas, Naruto wondered if that had been on purpose. No way did Zabuza-sensei and Itachi-sensei have to run supply missions if they were that important. But wouldn't it be suspicious if two super strong Anbu like them always guarded the same couple of genin teams? Maybe that's why they started letting the teams go by themselves. Naruto knew, kind of in vague sense, that they couldn't ever let anyone know who they were. Shisui-sensei's missing eye served as a bleak reminder of what could happen to Suzuki or Niji or Hinata-chan if anyone ever found out who they were, especially since Suzuki could use his red swirly eyes too now even if he did have some performance issues. And there was him and Gaara, which Naruto didn't understand too well. Something about the Jin hierarchy thing. But Naruto would rather get hurt than watch Sakura-chan or even Suzuki get hurt. A couple weeks ago, before they first landed on their base on the super muddy island of Mud, they'd been ambushed on the water and Naruto had gotten stabbed but he was fine afterwards, so it was probably better if he got hurt instead of either of them. Outside, shinobi hunched around small fires dotting the forest, the furthest just vague silhouettes against the flames as they ate and conversed in tones too low for Naruto to make out. Naruto's campfire dinners had always been warm, friendly affairs among the pack. Here, a chill hung in the air despite the muggy air swaying indolently through the trees, and shinobi sat or crouched stiffly, eating in methodical bites. He shivered. Hey, said a voice behind him, and Naruto jerked, nearly banging his head on a metal support as he whipped his head around. Sakura-chan coughed on a laugh as Bara raised an eyebrow. I brought you guys some food, the older Kunoichi said, raising her arms, laden with battered metal bowls. Food. Naruto bounded off his stack of crates. You're the best, he informed Bara, who looked kind of startled but she'd brought him food so it was true. Suzuki, who had been sitting against large box with his eyes shut, slid his eyes open, and after a moment coiled to his feet like a cat, aka a total show-off. Thanks, sir, Sakura-chan added as she took one of the bowls. You kids are lucky, Bara said wryly. Fresh meat is pretty rare here on Gull Hill. Where's Junko-sensei? She's unpacking the stuff we brought, said Sakura-chan, shuffling idly in front of Naruto. Naruto paused, one hand on the bandages over his mouth. He ducked a little and turned the rest of the way towards the wall before slipping them down. He shoveled the food into his mouth as fast as he could, and almost choked on the dry, stringy meat. Wow! This was considered good food? No time to waste. He tipped the bowl into his open mouth and swallowed, yanking the bandages back up to cover his mouth and nose. Ugh! He hated speed eating. How did the captain do it so well? He tucked the bowl behind his back as he turned. Bara gave him a look that said that she most definitely had not been fooled. Naruto glanced back and forth between Bara and Sakura-chan and cast about for an excuse. I'm Gogo-chan's red hernia, he tried. Bara raised both eyebrows. Her what now? Sakura-chan rolled her eyes. Red herring, she corrected, familiar exasperation thick in her voice. You don't tell someone you're a red herring, idiot, Suzuki muttered. Naruto scowled under his bandages, because Sasuke's bowl was completely empty and his rebreather perfectly in place and Naruto hadn't even seen him eat. That completely defeats the purpose. It's fine, Bara said, a smile twitching at the corner of her mouth. Keep your secrets, kids. You may as well get some rest since you won't be expected to join the guard rotations. Sakura-chan paused, food halfway to her mouth. Are you on guard tonight? She asked with trepidation. Bara snorted. No. I did my shift this afternoon. She caught the look on Sakura-chan's face and reared back. Oh, no. I'm not here to babysit. In very un-Sakura-chan form, she widened her eyes so the very pretty green was very evident and did her best set face, and honestly Naruto might have dropped everything to give her whatever she wanted at that moment because she looked very devastatingly miserable. Bara proved not to be immune, because she heaved a sigh and raised her eyes to the sky. Ceiling. Whatever. Fine, she growled. I can stay in here for the night, if Junko-sensei doesn't mind. You want to babysit the kids, I'm not stopping you, Junko Juhin grumbled, stumping past. She shoved the emptied scroll back at Sakura-chan, who accepted it automatically. I'm going to sleep. Show him to the flour sacks. Naruto sneezed. The burlap flour sacks were surprisingly comfortable, and if he shifted just right he could shove his knee right where it could dig into Sasuke's kidney. Cut it out, Sasuke grunted, his voice drowsy and only a little annoyed. Pissed, said Naruto. Are you awake? Obviously, Sasuke muttered. What do you think it's like, being genin in a shinobi village? Sasuke shifted so Naruto could see the dim light glint off his eyes. Why are you asking? You lived there too. Yeah, but he chewed on his lip. I dunno. I never really saw genin teams. I mean, sometimes they ran errands for the orphanage, but she always made me stay upstairs. Sasuke watched him quietly for a moment, the shadow of a frown furrowing his brow. Who made you stay upstairs? Why? The Baa-san who ran the orphanage, said Naruto. And I dunno. She said nobody wanted to see dirty no-name orphans. The shopkeepers always kicked me out too, but I think that's 'cause I didn't have a lot of money. That's not supposed to happen, Sasuke said suspiciously. Naruto shrugged. He didn't think about it much, that was the past, when he was just a little kid and not a shinobi. Do you think Sai had that happen to him too? Sasuke asked. He's Nanashi. Did you know him in the orphanage? Nah, said Naruto. Never met him. Maybe he was in one of the other ones. Sasuke shifted, and Naruto could see patches of flour dusted in his hair. There's more than one. Huh. Naruto said, distracted. Orphanages? Yeah, there's 3. What about the genin teams though? Your brother was on one once, wasn't he? Yeah, said Sasuke after a pause. I was really little then, though. I don't remember a lot. He was Shirei Bulleten, obviously, so he had a Jounin sensei and 2 genin teammates who were both older than him. Naruto squinted at him through the gloom. All genin have Jounin sensei, he pointed out. No, that's just the command corps, Sasuke corrected. Shirei Bulleten. Guntai genin teams sometimes have Jounin sensei, sometimes Takujo, and sometimes Chiryunin sensei. There's not enough Jounin to go around. Oh, said Naruto. He thought about that. Do you think we'd have been Shirei Bulleten? Of course, said Sasuke dismissively. We're way more advanced than most academy students when they graduate. What did they do? Your brother's team, he added, in case Sasuke had forgotten. Did they train and stuff? Yeah, said Sasuke in a tone that said exactly what he thought of Naruto's intelligence for even asking. Every day. And they did missions most days too. Like ours, Naruto prompted. No, stupid ones, said Sasuke. There wasn't a war, so most of the genin teams did maintenance or ran easy errand missions in the village. Walking dogs and grocery shopping and stuff. Anaki's team did all that too. Naruto tried and failed to imagine Itachi-sensei at their age, doing something as mundane as weeding or gardening or delivering mail. It was almost absurd Ataka-sensei's cold precision applied to something like painting a fence or mowing a lawn. He'd always kind of thought of Ataka-sensei as emerging fully formed as a deadly assassin, who had never done anything less than the most dangerous of missions. Then he thought about the pack and how they had spent years running with Nico-sensei and then Ataka-sensei and Shisui-sensei and Zabuza-sensei and the captain, and the days where they shivered in threadbare clothing in the forest and villages in enemy territory with their stomachs hollow, haunted by fear and nursing fevers or seeping wounds. He remembered, vaguely, sunny days in Konoha, where civilians and shinobi alike bustled around cheerfully, carefree, and thought it wouldn't be so bad to live in a place where the hardest mission they did was chasing cats around. I wouldn't mind doing stupid missions, he yawned, and noticed that somewhere between one moment and the next his voice had grown groggy with sleep. Sasuke muttered incoherently. Naruto would have accused him of not paying attention, but he was already asleep. Naruto wasn't sure what had woken him up when he jolted awake, adrenaline slicing through the haze of sleep fog in already forgotten dreams. At that point, it didn't matter, because the flour sacks under him ignited in a flash as he rolled off, and he yelped, muffled under his bandages. The blast blew him across the tent, and he crashed into a stack of crates, which came crashing down on top of him. For a moment, he lay stunned under the crates, blinking the spots out of his eyes, and then someone reached down and grabbed him by the shoulder, hauling him out bodily and setting him roughly on his feet. "Go, go, go," shouted Bara, giving him a shove from behind. Naruto fled blindly through the maze of crates. He turned a stack of boxes and crashed headlong into another someone, who twisted as they fell so Naruto landed under them. "Get up!" Sakura-chan snapped, pushing herself off him and dragging him up by the arm. But Naruto twisted around even as he ran after her. "I'm right here," Sasuke growled, whirling around the next corner. "We need to get out of here." "Shouldn't we help?" Naruto objected. Outside, a scream cut off, drowned out the dull concussive boom of an explosive tag. "Don't be an idiot," Sakura-chan said sharply. "We're genin. The best thing we can do is go get help." "She's right," said Sasuke. "Keep up," he added, and whirled, darting through the dimly lit rows with unerring accuracy. Outside, the night blazed with flames from the fire pits burning out of control, scattered across the ground. Dark figures darted to and fro, and the ground heaved as shinobi summoned water or earth or fire jutsu. Someone had set the command tent on fire. Naruto had just a moment to wonder what had happened to Desk Shinobi and his shiny wooden desk and neat stacks of paper before he plunged after Sasuke, ducking a stray kunai that whizzed past his head with just centimeters to spare. Something large and dark flew past with just a flash of light to betray its passing, and only belatedly did Naruto realize it was a body, the katana protruding from its chest having sliced through the shinobi's bones as easily as it did his armor. In the chaos of the fire-torn battle and the shadows thrown by the flames, Naruto couldn't tell ally from enemy. Both sides wore the same Kiri-style flak jacket, and Naruto's eyes could only catch the blur of movement. Metal on metal clanged near his ear, and he flinched back instinctively. Then they crashed into the forest and plunged back into darkness. He caught just flashes of Sasuke's sandals, and his gray fur cloak glowed eerily in the moonlight filtering in faintly from above the trees. He threw a glance behind him in time to catch the flash of fear on Sakura-chan's pale face as she stumbled. Naruto jerked back towards her, but she caught her footing and snapped, "Don't just go." Naruto turned back around, but almost crashed into Sasuke, who had stopped short at the tree lean. "What the hell, bastard?" Naruto hissed. "What is that?" Sakura-chan demanded, skidding up behind them. Where only open water had stretched out before the island, now a huge shape loomed silently, cutting through the waves. It was a ship, maybe 3 times the size of the merchant ship they'd hitchhiked into the ocean on, sleek where the other was bulky. "That's a Kiri warship," Sasuke muttered. "Shit. We have to get out of here." If they hadn't been in such deep trouble, and if Naruto hadn't panicked, he might have yelled at Sasuke for swearing because Ataka-sensei definitely would have at least glared at him for it. He'd never seen a warship before, but that thing was built for destruction. Sand turned to water beneath their feet as they streaked across the beach to the ocean, and then they were gone, leaving behind the distant shouts and clash of metal and blooms of raw chakra. Sasuke darted around a dark blob, and as he jumped over it, Naruto recognized the flak jacket and realized it was a man, bobbing in the waves face down. Sakura-chan's half-choked inhale told him when she discovered the same. Although Sasuke didn't stop his headlong sprint even as they sped onto the open water, Naruto could hear Sakura-chan's breathing growing ragged. "Wait," Naruto called, turning back again to check on Sakura. The ocean exploded beneath his feet and Naruto lost his grip on his chakra, flying backwards and crashing through the surface of the waves. He inhaled and swallowed a mouthful of water instead of air, the cold and saltiness sending a shock through his system before he caught himself, twisting back around towards the faint glint of the moon. Even underwater, he heard Sakura's yelp, high and alarmed, and the bloom of Sasuke's Katon glowed through the watery haze before Naruto clawed his way back to the surface. He burst back through the water. He hacked, eyes and lungs burning from the sting of the salt water, and hauled himself upright as Sasuke hurled a brace of shuriken at the kunoichi looming over Naruto. She dodged almost indolently, swaying between the shuriken easily, and Sakura-chan backpedaled furiously as the Kiri kunoichi turned on her. Naruto growled, "Palmada kunao," and pounced at her back. "No!" Sasuke shouted, and too late Naruto saw the trap he'd been baited into, that Sasuke had seen. The kunoichi whipped around too fast for Naruto to anticipate, but instead of a sword she brandished a fistful of water. Unable to stop his forward momentum, Naruto crashed into the water face first as more streamed up to her hand from the roiling waves. "Roku!" Sakura-chan cried. Though he braced himself, he breathed in instinctively. He instantly steeled himself against the burn of water in his lungs, but to his surprise, air rushed in easily. Naruto tried to twist, to duck, and get away, but the water weighed on his limbs and dragged him down, until he could only move a little, just enough to know he wasn't paralyzed. "You bastard," he howled, shocking himself at how intelligible his voice came out. The kunoichi glanced down and sideways at him pityingly. "Oh, darling," she drawled. "I can assure you that I'm purebred. What orphanage did the rebels pull you out of, little mongrel, that you have only a number as a name?" Naruto clenched his kunao a little tighter and glowered. "Shut up," he snapped. "Who the hell do you think you are, huh?" At the edge of his vision, Sasuke shut his eyes, and Naruto wildly wondered why he hadn't gotten sunglasses or goggles or something like Neji or Hinata-chan because he looked real stupid, closing his eyes in the middle of a battle. The kunoichi smiled benevolently, a pleased tilt to her lips. "I am Mayoke Kichiro, firstborn and heiress to the Mayoke clan." "That's a boy's name," Naruto blurted. "Katon, Hibashiro!" Sasuke shouted, and a blast of fire roared at Mayoke. A water clone rose in front of her to take the blast of the fire, collapsing back into the waves in a hiss of steam as soon as the flames abated. "How rude," Mayoke muttered. Utterly pointless, she jerked away abruptly as Sakura-chan's flurry of kunao hissed through the cloud of steam. Once her hand left Naruto's watery prison, it collapsed around him, and he wasted no time darting away, landing in front of his team in a low crouch. "That was super smart, you guys," he informed them, and Sakura-chan pursed her lips like she always did when she wanted to smile but had to be serious. Mayoke straightened, and strode forward through the remnants of the mist like some sort of Oni. "You have only postponed the inevitable," she sneered, and for a moment Naruto was vividly reminded of Neji at his most jerkish. "We need to get out of here," Sasuke said under his breath. "At least one of us needs to," Sakura-chan corrected. Naruto whipped around to stare at her, but she stayed crouched in a ready position, kunao held in a backhanded grip. "Help won't come unless we get one of the sensei, and it's better that one of us make it than none of us." "She's right." Sasuke's tone was grim. "Yeah," Naruto agreed reluctantly. Well, he didn't actually intend to let any of them not make it out. But on that teensy tiny chance they couldn't beat the kunoichi, Naruto would make sure Sakura-chan and Sasuke got away okay. "Defense Formation 7, Sasuke growled. "Anyone sees a chance to break away from the fight and think they can make it to camp, take it." Mayoke charged, and the water reared up behind her as great sharks leaping from the ocean. Sakura-chan leapt backwards, kunao in one hand and a coil of wire in the other. Sasuke darted in front of Naruto, hands blurring through hand seals. "Katon, Housenkan no Jutsu," he muttered. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Naruto let his chakra explode, and his clones burst into existence, surrounding them as Sasuke's fireballs exploded harmlessly against the Kunoichi's sharks. Sakura-chan hurled her kunai through the smoke screen created from the steam, and at the same time, Naruto hunged his clones, just like he had the day before. "Your tricks won't fool me a second time," Mayok warned as her sharks plunged back below the waves. "Go," hissed Naruto, shoving one of his Sakura clones, and it grabbed him by the arm and dragged him away from the battle full tilt. "Wait, not me," he yelped, twisting around wildly back to look for his team, but he couldn't see them in the shuffle of the rest of the. "Sorry boss," said the Sakura clone, the words looking really weird coming out of her mouth. "You wanted us to get all of us out of there." "Yeah, but after I know the others got away," Naruto argued. "Come on, we gotta go back." "No can do," said his Sasuke clone. "Ridiculous. Ganged up on by his own clones." "I'm your maker," Naruto objected, swinging a wild fist at Sasuke clone's stupid smug face. "I'm the boss. You have to listen to me." "Interesting," said a new voice, and Naruto whipped around, even as his heart sank. "You're the one popping out all these clones, then. What's it to you?" Naruto snapped, and his Sakura clone instantly socked him in the shoulder. "You idiot," it seethed, exactly like the real Sakura-chan. The newcomer wore Kiri's flak jacket over the basic Chunin Jounin grays, and a shock of green-brown hair fell over his Hitai. He couldn't be older than Itachi-sensei, but he wore a katana over his shoulder and eyed Naruto with amusement, like Naruto was a puppy that had done something particularly dumb. "Sensei, I found the one doing the clones," he called, raising his voice a little, and Naruto whirled to look behind him. "Good." Another, older Kunoichi loomed behind Naruto, and he swallowed down a startled shriek at her approach. She stared at him with the same derision as Mayok had, only with more malice. "Don't let him get away like your teammate almost did." "She will be corrected for that failure," she added, almost as an afterthought, and Naruto caught the younger shinobi flinch out of the corner of his eye. "Hey, leave her alone," Naruto blurted. Both Kiri Shinobi and Naruto's own clones turned to stare at him incredulously. "What?" he said defensively. "She was pretty scary and strong and she did catch me for a little bit." The sensei ignored him, just like Zabuza sensei did all the time, and turned like she was certain he wouldn't run away. "Clean this up," she ordered as she stalked off. Naruto did not appreciate being the object of the cleaning up. He didn't even like to take baths. He glared at the shinobi as he unsheathed his sword, swinging it in front of him in some complicated manner that Naruto didn't really pay attention to except to make sure that blade wasn't coming anywhere near him. "Don't touch me," he warned, narrowing his eyes. If it was just this kid, teen probably, Naruto could get away, easy. He just had to make a bunch more clones and then no way would the guy catch him. Except, when Naruto tried to form the hand seal, he couldn't move. And his startled cry of, "Hey," came out more like, "HHHHHH," because he couldn't move his mouth either. What was going on? Neither of the Kirinin had come near enough to touch him, and he didn't remember anything poisoning him like the venoms Tamarine talked about, that Suna Shinobi dipped their senbon into. All that was happening was that teen shinobi swinging his sword in Naruto's general direction 10 meters away. "Like it?" the guy asked lightly, stepping forward slowly. "It's a genjutsu my clan is famous for. Yototori, you've probably heard of us. Though, you probably didn't learn much about the noble clans in the low-caste academy classes." Naruto had very little idea of what the Yototori shinobi was saying, because even though Zabuza-sensei had mentioned that there were castes in Kiri society, he had never actually seen a shinobi wearing a caste. What he did understand was that Yototori was insulting him. He growled low in his throat, because that much at least didn't need him to move his mouth, and strained against his invisible bonds. He tried reaching for that floaty anger in the back of his mind, the one with the chakra that wasn't his, but he couldn't reach that either. "It's no use," Yototori said, stopping again when he was just 2 lengths of his blade away from Naruto. "I weave the genjutsu with my sword. I won't tell you exactly how, because, well, right now we're enemies." With a quick 1-2 jab of the blade, he dispelled Naruto's clone teammates. He swept the blade back over his shoulder into its sheath, but though Naruto yanked and yanked on his arms and his legs, Naruto still couldn't move. Yototorai slipped a coil of wire from a back pouch and stepped forward unhurriedly, pulling Naruto's unresisting arms in front of him. That was clever, with the clones, he added, like he and Naruto were sitting down for dinner and a conversation, instead of him tying Naruto's wrists together like a prisoner of war. You might even have gotten away, but Kiyoshi, that's Harada Kiyoshi, is probably the best censor in our graduating class. He sensed the difference between your clone's chakra and theirs. Pity he's low caste stock. He could have made Chunin before even me. Naruto made an indignant noise as Yototorai swung him over his shoulder like a sack of flour. Oh, I know, said Yototorai. Everyone likes to say that caste is not the end-all. Look at Kichiro-chan. Not even her Maoke blood got her a promotion in the last round. And it's not too late to switch sides, you know. You'll have to do a little re-education, of course, but you're young and misguided. Kiri will take you back. Naruto regained control over his mouth just in time to yelp as the Kiri shinobi jumped, leaping up from the ocean's surface. He twisted his head so instead of just the shinobi's flak jacket he could see the sleek deck of the Kiri warship. Ah! He was, as Zabuza-sensei would say, so fucked. Naruto jolted out of a dazed half-sleep as the metal grate clanged shut, and Sakura-chan thumped down onto the slimy wood beside him. "I'm fine," she slurred. Back to sleep." Naruto squinted through the gloom, just barely able to make out the glint of her hair, lank and matted with blood. But though her face was bruised, and her wrists where the wire had dug into them, she seemed no more hurt than when they'd taken her. "Sensei'll come for us," he assured her for what had to be the 100th time since Yototorai had dropped him in this cell in the warship's belly practically on top of his teammates. "How?" Sakura-chan sighed, closing her eyes. "Even if one of your clones got away, he wouldn't be able to find us. Or take on an entire Kiri warship," muttered Sasuke from the dank corner he'd claimed early on. Blood and filth spotted the bandage wrapped around his abdomen beneath his ripped shirt. His face had lost the little tan lent to him by the sun above Kiri's oceans, giving him a ghostly pallor. The chakra suppression seal inked on his forehead crouched there like a great dark spider. Naruto couldn't think of anything to say to that, because his eyelids were drifting shut again. Funny, he didn't think being a prisoner would be tiring at all since they couldn't move around much in their cell, but now all he wanted to do was sleep. The cell door slammed open with a loud crash, and as he jolted awake, Naruto knew he'd been asleep for at least a few hours because although the hold stayed dark, a new crink in his neck protested his abrupt movement. Sakura-chan shrank back against the back wall, and Sasuke glowered soundlessly from his corner. "Hi," said Yototorai apologetically. Naruto squinted at him blearily, but couldn't really see much besides his silhouette. "I do feel bad about bothering you, but it's been almost a week and we need answers." "We don't know anything," Naruto scowled defiantly, but he didn't move because he was still mostly in front of his teammates and Yototorai was definitely here to grab one of them for interrogation again, and hell if Naruto would let him take either Sakura-chan or Sasuke, especially because Sasuke had grown quieter and quieter each time he woke up and Naruto strongly believed he was bleeding out under the bandages even though he didn't say anything about it. "We don't have to do this, you know," Yototorai said conversationally, leaning against the door frame. "We just need a couple names. The Jounin or captain in charge of Gull Hill. Your sensei, or whoever lured you out of the village. Any other bases that you know of. I can get you out of this pit, find you some real food." Naruto's stomach rumbled. Ramen. He wanted ramen so bad. "We don't know anything," Naruto repeated anyways. He knew Yototorai'd choose him as long as neither of the others drew his attention, because the first day he accidentally told Yototorai that they'd had a Jounin sensei, and apparently that was important because of the whole "not every genin team has a Jounin sensei" thing that Sasuke had literally told him the day before, and the Kiri shinobi had very quickly and probably accurately decided that Naruto was their best bet to get intel. Yototorai sighed, genuinely disappointed, and Naruto couldn't help but flinch against the floor a little. "What are they offering you?" "Kiri is forgiving. You can still be a shinobi. Probably nothing higher than a genin after this little stunt, but there's nothing more the rebels can give you, and when we wipe them out," he shrugged. "Never mind, then," he said. "You'll change your mind soon enough." Come along, you will walk or be dragged. Naruto didn't plan on making things easy for him, so he stayed where he was, lying half-sprawled on the kind of slimy floor. It maybe also was because he couldn't move very well because he hadn't eaten in possibly 2 days, and even then it was like a bit of bread that was a little too hard to really be called bread. His legs just really felt like jelly and his arms weren't much better, given that they were tied up in front of him and everything. Yotatorai's face suddenly filled his vision as the Kiri shinobi reached down to grab him by the arm, hauling him bodily upright and dragging him backwards out the cell. Naruto tried to dig in his heels, but Yotatorai was taller, heavier, and hadn't been starved for almost a week and hefted him easily. Sasuke made an outraged growling noise from his corner of the cell, and jerked as if to lunge, half-sunken eyes glaring out of his gaunt face. Let go of him. Sakura-chan snapped, but she didn't try to jump Yotatorai or go for the open doorway, because that's what had gotten her the gash on her head the first day of their captivity. Roku. As Yotatorai dragged him out, Naruto's hazy mind prodded at him insistently, don't let them find out who Sasuke is. Don't tell them who the sensei are. Hanaha isn't here. Naruto stared up blankly. The cell door clanged shut behind them, and the ceiling of the ship bumped past dizzyingly as Yotatorai wound unerringly through the narrow passageways. Left turn. Right turn. Straight for maybe 10 meters. Right turn. Naruto had been dragged down this path 3 times already and he knew what was at the end of it. Only, this time, the barren wooden room wasn't vacant and the solid metal chair they usually chained him down to was already occupied. You bastards, snarled the kunoichi, surging up from the chair in a rattle of chains. He's just a kid. A kid? Naruto twisted around to look, but he didn't see any kid. Then he caught sight of the kunoichi, with her dark hair shorn close to her skull and fierce eyes glaring out from a patchy pale and bruised face. Ugly black-blue bruises and streams of dried blood painted her naked flesh, and as soon as he glanced over he averted his gaze again to leave her with as much dignity as possible in a situation like this. Only then did he realize he recognized her. Bara, the kunoichi from Gull Hill. Shut up, said Mayoke, backhanding her carelessly across the face. The force of the blow sent Bara's head snapping sideways, and the chains around her wrist snapped taut as she jolted. Hey, don't hit her, Naruto slurred, swimming laboriously up through the fog of hunger and the place that he went to when they tried to get information out of him so he wouldn't actually tell them anything. Oh, welp, Mayoke sighed. You should worry about yourself. Naruto had just enough presence of mind to flail his legs a little because that did not sound good, or even anything like the kind of hard but not too hard slaps Mayoke had battered him with the first 3 times he got dragged out for interrogation. Yotatorai swung him around with embarrassing ease and for a brief moment he sailed through the air. Then the hard surface of the table knocked the breath out of his lungs, and for a handful of seconds he could only blink stupidly at the ceiling. In the background, he could hear Bara shouting, then lower blur of sound of Mayoke's cool responses and the burn of rope against his ankles. This will hurt, Yotatorai said apologetically, pushing Naruto's head down when he tried to crane around to look. Rope cinched around his neck, and he choked. Yotatorai reached over Naruto and slit the bindings on his wrists. Naruto yanked his wrists away but the Kiri shinobi caught them again easily, and tied them to the corners one at a time, splaying Naruto out like a pinned bug. He forced Naruto's closest hand open, flat against the surface of the table. Kiyoshi. Make yourself useful and get us some snacks or something, rot blood. Gods know you'd go easy on your traitor friends, Mayoke said, and the sneer in her voice caught Naruto by surprise. He twisted around to try to see what the third teammate looked like because he'd never been in the same room as him before and only caught a flash of black hair as he slipped out the door. The little one's going to squeal like a pig. Leave him alone. Bara shouted again, her voice rough and furious. Names, traitor, and this can all stop, Mayoke said boredly. Naruto couldn't see or hear Bara's response, but he assumed it was a glare that meant go to hell because he heard the impact of flesh on flesh and the rattle of metal as Mayoke slapped her again. Do you know how many bones a human body has? Mayoke asked conversationally. You and I have around 220. This little cur here probably has around 250 still. Most of them are in the hands. Without warning, Yotatorai slammed the hilt of a kunai down on the tip of Naruto's smallest finger. Pain exploded in his finger. Agony lanced up his hand and burned up his arm, and a raw scream ripped its way from Naruto's throat. He jerked mindlessly against the ropes and gagged as the one around his throat yanked him back. Roku! Bada shouted, and above the roar of blood pounding in his ears Naruto heard the scrabble of metal against wood as she struggled. "Okay," panted Naruto reassuringly, though he still couldn't catch his breath. His breath came in quick pants, and he forced himself to take deep breaths instead as he braced against the table. He rolled his eyeballs all the way to the side, but he still couldn't see her. "Don't tell em anything." His finger throbbed, and he tried to fade back into his mind like Shisui-sensei said to do if they ever got interrogated. "Ah, now you're making things worse for yourself," Yotatori admonished, and Naruto blinked up at him with eyes watering from the pain. "That's one," said Maoke. "Just a demonstration. We'll do one more and see if you feel like talking." Naruto muffled a shriek as the second joint of his littlest finger exploded into pain, realizing the meaning of her words too late. He yanked at his hand and strained against the ropes holding him down, but Yotatori gripped his wrist still, and Naruto's hand may as well have been trapped in quicksand. White starbursts exploded across his vision and he sucked in air desperately. He didn't realize his hearing had fuzzed out until it trickled back gradually. "The Jounin, or captain in charge of Gull Hill," Maoke repeated, almost bored. "Name, or the whelp breaks a third bone." Even if they had been asking him, Naruto honestly couldn't remember the name of the Jounin in charge. He knew the captain's name, of course, and all the sensei, but no way was he ever going to give them up. They were going to come for them, he knew it. They had to. Naruto's pulse thudded through the silence. Gods, he just wanted the pain to stop. Make it stop, make it stop. Naruto reached blindly for the anger that had hovered just beyond the back of his mind because it fixed him before. It could make the pain stop, and only then did he realize it wasn't there. His probing hit only chakra seal's thick, muffling cloud. No matter how desperately he stretched and scrabbled at it, it rebuffed his efforts. "No," he muttered aloud. "No, no, no, no." "Roku," Bara rasped. "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" The kunai slammed down again. This time, he didn't scream, because there was no air in his lungs to scream with. His mouth flew open, gaping soundlessly as his legs strained against the ropes and the agony of the now 3 broken bones. His hand brushed against the table, and the white blast of pain that followed shorted out his vision. He toppled into the pain sucking him in and he knew nothing. Naruto blinked awake to the throb of his mangled fingers. A face leaned over him, not quite looking at him, but the bonds around his wrists loosened. Instinctively, Naruto drew his hands back to his chest, but strong hands caught him and tied them in front of him once again. He bit back a whimper. He blinked the blur from his eyes and recognized the third Kiri teammate, Harada Kiyoshi, taller than Tamarine, but he sort of hunched in on himself like Hinata-chan when she was being just Hinata-chan and not Kyu. He worked silently, slicing through first the rope around Naruto's throat, then his legs. Naruto tried to swing his legs over the edge, maybe make a break for it and throw himself over the side of the ship and get help even though he'd probably die. But his legs wouldn't cooperate and just flopped to the side. He coughed and groaned as the pain blazed white-hot through his fingers again. He twisted to look at his hand and wished he hadn't. 3 of his fingers had swollen up like blood sausages, all twisted and bent at awkward angles, and oh gods, was that white thing a bone? He squeezed his eyes shut again. Something touched his finger, sending bolts of agony through his hand, and he bit back a whimper as he flinched away. "They're finished, for today." Naruto cracked his eyes open just enough to see Harada, who didn't look at him as he spoke. His words sounded discordant to Naruto, distant, and with a strange accent. "Ba," started Naruto, and his too slow mind reminded him he wasn't supposed to tell these people her name. "Where is she?" he rasped instead, the words sticking in his throat. "The rebel traitor is fine," Harada said monotonously. She did not talk. "Interrogation will continue tomorrow." Naruto's indignation was drowned out by mixed dread and relief. "No more new pain today." Harada reached for his hand again, and this time Naruto let him wrap a small strip of cloth around the first broken finger, and his vision went white for a moment as he tugged it around the second. "No splints," the older boy explained without meeting his eyes. "This will keep the bones in place. One by agonizing one, Harada bound each finger to the next. Naruto gritted his teeth as his vision went white, his unbroken hand clenching and unclenching each time his fingers throbbed. When he was finished, Naruto dropped his head back against the table and struggled to breathe, staring up blankly. Hazily, he watched the Kirinin move around his table silently, and then reach over him. Even still, he huffed in surprise as he was half dragged, half lifted against the shinobi's chest. Naruto's head bumped against Harada's shoulder as he was carried out of the room. "You're different," Naruto slurred, and even in his half-delirious state he felt Harada stiffen. "Why are you helping him?" "I am a loyal shinobi of Kiri," Harada retorted mechanically. "I will follow orders. I will not betray my country or my village as you have." "You're not like them," Naruto insisted. "They did this to me." He sort of waved the hand with the broken fingers at Harada and instantly regretted it as the jarring movement sent white starbursts across his vision, and he curled inward as best he could. "She called you rot blood," Naruto remembered, panting against the pain. "I was unfortunate to be born to a family that once turned against Kiri," Harada said, his voice suddenly cold and hard. "Their sins are mine to bear. I will not make the same mistake, and you should not either." "I'm 10, Naruto confessed, and this time Harada stopped short in the middle of the second left turn. 10, Harada repeated faintly, staring down at him. Something in his eyes changed, but with his mind fuzzy and slower than it should be, though Sasuke would probably argue that he was plenty slow already, Naruto couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Naruto agreed fuzzily. He craned his neck up, put his face closer to Harada's, and for a moment, he saw something vulnerable in the teen's face before it vanished once again under a blank mask. "Can I tell you a secret?" Naruto asked. "Why can tell anyone? They won't believe you, and that's proof you're not one of them." Harada eyed him warily. Naruto peered back up at him. Why was the Kirinin looking at him, again? "Oh, yeah, because he said the thing about the secret." Wariness edged Harada's tone when he asked, "What is it?" Naruto's foggy mind churned, because he hadn't exactly thought this far ahead, but he needed something super scary probably, but he couldn't say anything important. What was the scariest person he knew? What was the craziest thing he could say that was at least kind of true? Something about the captain? The captain was pretty terrifying, and probably even scarier to someone who had to fight him. "My sensei," Naruto slurred, "is Raijiryu." The captain was basically the sensei of the sensei, except for Zabuza sensei because they were both old, so it would be a little weird, so the captain was like his grand sensei. And the captain was scary as hell, but he and all the other sensei would rescue them. Naruto really believed that. But anyways, the point was that Raijiryu was the captain who was kind of like his sensei. Harada frowned, but even with his mind only half working like this, Naruto could see the caution and disbelief and wariness warring in his eyes. "Raijiryu doesn't have a genin team," he said warily. "We have intel on him. He's an Umbu captain or solo operative." Naruto muttered, beginning to lose his grip on consciousness. "He's coming for us. And he's pissed." Roku. Naruto must have blacked out again, because Sakura-chan's voice sent him jarring back to the present. And, he realized with a pained grunt, back to his throbbing fingers that drowned out the ache in his belly and the lightheadedness and the throat that was so dry it dragged against itself. "MMPH, he said, and tried to roll over before realizing Harada was still carrying him. He lolled over just his head to see Sakura-chan with her still bound hands braced against the ground as she crouched in the corner in front of Sasuke, who was glaring so hard that if he could summon his swirly eyes from sheer willpower he definitely would have. Naruto's heels touched the ground first. He sucked in a breath as Harada lowered him the rest of the way to the ground, clutching his mangled fingers closer to himself. "What did you do to him?" Sasuke demanded, his voice a low rasp in his throat. "The price for his and your comrade's refusal to cooperate," Harada said, monotone, as he slid his arms out from under Naruto and stood. 9 broken bones in the fingers of his left hand. Sakura-chan sucked in a gasp in mingled horror and fury, but Naruto flapped his uninjured hand at her reassuringly. "Not him," he explained. "'s fine." He blinked up blearily at Harada, who stared back at him with unfathomable eyes. Without another word, the Kiri shinobi turned and left, and the cell door clanged shut behind him. Instantly, Sakura-chan darted forward, dropping to her knees at his side and reaching for his hand. No, Naruto slurred, pulling them away as best he could without letting them hurt much more than they already did, with little success. Don't touch. He tied them for me. He's K. I told Raiju is our sensei, and that he's coming for us. Sakura-chan sucked in a harsh breath and recoiled, eyes wide. Why would you do that? She demanded, fear and anger sharpening her voice. It's K, Naruto repeated, trying to make her understand, but it was hard when the inside of his head was filled with cotton and pointy rocks. No one will believe him if he tells. Enroku, how would you know that? Sakura-chan asked, hands hovering just above Naruto's before letting them drop in front of her again. He didn't hurt me, Naruto insisted, straining his eyes to meet hers in the gloom because this was important. The others don't like him. Called him rot blood. Blood of traitors, rotten to the core, Sakura-chan translated helpfully. Sensei told us that, remember? But, Roku, that doesn't mean anything, she said, but kind of gently, probably because Naruto had just been tortured and his hand hurt very much. This is a Shirei Bulletin team we're dealing with. He's probably loyal to Kirigakure no matter how they treat him. Tha's not fair, Naruto pointed out. That's normal, Sasuke corrected in a gravelly voice. Look at Ninq. Naruto squinted at Sasuke's corner. What about Ninq? He asked, confused. Sasuke rolled his eyes half-heartedly. Ni was basically born to become Kyu's personal servant and bodyguard. What? Naruto frowned, concerned. That doesn't make any sense. Kyu calls him Nii-san, he's not her servant. Maybe the captivity and probable blood loss had finally gotten to his teammate. Sasuke's pale face was drawn beneath his rebreather, and his throat kept bobbing, so Naruto could tell he wasn't getting enough water. That's noble clans for you, Sasuke muttered. Big on blood and birth order. Did you think Ni normally uses those kind of honorifics for people younger than him? Now that he thought about it, Naruto did think it was kind of weird, but Niji'd been like that since they met during the fall, so he'd thought of it as just a Niji quirk, like the way he kind of sneered at Naruto when he was in a bad mood. He didn't mean it, obviously, but he couldn't help it because he was naturally kind of a jerk. He made a mental note to ask him and probably yell at him about it because Hinata-chan was super nice and didn't try to make him do anything. He eyed Sasuke, half hidden behind Sakura-chan. His teammate had slumped further down the wall, with no effort to shove himself upright. The dark shadows under his eyes stood out starkly against his bloodless face, and his hands were clamped around his middle as best as he could manage with them tied. You don't look so good, Naruto noted. Sasuke leered him with an unimpressed glare and Sakura-chan made a noise like an angry hedgehog. He's been stabbed, you got tortured, neither of you look good, she yelled. Or she would have, but her voice cracked halfway and trailed off into a sob. Naruto stared up at her and her eyes were a little shiny like she would be crying but wouldn't because she couldn't actually afford to lose the water. Go-chan, he said unhappily, reaching up with his unhurt hand. Don't cry, Go-chan. I'm okay. It doesn't even hurt that much. I'm not crying, you idiot, she scowled, smacking at him half-heartedly, but her lip was trembling and even Naruto could tell she was really scared but trying not to show it. Go, said Sasuke, and both Naruto and Sakura-chan turned to look at him. He honestly looked pretty terrible propped up against the cell wall. Even in the darkness, Naruto could make out the stain spreading slowly across the bandage around his middle under his hands, a little bigger than when he'd left the cell, and Sasuke's eyes were hooded, as if it were taking a lot of energy to keep them open. Don't worry about the idiot, he said. Hey! Naruto protested dramatically, making a show of outrage as Sakura-chan choked out a laugh. We're alive, Sasuke rasped, and Sakura-chan nodded tremulously. He closed his eyes again, so still that he could have been a corpse if not for the faint rise and fall of his chest. Neither Naruto nor Sakura-chan pointed out that that would probably change very soon if Sasuke didn't get real medical attention. Go-chan. Can you tell us a story? A pause. A sigh. Now. It was dark, nothing to mark the passage of time, nothing to light their cell but the flickering lantern halfway down the hallway, a full 10 meters away. It's cold, Naruto admitted, his voice small and a little more vulnerable than he was comfortable with. You remember them all, he continued, his voice slurring a little, and she. Don't speak for me, muttered Sasuke without any real venom. He'd slid down and now his head rested in Sakura-chan's lap. Naruto had draped himself over her lower legs on her opposite side, staring up at the dark ceiling. Shut it, bastard, I'm trying to talk, Naruto grumbled. She likes your stories too, he informed Sakura-chan. Sasuke grunted but didn't protest. In the brief silence, Naruto could hear the shallow wheeze of his breath, in and out, in and out. Well, okay, Sakura-chan relented, the ghost of a smile on her face. She paused for a moment and Naruto closed his eyes, letting her words wash over him. Did you hear about the assault on the Yonaguni stronghold? 12 teams besieged a tower where 2 teams were being held for interrogation. Those 2 teams had been captured after defending their base even after it had been overrun by the enemy outnumbering them 3-1. 3 days and 3 nights they refused to speak, to offer the information that would damn 10 times their number, no matter how much blood, how much pain their captors drew from them, in the tower littered with the bones of their comrades. 4 more days and 4 more nights passed as their compatriots surrounded the tower, and on the 5th, after a hard-fought battle, they finally breached its walls. Inside, they found all 8 captured shinobi, injured but alive, and 2 dead Kiri guards who had tried to murder them as the others escaped. The story of the Yonaguni stronghold is not the birth of a hero or the affirmation of a legend, but a commemoration of strength, of courage, and of trust. It is a reminder that we are part of something bigger and that something takes care of its own. For such a big boat, the Kiri warship seemed very empty. There was the Team Byakko cell, which had its own hallway and a solid door at the opposite end that stayed closed so they couldn't see anyone passing by. As Utatori dragged Naruto out that door what must have been the next morning, they passed nobody on their way to the interrogation room, and though Naruto strained his ears, he heard only the creaking of the ship and the heavy sloshing of wave against its sides. Bara glared in sullen silence from her chair. Naruto stared at the ceiling as Utatori strapped him down, taking deep breaths and fading back into his mind while trying not to think too hard about his mangled hand and the pain that would probably be even worse today. The hard surface of the table had become worryingly familiar pressed against his bruised back. Mayok leaned against the wall behind Bara's chair, sharpening a kunao languidly. Her eyes tracked Naruto interestedly, and he scowled at her. Next to her, Harada hunched, one wrist clasped in the other hand, studying the floor just in front of his feet. Breaking your bones is of course something we can revisit, Utatori told him conversationally. But today, it's time to try something new. Naruto flinched back a little at the ominous tone. Every child of the mist learns to fear the water. Every shinobi of the mist learns to conquer that fear. You, my young friend, we will reteach you that fear. Kiyoshi, fetch the buckets, Mayok ordered imperiously. We need to get this started for real. Buckets didn't sound so bad. Buckets were for like throwing up in, and throwing up wasn't the worst thing that could happen. Naruto could throw up already from the pain still thrumming through his hand, jarred when Utatori had grabbed it. Naruto wiggled around a little, but the ropes didn't give him much room. He could, however, see Harada, whose gaze darted at Naruto for just a moment, guilty and reluctant and resolved all at once. Naruto didn't think the Kirinin had told anyone what Naruto had spilled the night before in a pain-induced haze. More concerningly, he carried 2 buckets of what looked like just water. Naruto jerked away instinctively, but Utatori caught him by the hair and pressed his head against the table. Good thing you're already wearing these bandages, he said, patting the linen over Naruto's mouth absently. That'll make this a lot easier. Make what a lot easier? Naruto mumbled. His head felt sharp and fuzzy at the same time, but his instincts blared warnings at him and screamed at him to run, get away, now, now, now. The first trickle of water just dampened Naruto's bandages. He didn't understand what was so bad about it even as Bara shrieked again from across the room, he's just a kid. Yatter, yatter, Mayok sighed. Stop screaming or we'll pour acid, too. The water didn't stop. Naruto snorted out involuntarily, but the water poured inexorably down his nose. He swallowed and choked, jerking desperately against the ropes holding him down, but the water burned down his throat. His eyes watered, but Naruto clenched his throat hard, fighting to hold his breath. No big deal. Naruto could handle a little water. Zabuza-sensei had half his organs cut out of him. The captain and Shisui-sensei had both each lost an eye, and Shisui-sensei had a lot more happen to him that he never talked about but was the reason he sometimes stared off at nothing like there was an enemy there or activated his swirly eye for no reason, except more complicated than Sasuke's, but which no one ever talked about, so that was another secret Naruto had to remember not to tell. A couple busted fingers and a lot of water was nothing in comparison. But despite his resolve, his lungs screamed, and when he couldn't hold his breath any longer he inhaled and threw himself sideways desperately. The rope across his throat yanked him back and he choked again, caught under the merciless stream of water. His throat burned, his nose and lungs screamed agony, and the inside of Naruto's head must have been on fire. Air, he needed air, he couldn't breathe. His legs kicked, though this time involuntarily. He was going to die like this. He was going to drown. His fingers scrabbled at the table, sending jolts of pain up his arm as his broken fingers hit the unforgiving surface. The water kept coming. The distant wooden planks above his head blurred, and as his vision went black, above the pain and the panic, the last thing Naruto felt was relief. He made it. He hadn't given anyone away. It was over. He came to with a gasp and all the pain ripped through his body anew. His vision blurred into focus the damp wooden ceiling, the flash of metal as Yototori flipped a kunai in his hand end over end. He sucked in a desperate breath, and the sour stench of urine and the heavy metallic tang of blood hanging heavy in the air hit the back of his throat before the movement set his lungs burning once again. He coughed desperately, leaning to the side as much as he could. "Ah, he's back," Yototori said pleasantly. "Talk, or we start round 2 on the little rot blood," Mayok ordered. "Don't," Naruto forced out, his voice only half intelligible and thick and waterlogged. Fear of the water warred with fear for his pack and lost. A pause. "I'm sorry, Roku," Bara whispered brokenly. Naruto had just a panicked second to gasp in a burning lungful of air before the first drops of water splashed down again. He bucked against the table, writhed against Yototori's hands, but he was too weak and the shinobi unyielding as stone. He struggled. He drowned. He faded into the darkness. He woke up again. "Round 3, Mayok announced coldly, and briefly Naruto wondered if this is what it felt like to hate. Naruto was pathetically glad they'd stopped asking him any questions, because if he'd had any voice left to beg with he would have. He lost all sense of time, lost his hearing but for the rush of blood in his ears, all he knew was the unrelenting water. The 5th time he fell backwards into the black, something changed. This time, Naruto stared upwards as he fell and with a kind of detached curiosity watched the seal burning white in the darkness above him, the chakra suppression seal, floating high above him. Its pure white flames licked against the black, and Naruto's eyes traced its form interestedly. He noticed abruptly that his fall had slowed, that his body was cradled in the thick wool of the barrier produced by the suppression seal. Slowly, as if through a heavy fog, he sank, and gradually the flickering, searing light of the seal was drowned out by the fog and he was left alone in the darkness. He realized then that he was floating not in the wool fog thing, but on the surface of water that stretched out until it disappeared into the yawning darkness. He glanced to the side and saw thick bars stretching up into the black from beneath the water. He sat up, squinting into the darkness beyond the bars, and to his distant surprise, a huge pair of eyes opened and stared back at him. They were great eyes, terrible eyes, the deep red of blood and alight with malice and hatred and intelligence, and each pupil was as tall as Naruto himself, if he stood on Zabuza-sensei's shoulders. Naruto drowned in them. Finally, rumbled a voice that reverberated through Naruto's bones, and as if clothed by fire the massive figure materialized in a blaze of red and uncoiled, rising, rising, rising until he towered high above Naruto. Naruto's jaw dropped as he took in the long, liquid fur, caught the pointed ears that swiveled and tilted back, the massive paws that braced just behind the bars. Like a bird stretching its wings, a sheath of tails unfurled behind the creature, burning bright through the darkness. 9 tails. "Kyuubi," Naruto said stupidly. "You're real." The eyes rolled derisively. "Not very bright, are you?" the fox said, sinking back down to rest its muzzle on its paws. It yawned languidly, baring wicked white teeth. "What is this place?" Naruto asked, pushing himself up to his feet and taking a couple of cautious steps towards the cage. "This is you," the fox said simply, watching Naruto's movements with sharp eyes. Its ears tilted towards him and its tail swayed languidly in the ripple of its own chakra, but otherwise it did not move. Naruto tried to process that, failed, and simply pushed the thought aside. "Why am I here?" The fox tilted its head. "You're dying," it explained, and its plume of tails settled. "What do you want, little kid?" What did Naruto want? Naruto thought of his hand, mangled beyond recognition, the table to which he was strapped as the Kirin drowned him again and again and again. He thought of Bara, stripped naked and beaten until every inch of her pale flesh turned black and purple and blue. He thought of Sakura with blood matted in her hair and around her wrists and Sasuke with red staining his torso, growing paler and colder and quieter by the day. Naruto wanted to heal. He wanted to break out, rip free of his restraints and stop the Kirin from touching any of them ever again. He wanted to rescue his friends. "Chakra," said Naruto. "I need your chakra." "But not too much," he added hastily, because he didn't want to get Gaara crazy and attack the sensei by mistake when they came for him and his team. The fox barked a laugh, loud and derisive. "You'll have to do better than that," it purred. "You have your own chakra." "My chakra's sealed," Naruto argued. "I can't reach it." "I tried." "I need yours." "I'm in here." One of its tails flicked to indicate the cage. "Why should I help you?" Naruto frowned. Everything had a price. Marine had told him that once. "What do you want?" he demanded warily. Two tails flicked back and forth, trailing fiery afterimages in the wake. "There's a seal there," said the fox, tilting its head up. Naruto followed its gaze and noticed for the first time a huge seal plastered against the front of the bars high above him, as large as the fox's head and 10 times as intricate as the chakra suppression seal. "Take it off, and I'll give you enough chakra to burn through any common chakra suppression seal." Naruto glanced back at the fox uncertainly, but it had lowered its head to its paws once again, eyeing him keenly. The overwhelming hatred still burned there, but Naruto saw something else. Greed. Hope. Calculation. There was a price to be paid here, but Naruto would not pay it. He screwed up his face and concentrated, trawling through everything he knew about seals and demons. Admittedly, it was not a lot. "What happens if I die?" he asked conversationally. The great eyes widened minutely. "Your little friends die," the fox answered smoothly. Its tails swished agitatedly behind it. Naruto quashed his knee-jerk reaction to shout at the demon fox. "What happens to you?" he corrected. The fox narrowed its eyes. "You need me to pull this seal off," Naruto thought aloud. "If you could get out by me dying, you wouldn't have to bother asking me to do it." In a flash a giant paw lashed out from between the bars, and wicked sharp claws gleaming in the fox's chakra light slammed down on either side of Naruto as the fox snarled, its ears pressed flat against its skull. "You need me alive," Naruto realized, staring up at the fox fearlessly. Adrenaline soared through his veins, sharp and heady. "Something happens to you if I die, and you don't want it to happen. Give me your chakra," he said boldly, "or we'll both die here." The fox glowered down at him. Naruto stood his ground, glaring back at the fox. Unexpectedly, it laughed, lifting its paw and tucking it back against its body. "Well played, Kit," it rumbled. "Maybe you're not as dumb as you look." Its eyes slit as its body seemed to glow brighter, and chakra coalesced above its fur. "Take it, then," it growled. "This time I give it to you freely. Take it, and make your enemies bleed. Spill their blood for me. Make them fear and teach them hate." Naruto opened his mouth to reply, and all at once the chakra rushed in, forcing itself down his throat and through his veins. After so many days of chakra deprivation he was unprepared for the rush, for the potent energy, for the fire that was the fox's chakra, and the malice that came with it. He gasped, and for a moment he thought wildly that the chakra and the rage and the hatred would burn him alive. Then the roar subsided, and Naruto stared down at his hands in awe, and the molten chakra bubbling through them, and raised his eyes to the fox again. It stared back smugly, one foreleg crossed over the other. It flicked its tails, and Naruto's feet left the water. He felt himself rising above the water, hurtling up through the fog of the chakra suppression seal until the fox and its curious cage faded from view. The seal loomed above him then, white fire and burning lines, but Naruto's ascent didn't stop. He squeezed his eyes shut instinctively and curled in on himself as he slammed into it and felt the seal shatter around him. On the other side he heard Yotatori's alarmed shout, then Mayoke's demanding tones, but the sound washed over him as he sat up, the ropes around his neck and wrists burning away into ash. His fingers straightened with a crackle, bones snapping back into place one after another, and the sharp starbursts of pain only fueled his focus. He felt the power thrumming through his veins, sensed the fear and confusion of the Kirinin and Bara, the alarmed flicker of chakra signatures further away in the ship. He heard the sound of steel being drawn and smiled, because he felt no fear. Only anger. And a promise. Naruto opened his eyes. Check the description for the links to the author.